Good morning. I want to welcome you all here today for our panel titled Branded Entertainment Marketing Across Platforms, Leveraging Image, Content, and Celebrity. My name is David Leibowitz. I'm managing partner of CH Potomac. We have a great panel to discuss these issues. And in addition to all of you that we welcome here, we're also being webcast. So for those outside that are watching this, welcome and glad to have you joining us as well. You know, it's an interesting subject matter, branded entertainment marketing. I mean, what is branded entertainment? What's branded content? It can mean a lot of different things, and I'm going to ask everybody about what that is, but let me give you a little bit of a historical perspective on it. You know, branded content really was viewed as a way to really do advertising and to help promote products. And in fact, some of the early approaches of that were in radio. When radio started, they were looking, advertisers were trying to see how radio could be a vehicle for them, especially to reach women at home during the day. And so that was what really created the soap operas that Colgate, Palmolive, and Procter & Gamble had sponsored, which then moved in the 40s to television. You also had, in fact, in 1940, 90% of all commercially sponsored daytime broadcast hours were soap operas. And it's a lot different today, but then again, we have hundreds and hundreds of channels and programming outlets, so that there's it's a whole different world in that area. But when they went not just there to go into television, but then when television started, they had some of the same challenges. So you could do straight advertising, but they were promoting and really producing and sponsoring a program. So, for example, you would have the Camel News Caravan with John Cameron Swayze. None of you were born in those days, so but you might have heard about it from your parents. The Texaco Star Theater starring Milton Berle, the GE Theater hosted by Ronald Reagan, former president, as we know. And one show that is still running today, which is now the longest running primetime series in the history of television, is the Hallmark Hall of Fame, which was Hallmark Cards. Now, there are so many different ways to be able to use branded content now to promote, whether you're promoting a program, you're promoting a product, you're promoting a service, promoting a book, a concert, a game, anything at all, as well as promoting causes. And there are new outlets from social media, so including Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, YouTube, MCN such as Fullscreen and Awesomeness. All these new outlets are providing new means for creative people to try to find ways to engage users in a way that they're going to find enjoyable, not being viewed as just pitching something to them, but really something that entertains them and maybe then transcend and have you go to what they want you to see, watch, purchase, etc. down the road. It also can be used for social messages, for causes. It's not just on the commercial side, and even in politics. So just last week, you had William Shatner, as Captain Kirk, and George Takei as Mr. Sulu went on Twitter to voice their opposition to the changes of the rollback of the FCC's net neutrality rules. It sounds like a pretty, esoteric subject, but one that's very important to a lot of people, especially in the content industries. And you also often deal with different celebrities and influences, whether they're major stars, athletes, just thinking about the old days where you would have a lot of baseball players and football players promoting shaving cream, deodorant, and the like. All the way to Joe Namath wearing stockings in one of his commercials for Noxema. But there are challenges when you're dealing with celebrities, and we're going to get into some of that, on getting the right type of celebrity and on hopefully avoiding issues down the road in associating with yourself with them, like the problems that Subway had with Jared, or PewDiePie with Maker Studios and YouTube, although, as we discussed a little earlier, PewDiePie is making a bit of a comeback. So, there is continued life in those areas. But, with that, I want to introduce the panel. We're going to go first down and introduce everybody, and then I'm going to have them speak a little bit about what they do specifically, and then we're going to get into a great discussion. So on my immediate right, on your left, is Andrew Ahmanson, who's Managing Director of Possible, based in Los Angeles. And next to Andrew is Allison Hoffman, who is Chief Marketing Officer for STARS. And so STARS, itself is a network. It's also a brand, and all their programs are brands. And so, they have a lot of interest in trying to make sure that people know that they're out there when you have so many programs out there and so many different outlets. And we're going to talk about how that all works. Next to Allison is Anathea Rees, who is Managing Director for Karat here in Los Angeles. And next to Anathea is Michael Bertolina, who is VP for Client Development for the Branded Entertainment Network, also known as BEN. And then we have Ty Jones, who is Senior Director of Celebrity Talent at Who Say Inc. And he's going to bring a lot of perspective on how you deal with talent and how you integrate them into different projects. And last but not least is Josh Brooks, who is Senior VP for Brand Strategy and Marketing for Jam City. So I want to, please welcome everybody here. And why don't you talk a little bit, and we'll just go down the line, what you do in your organization, as well as what's interesting and important to you in this space.
Sure. Thank you so much, Dave. As you mentioned, when you kind of gave that great history, things have changed a lot. I mean, even since I've been in digital for 20 years. I started a company here in LA called Schematic, which I then sold to WPP and to create Possible, which is WPP's largest digital agency. Even in the 20 years that I've been in this business, we've seen major shifts in the way people get marketed to and what is effective in marketing to them. And I think we've all kind of seen what happens when you move from just sending outgoing messages saying buy, try, and you move to saying how can we try to make a connection. So what we try to do is we blend data and emotion so that we are figuring out how can we make an emotional connection with people. If you can make an emotional connection, they will listen to you. If you can give them something that's interesting, and then figure out how to use data to then change it from getting someone's attention to getting someone to try or buy or do whatever you're trying to get them to do with your product. It's a simple concept, and in the actual activation of it, it's challenging and tricky and is really different depending on which brands we're working with.
Great. Allison from STARS. I'm very different from a lot of people on the panel because we're a programmer. We produce content, we produce premium shows. So on the one hand, we are content that various brands are potentially looking to integrate with. On the other hand, I run marketing, and I look at everything that we put out as content. Everything that we do should be as entertaining as the shows themselves. They should connect with an audience. They should fire people up, get them excited. They can be really direct in their message, or they can sort of sit on the side of the actual content and just entertain and surprise and delight. But yeah, I would agree that marketing has changed dramatically, and the way we go to market is, looking for really authentic, organic experiences that bring people in, frankly, to the shows that we're trying to market.
So I run an office for a media agency. So we are interested in connecting consumers and brands together. And these days, anything that can form that connection between a consumer and a brand is a media channel. And often those media channels will be filled with advertising, and often they will be filled with branded content, branded entertainment, whatever you'd like to call it. And I think for me, the challenge is that we're all getting really caught up in the buzzwords of branded content and what it means and what it doesn't mean. I don't think we'll all have a different answer on that.
And I'm going to ask that question in a few moments.
I won't jump ahead then.
Since you raised it.
And I think it's important to recognise that this has been around forever. even before the soap operas. Jules Verne, in his book Around the World in, I always get this wrong, 80 days. I always say 90 days. I'm a slow driver. He was engaging with shipping companies who were wanting their brand put inside his novel. So the idea of connecting with people through means of cultural entertainment is as old as connecting with people. So I think it's more about taking a step back from what it's called, what we do with it, and more saying, what is the brand's role in forming this connection? What right do they have to deliver this content, and how can they do it in a way that's important for the people consuming it, rather than just thinking about themselves?
Michael.
Yeah. So Ben is, we're one of those connectors. We work with our brands to integrate into content that is already existing in the marketplace. So with all the challenges that have been going on with the advertising landscape, with streaming content, time-shifted viewing, we focus on getting to the heart of where people are watching, and that's the programming. So we love stars. We love working with storytellers. I lead a brand partnership team where we consult with our brands at a very early stage in creating strategies across the entertainment landscape. And it could be stars, it could be streaming OTT platforms, it could be influencer marketing. But the ultimate goal is, as you said, to connect with those cultural moments and get into the story that people are really engaged in. The other thing that we're really trying to focus on is measurement, which has been a big challenge with the branded entertainment space, is how can you look at it, evaluate it, and know what your effective ROI is going to be in the end. So as a Bill Gates company, we put in a heavy emphasis on data and making sure that we can go into things with our eyes wide open so that our clients know what the end result could potentially be, and then on the back end making sure that we measure it and learn and grow from it.
Todd?
Morning. So Who Say Inc. is a influencer marketing company. I'm the director of talent out here in LA. What we do is we create premium influencer, celebrity, tastemaker, anyone that we see fit for a specific campaign. We put those campaigns together, from smart talent casting to production to distribution at scale. We also have a ton of first-party data that we use to help distribute that media smartly, with also guaranteed impressions for the brand. So that's we talked about measurables and deliverables. We're on the hook at the end of the day for both great content that resonates with both the influencer's audience and the brand's talking points, but also delivering those metrics that the brand's looking to get.
Hi, my name is Josh Brooks. I oversee the marketing and strategy group for Jam City. Jam City is one of the largest independent mobile gaming companies that you may or may not have heard of already. 800 plus million downloads. And our games are a pretty wide range, anything from Marvel Avengers to Cookie Jam to Panda Pop to Family Guy game that came out 3 weeks ago. And our business is user acquisition, and in the user acquisition game, you got to be smart. It's all data driven. We do not make gut instincts on things. We look at everything. Everything's run through the digital sifter to understand what's working, what's not. We test the hell out of everything we do. And then when we do that, we still take chances. And by chances, I mean our group focuses on spending money in interesting ways. So whether that's outdoor media or a sponsorship of a live stream or a hookup with a celebrity that we believe that could actually connect with our audience, we do it all. We have a pretty significant marketing budget to go after and maintain our user base. So this is sort of exciting because we play in two sides. We have our own games that we publish, that we make, we wholly own. We believe these are brands and IPs that are going to stick around forever, that are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And then on the other side, we do partnerships with Fox and with the Peanuts family. Sorry, the Schultz family, to do the Peanuts game, because we know that in theory, maybe we spend less money on user acquisition because it's substitutional for the value that the Peanuts brand could give us. But there's not a more sophisticated group of individuals in marketing these days, in my opinion, than the folks that are spending money on games only because every company you can think of is thinking about what's the gamification of, whether it's healthcare, entertainment, lifestyle, clothing. How do you gamify that experience? And so that's what we're doing. I need to stop talking now. Right.
So the question that you sort of raised, Anthea, I'm going to go back to here, and how would all of you define whether it's branded content or branded entertainment? By the way, if we wind up getting the same answer after the first three, the other three are gone. But we're going to start this time with Josh. So you are going to be talking again.
Yeah, okay, so branded entertainment. Okay, on the side of, I'd rather speak in specific. So a game like Family Guy, that makes perfect sense. I should be able to draft off of the brand of Family Guy. And if I'm a marketer, I need to be thinking about those integration points that I can use and abuse to elevate the status and the awareness of that game. So what can I do within our channels to market that game? Let's do a live stream with Adam West, the real life Peter Griffin, who this man exists and looks exactly like and talks like Peter Griffin. And then Ralph Garman, who's a K-Rock DJ here in LA, but we ended up streaming this show to 700,000 people on Facebook for 40 minutes because we did a branded integration or a brand partnership with our friends over at Fox. Those things make sense. I can draft behind the name. It makes sense for the game and the audience. On the flip side, we launched a game called Genies and Gems, and I'm looking for a marketing hook that might make sense. And so I reached out to a guy named Jesse Wellens, who is Prank vs. Prank, 10, 12 million YouTube subscribers. And this is the guy that when you went on the web and you saw a guy skateboarding through Manhattan on a genie board, I called him and said, I will pay you to do the same thing at the Game Developer Conference for the launch of my game. And instead, let me make you a bag of jewels, real jewels, game's called Genies and Gems. And he was giving out slugs of silver, earrings, and necklaces to unsuspecting people in the streets. So I am drafting behind him on what his personal brand is as that skating genie guy. And so for every time we think about this stuff, again, I hate to say it, we can't be brand focused. We have to be UA focused, direct response focused. But sometimes it's fun to play in this space and just let these games have a different life in the real space.
Skating genie guy was not on the list of career counselor jobs that I got in high school.
No, it is far from. And that guy is just a massive hit at this point. Him and Casey are monsters.
So Ty, you want to pick it up?
Yeah, I think, when you talk about branded content, especially with influencers and celebs, they're so protective of, their audience and their number of subscribers, whatever you want to call them, of what they built up. So you need to be aware that when you are putting together these branded content campaigns, obviously we're going to say authentic and genuine a ton today, but that's a big part of their branding. And, they, a lot of the times too, come from a place where they feel like they've command a certain dollar amount, a certain flexibility with the creative. Obviously, they want to keep as much to their own branded voice as possible. So we kind of try to toe that line. So we involve the talent as much as possible when we're putting these creative treatments together. Because again, we do that all in house, and we want to include them as much as possible. And also talk to the brands about, listen, you want people like this, you need to let go of a little bit of creative control and let them do what they do best. A good example of that is we did something with Alec Baldwin a couple years ago with Chevy, and it was to promote their Best Day Ever campaign, which was kind of the opposite of April Fool's Day. They wanted to do something positive for a bunch of classrooms. They put on free concerts and a bunch of stuff like that. So we had creative calls with him, and he's not used to doing a lot of these branding campaigns, so he wanted his voice to be heard. He's a big history buff, so he suggested that we dress him up as Abe Lincoln, and he surprised a history class at Occidental College, and he was in character and all that fun stuff. We had hidden cameras and all that, and taped reactions and all that. So that's something where we can kind of toe the line where it feels right for him. He's getting paid for it, obviously. People know he's getting paid for it, but we're still creating really impactful content that we think is genuine to both what Chevy wanted and what he wants to portray as himself, as a history buff and just like a smart guy in general. So that's kind of how we toe the line between those two.
Yeah, that's great. And I mean, we play very much the same way. We always want to make sure that there's consensus between both parties, whether it's the brand or the creator, whoever it might be. Josh, I think you're right. It's always fun for us because for us, we're brand-led and solution-neutral, so we're open to pretty much anything based upon whatever our clients are looking for. So when it comes to whatever the definition of brand entertainment is, and there's a pretty broad definition there, it's just whatever really engages with your consumer. So if you're working with an auto brand that's trying to connect with moms, there's going to be a much different approach than your beer brand that's trying to connect with dudes. And we are always out trying to find that story that's going to do it the best, that storyteller who's going to do it the best in whatever format or vehicle it might be. We're open to all of it. So from our perspective, we specifically work in the integration space, which I guess would be a subset of the overall definition. But it's constantly evolving as media changes. So.
I think, as I said before, it's one of those things that there are hundreds of definitions and no definitions. It can change, and it will change all the time depending on the environment and the world we live in. I think the interesting thing is to say branded entertainment content, one way of looking at it is brands engaging with people through things that entertain them. It could be, and you're so right, there are so many subsets. Live experiences that are brought to you by a brand is branded entertainment. Television shows can involve branded entertainment. So I think that you can argue this or debate this for as long as the day is, but one interesting way of trying to put some parameters around it is whatever it is sitting in a space that has been defined as an advertising space, or is it sitting in a space that a consumer would define as an entertainment space? So people say, well, some ads are incredibly entertaining, and they are, but they're not branded entertainment because they are designed to be interruptive. They are designed to be placed in a space that is built for advertising, is built for paid. That doesn't mean to say that you don't support branded entertainment, branded content with paid support and push it out through other channels, but if it is designed to sit in a space that is built around advertising, then it might be very entertaining advertising, but it plays a different role than sitting in a space that is the consumers would define as their entertainment space.
That's a really important distinction. It's whether it's push versus pull, really, right? Is the vehicle there just to advertise, or is the vehicle there to entertain, and is a brand supporting and empowering it?
But wouldn't the win be right in the middle?
Yeah,
The
and
BMW films of 10, 12 years ago, like, you don't know if it's great content or if it's
I would
BMW.
jump in here because I'm in television, and I would say I just saw that the Game of Thrones trailer dropped. And I think people eagerly, trailer is a very traditional commercial in the TV space, but we time our trailer drops, we time our key art drops. So even these very traditional push vehicles, I think, are looked at as content by fans. I want to see what the first poster looks like. I want to see what the teaser looks like. I want to see that first footage. I want to see what the whole trailer sell and what music they use and things. And I mean, we're in a time of peak television, so I would agree with your first point, which is it's all branded content in the TV world. Whether it's you're using a traditional format or you're doing something wild and experiential, you're doing an activation, you're doing a social media stunt, you're using an influencer, it's all branded content because we are in entertainment and it is all meant to entertain. I just watched a trailer for a competitor and I just was like, there's no way this movie is as good as this trailer. This trailer is all I need to see, and I watched it 10 times, and I was like, this thing is beautiful. And so maybe that's not effective, because I really don't know if I'll see it. I don't know if I'll see the movie. I don't know if I'll subscribe to the service, but I was so entertained by the ride that 3-minute trailer took me on.
I think you're absolutely right, and you sit in a really
Particular
interesting
space.
space.
Yeah.
So I feel that part of my job is to try to help my clients to navigate. It's like you don't have the Game of Thrones trailer, so how do we differentiate between the messages that you're trying to push in this channel and the messages that you're trying to push in other channels? So it is interesting
different.
for all of us.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all such good points. From a definition standpoint, I agree. It's almost not worth defining, but I'll try to give the broadest and simplest definition I can, which is content being used to create a stronger emotional connection or reaction, right? But let's set that aside because there are a million different ways to do that. I think hearing all the different perspectives is fascinating. As a creative agency, we really sit at the center of this, right? Because we will often, work with someone like Tayed Hussein, or work with different Fullscreen or different people on the influencer side, and trying to also bring in whatever ideas we think are going to work. You have both the kind of the best and also there's a privileged ability to do this with TV because people really want to see your content. And I think you get to do the best content, right? And you guys, the work that you do is amazing. I think it gets more challenging when the stuff is less or not at all sexy. And there's an interesting thing that happens where you're trying to create content that are going to get people to get excited about something that may not be inherently very exciting. And then the trick is, how do you get in the sweet spot so that they not only remember the content, but they remember the brand. And that can be really, really difficult. One example that, because I love kind of just getting the specificity of an example, for AT&T, we created this character named Owen. And what Owen's job was to try to get people to use the AT&T app instead of calling AT&T for customer service stuff. And this kind of getting people to do self-care for CRM, that's the holy grail for a lot of companies because obviously it's much, much cheaper to do self-care than it is if they're calling or getting a truck to roll out. And this was a character who basically, in the kind of silliest, goofiest way possible, taught you all the great things that you could do with your AT&T app. And so it's a matter of having it be entertaining enough that people watch it, they smile, they have that moment of surprise and delight, but also enough about the brand that people aren't like, yeah, I just saw this really cool thing. And people are like, oh, what was it an ad for? And you're like, I don't know, but the thing was so cool, right? So finding that sweet spot is really tricky and a really important part of designing any campaign.
Now, Anathea, you had told me about one campaign that, when I say a campaign, it may not even be a campaign, but it certainly wasn't sexy. And it's the idea of how to have people pay attention to something that they typically ignore when they go on an airplane. So maybe talk about that, because that's...
You might have guessed from the accent that I'm not from around here. I'm Australian and spent a lot of my life living and working in Australia and New Zealand. And one company that has done branded content incredibly well and has been mimicked a lot, in fact we were talking about that, is Air New Zealand. And some of you might have even seen the Air New Zealand safety videos. So they show at the beginning of the plane ride and no one ever looks up because you've seen it 100 times, no matter how many times they try to, ask you to. So Air New Zealand started off and have done probably 10 or 12 of these now, using different characters. Lord of the Rings was a great one. Swimsuit illustrated models was another extremely popular one. And they've done this really effectively, not just on their planes, but they've pushed it out obviously into a lot of other channels. The important thing about that, though, and it is a remarkable instance of branded content, but very importantly, it reflects who they are as a brand. They have that sense of personality and realness through everything they do, through all the interactions with them, through the food they serve, the messaging that you get on their website. And that's, for me, incredibly important. You cannot do branded entertainment and be witty and funny and charming in one area of your brand and be completely different in the other. You don't need to be matchy-matchy across everything, but there has to be a realness about whatever the entertainment you're trying to put out is that connects back with who you are as a brand. Otherwise, people just don't believe it. People just don't care.
Well, I think that's brand voice, right? And I mean, we've heard almost every panelist say organic, consistency, authentic. Yet no one's going to buy it if the serious brand decides to be goofy for a day.
And again, I'll stand out because we have such an array of programming. We have to be wildly different. for all of our brands. So an Outlander campaign will look, feel, and sound very different from Ash versus Evil Dead, from Power, from American Gods. And if you look at social voice, if you look at the kinds of trailers or content, marketing that we're doing, experiences, everything is designed to really play to who we think that qualified viewer is and that potential subscriber is, and to speak that language. But it is a challenge for networks, for television networks. Television networks are defined often by a show or two. What is your biggest show? Which one has the loudest voice, often the biggest budget? And that's the voice people hear. So I was at AMC previously, and so for a while we were Mad Men, and then we were Walking Dead. And for me now, we're in Power season right now, and Power is the voice that a lot of people hear from Stars. So it's a challenge, but we have to have that variety.
But don't you think of those as different brands? Like, don't you
They
think of
are.
it as an Outlander brand
Yes.
rather than Stars being inconsistent? I think about you being consistent for Outlander.
Yes. And then how that ladders out to Stars, which is the service you need to buy.
But you know what you said, Anthony, about being consistent and how it was for Air New Zealand? I think it was about 2 months ago I was flying, and I think it was United Airlines, but before the recent fiascos that they've had. And for their safety message, it was either them or another airline, but I think it was them. They had Katie Nolan, who's a sportscaster, a sports journalist for Fox Sports, was doing that, and it was very clever, and she's very personable. But and more than just a consistency, is it authentic or genuine to have somebody like that doing the safety message type of thing too?
Well, speaking from an integration perspective, that level of consistency is what's really important there as well, because particularly when it comes to a storyteller, you want to make sure that there's a good fit when it comes to a piece of content and a brand that's going to engage in it. So whether it's a celebrity talent that's talking to it, or if it's Ray Donovan who's going to be using a certain product, it's important that authenticity, say it again, that fit is right, and that you have buy-in from the talent, from the storyteller. We've all seen placements in shows that really, we remember the bad ones. We all remember the bad ones, the ones that just stand out and make you groan. And in those cases, it's either that it's a product that just absolutely makes no sense, or it's a complete non sequitur, or it's something that was handed down and was mandated to happen versus buy-in was created at a very early stage. There's education, there's collaboration, and ultimately there's empowerment of a storyteller to do it in their own voice. Once you can create that level of fit, things play out very smoothly.
I love what you say about remembering the bad ones, because there's so many just terrible,
Yeah.
groan-inducing things that I remember. I also think you remember in a good way, the things that are original.
Yeah.
I mean, the first time anyone ever saw an airline safety video that was new and different and wacky and fun, which I think was for Virgin, if I remember
Yes,
correctly.
yeah.
You were like, holy shit, this is changed the category. This is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. This is going to be the greatest flight ever. When you saw the 12th one, you were like, yep, you're doing it too, and I guess it's better than just having someone stand there, but what's going to be your take on the trope?
Yeah.
So being original really helps.
Michael, where you were going with that, and another consideration I would think is context. So, for example, we were talking before, and we won't necessarily discuss the particular ad, but let's say there's a murder scene, and behind the murder scene there is drink Pepsi-Cola or something. I mean, that's not going to really help.
No.
And there are real, instances of having context that makes no sense.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, if it's not advancing the narrative, if it's not bringing anything to the table, then it shouldn't be there at all. I have in my previous life, I was a prop master, where I worked with on properties, and I would hand people their watches and do guns and gags and things. And our saying was, if no one notices it, you did your job really well. And that should really be the case. Not that you don't want to bury a brand, But if it works in seamlessly into a story, you're not going to be called out as being inauthentic or that shoehorn moment. It's going to be something that feels like it's really a part of the story.
And that can be really hard for marketers to deal with, because we have clients who are saying, I'm spending all this money, I want to be part of that story,
Right.
but I need to make sure that you mention the 4 doors that do X, Y, Z, and the 17 drink holders. And that's when it starts to become a real challenge. And I think if marketers can't understand that they are the facilitator rather than the reason for the content, then they should step away from it, because it becomes shoehorned and it becomes something that people just feel really sort of ick about.
Yeah, the art versus commerce conversation is always a big one, because, and again, I sit on both sides of it. So, because we have content, I can look at things and say, oh, why would you put that in this show? It's not a good fit. But as a marketer, I feel that pain, because when I partner with somebody to do an integrated effort, I want more control than I probably should have for it to really be great. And there is a balance between surrendering some control so that it is artistic and it lands, but also making sure that you're protecting the property that you're trying to market, and knowing that you're responsible for protecting that property.
Yeah, filmmaking is innately a collaborative process, and there are a lot of stakeholders, and it's really hard to get clients to understand the collaborative nature of being in that environment, working with a transportation coordinator, a director of photography, a director, and everyone down the line all have a position on exactly what you're doing here. So yes, I hear you. It's a big challenge. I think it takes a lot of education and practice.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to say one question that I don't like getting, and it's actually gotten better, but when we first started out in this influencer marketing, was how much does so-and-so cost? And it's like, if you start off on that foot, you're like, okay, well, you're just looking for X amount of followers, you're not looking at engagement, you're not looking at that brand authenticity with that person or the audience, you're just saying, okay, I want to be cool, put me, with that person. So I think there's been a lot more education since then, a lot more metrics you can look at on what works and what doesn't. We do think there is, at Who Say, a mix between, we kind of said art and commerce, we say art and science, where we have the data behind why this person would work with this brand and for this particular campaign, but also we have a lot of data behind that on their audience, on what they've done, and also what the brand's audience is hungry for.
I just, on the influencer side, I was just thinking about, I listen to Howard Stern a lot on my drive, and I love Howard, and I think it's really interesting to hear when Howard's really passionate from an authentic place about something, and he'll go on, but then he does these reads, the sort of live reads and everything, and you can sort of hear it in his voice. It's like, I'm being paid to do this. Now I remember it, but I don't know that it really compels action on my part, as a listener. And we think about that a lot.
I think, digital really gives you the tools to solve that problem of like, I want my logo bigger, I want you to tell everybody about the 18 cup holders. And the way that we try to do that, and I talk a lot about this idea of data and emotion coming together. If you will often have brands say, this piece of content doesn't talk enough about the brand, it needs to talk more about the brand. And we often have conversations, as you guys I'm sure do all the time, of if we talk too much about the brand, they're not going to share it, they're not going to watch it, right? So what do? You make it much less about the brand, and then you are able to figure out who has seen it and then retarget them based on everybody, whatever demographics you're looking for, right? Whatever the kind of desired audience is. And once you know that, you can start to move them down the line where the first piece is just a content story, and then you can retarget them with something that's like a callback to that content story with a mention of the brand. And then the next piece down is to say, okay, well, here's a mention of the brand with perhaps a call to action to eventually download the product, go to the site, what have you. But you have to kind of walk them through the process of dating. You can't just kind of say like, go buy it. No one will ever share that content.
So if I could just chime in. Sure. One of the problems when we talk bad stories or bad experiences, and everyone likes to hear those ones too because they're a little bit more, you can learn something from that. This influencer world and marketing stuff has become commoditized in a way that I can give you one great example of when it works and when it doesn't work. And when it doesn't work, when I go after late 30s tech mom bloggers who love to talk about technology and new games, and I go after 10 of them and I give them a wad of cash for 2 months and go to town, and they put up videos and they put up content, and then at the end of the day, on 2 months and 1 day, I see another video that goes up and she's saying, oh my God, I love going on road trips because we travel with my family all the time, but I don't go anywhere without my Prestone. And I'm like, oh God, I just got so had. And that's the challenge for me, is that these people take money, and it's a rinse and repeat kind of scenario. And so when that happens, you're donezo, and it doesn't work. People know quickly. And so you don't ask, how much is it for John Smith or Jane Smith?
Yeah.
You as the marketer say, look, I need Jane Smith to go, stand upside down, drink water, blow a whistle, and move to Zambia for a year. Can that person do this? Great, if that's the case. 'Cause if you go just cookie cutter, standard process stuff, nothing is going to happen.
Yeah.
This isn't a one-size-fits-all business.
Yeah, and
No
I think
way.
that speaks to, one of at least our field, we rebranded around fandom about a year ago, because I think, and we feel this way, is, you can't market anything that you don't feel really passionate about yourself. So even in my teams, people are staffed according to the shows they love, and our agencies are staffed according to really connecting with the content. There'll be times we say, well, you don't dig this the way you need to dig this to put the right plan together for this show. We're going to save it for stuff that you really care about. And I think when people are not really passionate, when they don't really feel it, people can discern that in a moment. So we take a lot of time along the entire chain and with all of our partners to make sure there's true passion, and that's how we do our best work. And when we don't do that, that's where you can see it. It just sort of falls flat. You're like, we didn't really get any lift. People didn't engage. It just sort of dissolved out there.
Yeah, that's a really important point, and it's actually something that we do at Ben on the influencer side. Budget's important. You need to know what we have to work with financially, but ultimately what we'll do is we go through the right fit, who looks right, but then we engage with a list of folks and we'll find out who is really truly passionate about this. We have to vet those passion levels first.
Yeah.
Otherwise you end up with that mid-roll read that is just, it's so obvious and it's painful to hear. The whole point of going to them is so that you can have their voice connecting to their audience in a way that is natural.
Right.
If it's just a read, they're shilling.
So speaking of shilling, and maybe it's not really shilling, but I want to go back to what, Josh, you were talking about, the example a few moments ago, and let's assume that influencer came from Ty's shop. What sort of conversation would you have with Ty about that? Would it turn you off to the agency versus just the individual? Are there contractual ways that you could have sort of exclusivity within categories, or that they can't do anything even outside of certain categories within a 30-day window? Or how much of that, gets done? And Ty, you should talk about that too.
Yep.
I think it really depends on the type of program. We did a thing with Cookie Jam and Dr. Ken. We locked up Dr. Ken because we were a mobile game, and I don't want him out there marketing other games. That's foolish for me as a company. When we talk about one-off promotions with social talent, you're going to want them in a period of time that they're going to be sort of exclusive to you. But I also make these people play the games and understand that if you don't show me that you're on level 20 whatever, so you understand the fundamental of what you're doing, you're never going to connect. And that requires, everyone wants to get paid for all this stuff, and I get it. It's a new revenue stream for them, and it's their time. It is not I honestly couldn't say that there's a playbook that we pull out every time and say, let's do this page 22 again, because that worked. It's almost like as years go on, there's a new platform. What was once me spending money on Vine, obviously Vine doesn't even exist anymore, let alone would I ever want to have a talent and work on that. So I think you know, a company like ours, Jam City, we're interestingly positioned because we're a technology company based in Los Angeles with entertainment roots. So we understand how to navigate, how to pick up the phone and usually talk to the manager or the agent or the representative at Husey or whoever it may be and understand what our needs are and then just come to them with realistic things. Here's the expectations. We want to do X, Y, and Z. The one thing I will say is that when I hired Ralph Garman, the radio show host, to do the Family Guy live Facebook thing, and why that was cool is because he is a massive Family Guy nerd who knows more about that show. And so at any point in time, if there was a hint of it getting slow, I had, you know, the king of the nerds being able to sort of recite stories of episode 11 from season whatever. Like, that's what's genius. So I'll say it because everyone else has said it. It's authentic.
And the good MCNs do that research, but you also have to do it on your own to make sure you're really going back to make sure that influencer hasn't said something that was like really offensive or heavy towards another brand or feel like they shill, or, you know, we had one where a post that we did from an influencer, not from Ty, was the post before they were wearing this like incredibly offensive shirt that I kind of can't say what it said on it, and we were like, and you know, it's really hard. You got to do your due diligence.
Yeah, and our day-to-day, it's, you know, it's knowing that talent, you know, combing through their socials, any press they've done, projects they've done. That's a big part of it. It's also just having relationships just on our end. And that's kind of my day-to-day too, is just combing through, you know, managers, agents, publicists, whatever I need to figure out, you know, what really resonates. We keep talking about authenticity and being genuine, and what is this person really into? Does this person actually, you know, like doing is this person actually a rock climber and they actually want to use these, you know, random equipment things, even though they're an actor? You wouldn't think they would usually do that. Like, we have that pop up a lot. And then also, to another point with exclusivity, that's another sticking point that we try to at least meet in the middle, you know, on that. The brand obviously wants that person to be set in stone for that. That's going to be my person, because they're thinking of it almost as a spokesperson. Whereas you're a content creator, you obviously don't want to be boxed out of things, other opportunities, and you feel like your window that you've posted that content, that branded content, is just for that time being, you know, for whatever it is, a few days, a week, or something like that. That's that prime, you know, spike, and then people are going to look at that stuff anyway. And then after that, you're good. Like, you put your content in there, and your fans also know too. Like, okay, yeah, they liked, you know, that shoe or that brand, but now, you know, maybe a few months later or something like that, oh, they like this one. That feels right, because they're going to tell me in their own voice why this is actually really good and why I like this, and that is going to resonate more with the fans than saying, oh, I like Coke. Well, now I like Pepsi. Well, now I like this. You know, without any storytelling involved with it.
I think the influencers are a really interesting group of people, because the reason they are famous is because they connect with their audience, versus an actor who is famous because they are acting. And I once had a group of clients and a group of YouTubers, and I said, one of the clients asked a YouTuber, how much of your content is branded content and how much of it is your content? And I thought, oh, I can't wait to hear the answer, really interesting question. And the YouTuber kind of looked at the client and went, I don't understand the question. It's all my content. And it was really eye-opening to this group of clients to say, if a good, authentic YouTuber or influencer chooses to work with your brand and they do it in a way that's real for them, it's exactly as you say. I like these shoes and I like these shoes. That's okay, because I'm a normal human. I don't just like one brand. So I think it's that side of things, and again, that's sometimes hard for marketers and the clients we work with to differentiate.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of a leap of faith, because like that point of consensus I was talking about earlier, it's particularly apt when it comes to influencers, because ultimately what we provide as brands is we empower it, and we give them our talking points, and we give them our parameters. Please don't go here, but please do it in a way that do you do you. Yeah, exactly. You go ahead and do it. And that's them. That's their content. They're going to go ahead and they're going to create it, and one influencer is going to be much different than another influencer if you're doing it as a campaign. But that's a challenge again. You know, like I'm not scripting it. I'm not telling you exactly what to say, but please represent us well. And
We had a situation, not an influencer, but we worked with Funny or Die with one of our actors, Bruce Campbell, who's the lead in Ash vs. Evil Dead, and we tried to develop a sketch together for the previous season, and it did not work, and we sort of scrapped it. And then last season, we just handed it to them. And it worked, and it was funny, and it got great response and everything like that. And I think that was a real, even being in the business we're in, which it should be very natural to know that you have to let storytellers do their thing, you have to let comedians do their thing, and if you try to overmanage the process, it's not going to work. Even for us, we had to learn it the hard way and see something not work, scrap it, and then finally hand it over to see it be successful. And it's very hard to do. It's very hard to do as a marketer.
Speaking of Funny or Die, there is a series that actually their first season just ended last week named Brockmire, which is on IFC, and Funny and Die produced it. It's Hank Azaria playing an old-time baseball broadcaster. And it's a great series. I encourage you to watch it. But he also, in the show, it's sponsored in part by Samuel Adams Beer. And so in character, he does a commercial, that's within the show. When I say within, it's not part of the subject matter. It's clearly sort of a commercial, but in character and foul language, and it's extraordinarily entertaining. But would you consider that sort of a commercial, or when someone stays in character like that? Or is it just, on its own, it's pretty funny.
Was it in the show or was it out of the show?
Well, it's not part of the storyline, but it's at a commercial break. They would have one commercial, then he would be back as doing his Samuel Adams in character, and then go back to the storyline of the show. It's clearly separated out as a commercial spot.
Yeah, I think it's a commercial, but it sounds like a really good one.
Yeah.
And we did a series of beer commercials for one of our shows, for a fake beer that existed in one of our shows. And
Hank Azaria?
Yeah, we know, actually, Bruce Campbell again. But yeah, he did a series of beer commercials, and we ran them, and we put media behind them, and it was a little bit of an experiment for us, but it was really fun and entertaining.
I'll tell you a great test is were people sharing it. If people share it, it tends to pass that
engagement scores.
This is content. And by the way, sometimes regular old 30-second spots get shared, and those really become content for the brands as well.
And not just the ones for Super Bowl. Right. Another program where was a natural integration was, or still is, I guess, Jerry Seinfeld's Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee with Lexus, and it's sort of still an outside spot, and the cars are not Lexus cars in it. They're all, famous and antique cars or what have you. But that works really nicely. That's more of a comment than a question. But I want to go back to Michael. You were talking about the collaborative aspects of this. There are media agencies, there are content agencies, there are brands, and we have a number of all different types up here. Let's say either it could be Allison and Josh, with your brands, your games, and your programs, have a discussion with, Anathea on the media agency side, on the content side with Michael and Andrew, and then Ty, and maybe you'd bring some celebrity or influencer in. How would those discussions sort of go? And we have 5 minutes. Where would you begin who would lead the discussion? Would it be initially first the brand, whether it's the game or
I think real quick, I would say Allison and I would write out bullet points of what we're thinking to do. And we have an original idea. We think that and it's a series of ideas. And you write out some simple concepts, and then you share that with a creative agency or an execution agency. That's funny. And at that point, then you start playing the game, and you riff with these people because, in theory, those people are either smarter than you, or more knowledgeable, or can riff with you. But it is your rim. It's Stars. It's Jam City Games. We know we're going to know more than you guys. Sorry, that is what we
always.
do. That is what we live and breathe, right? But I think that process goes quickly to an agency point where you want to see if you're on the same level, and you start learning. And there's nothing better than being pleasantly surprised by agency work and content that's being pumped out that says, that's the voice that we're looking for.
And when you're working with an agency on a regular basis, if they're worth their salt, they'll bring you some of those ideas, right? And say, well, we have this idea. And sometimes you'll say, you know what, good, but I don't think quite us for these reasons. And sometimes you'll say, wow, that could really work, right? So it can really go so many different directions. The agency could bring in the Hussei's of the world. The brand could say, we've had great luck with Hussei, let's try to partner with them. I don't think there's any set playbook.
I think and I think to echo all of these points, I think the collaborations that work best are when your agency really mind melds with you as the client. And so, for instance, like, it's ridiculous for an agency to pitch ideas to me if they haven't watched the show and watched every episode in every season.
Yeah.
And that happens a lot. And you know, it just, you get these ideas that don't make any sense. So a lot of times, you know, you'll start as the client with an idea, and the agency, good agencies, will make it better. They'll steer it in the right direction. They'll find you the right partnerships who get you and get what you're trying to accomplish. And then it's sort of a dance from there, I think, would be.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, everything starts with the brand, the client. I mean, like I said, we're brand-led and solution-neutral, so everything that we do starts with those brand goals and those brand challenges. And our job is to solve those with whatever that solution might be. And so we start by diving deep. And if it is a collaborative experience, if we need media and we work with the media agency as well, it's hands across agencies at that point. But we just got to make sure that our end goal is coming up with results.
And I think that sorry, Alison, but I think that's a really important thing to consider with whatever agencies you're talking to, is what are the KPIs around this? Because one of the big things that I think is an absolute disservice to branded content, branded entertainment in any of its formats, is expecting it to do something it's not designed to do. So you have other channels to drive awareness or drive an action. Branded content is there to create engagement, shareability, love. It's not necessarily going to go particularly well against a 30-second TVC for some of the other metrics. And I feel it's really important from our perspective as a media agency to help our clients understand what channels and what content in those channels will deliver the results they want. Because I have so many times over my long career seen clients dismiss branded content because we tried that and sales didn't go up X percentage. It's not there to do that. It is part of an ecosystem where you are connecting with your consumers across a whole range of channels and different content will do different things. I think that's incredibly important.
There are new technologies, new platforms that, you know, are emerging. Amazon Echo, which now has various offspring or sides to them now in that area. Virtual reality, which is a lot of the subject matter of digital Hollywood, and it's been around for a few years, but you know, how those and augmented reality, how do you try to apply or incorporate these new technologies in some of the efforts that you do? And how close do you try to stay on top of what's going on out there in terms of new technologies, new platforms, and the like?
We do a lot of that kind of newer cutting-edge platform work, and I think keeping on top of it is an important part. There's a lot of stuff that's going to come along that people use just to use. If you're really doing something for the first time, you can get some real value from doing that, but oftentimes people use it to kind of, again, shoehorn it in. I'll tell you a great example, not done by us, but I really liked it, is for not a very successful or very good movie, Batman versus Superman. There was a very early Alexa skill called the Wayne investigation. And you could enable it and tell Alexa to open the Wayne investigation. And it was this really long kind of branching narrative, choose your own adventure, almost kind of radio play. And my kids started doing it, and they were doing it over and over again, and I thought, okay, this is really good. It's like great, subtle, easy to produce content. So that stuff is out there, and again, if it works for your brand, and I think entertainment properties are particularly good for something like voice assistants, it can be really valuable. it also has the challenges we've been talking a lot about today, which is if it doesn't feel authentic, if it doesn't feel right, no one's going to do it, and those who do are going to feel like it's a big shill.
Any other comments there? No?
I think you look at it and you look at it both sides. One, who's using it, how are they using it, and what are they using it for? What's the content that they're listening to or going to watch because of that? And then the other side is it affecting our ability to tell stories in new ways? Is it creating new opportunities for storytelling? So we look at everything. Obviously, if there's some new technology, we're always going to pay attention to that. But we have to look at those two endpoints, those two touch points, how the consumer is engaged with it and what creative can pass through that.
Yeah.
Now, Anathea, you had told me about an example in Korea with virtual reality. Maybe you might want to share that.
If you guys aren't aware of North Face in South Korea, go and Google them, have a look on YouTube at the stuff they do. They do incredible content based off real life experiences. So there's one in particular, I'm not actually going to ruin it because I hope people go and see it online. But what they do is they create a real life experience for a small number of people, and when you see that they've done 4 or 5 of them, when you see them, you'll understand that only a few hundred, maybe 1,000 people could actually have this experience. But then they turn it into amazing content that gets watched by millions and millions of people. Now, the important thing, going back to that point about KPIs, I don't watch one of those videos and run out and buy a jacket, but what it does is I love the brand. I think the brand is fantastic. I think they're clever, they're witty, they're obviously a brand that's right for me for all of those, because I'm clever and witty and all those things. So then when I do want to buy a jacket, they're automatically, when I see an ad that's saying there is a 10% off sale or a 20% off sale, come in now, it's wintertime, they're going to be higher on my list. So I'm not judging the content, the original piece of content, by its sales ability. I'm judging it by what it does for the brand. But definitely have a look at North Face South Korea.
So brand association, goodwill.
Consideration.
That's what it's
Sounds like,
there
yeah.
for. That's
It's about a Red Bull of all the content that they put out there.
Yeah, and I would, not to be negative, but I think there are also a lot of VR or 360 experiences that maybe you look at and experience and you go, why did they do this? Why am I turning around in this room?
Yeah.
And why is this really interesting? And maybe there are 3
Why do
people
I feel
out.
a little sick to my stomach?
Yeah, so I think it's using the platform or the new technology in a compelling way, and I think whenever there's narrative involved, it's going to be better and stronger for an audience than just looking around at something.
I'll say real quickly, I think it's about consumer expectation. These days, I think consumers, for instance, when they play games, they want it to look better. They expect it to look better. They expect a more rich story about the game and the characters in the game, let's say. And maybe that was different than when you were playing Brick Breaker on your BlackBerry 9 years ago. Now there's these deep-rooted stories that feel like, geez, I was so used to this stuff years ago when I was watching TV or whatever it is. Now it's on games.
Yeah.
And then from a technology perspective, look at the Pokemon Go stuff from Niantic a year ago that came out. That blew everybody out of the water because what it did, it blended those worlds together. And so that's, when you talk about new things that are coming, it's incremental and small little steps. I can't imagine huge steps over the next, call it, year and a half. But boy, those little small ones are going to make people change the way they experience content on, first and foremost, this thing, which everyone has in their pocket. And that's what's fascinating. So double down on all things mobile.
Well, we're going to turn to questions in a couple of moments. Speaking of the pocket, when I asked that previous question, first I then thought about, in the AOL days and how they had different personalities saying, "You've got mail." And a few months back, Waze had a celebrity voice. I forget his name, but the host of NBC Dateline was giving the directions, which was very interesting, but they didn't have the same depth of detail on the street names, the road names, and so it was good to, at least for my own usage of it, it was amusing to use for a few times, but then I wanted to get more granular in the directions and left that. That's just an anecdote. But let me turn to the audience, unless someone wanted to comment on any of that, but if not.
Yeah, no,
I still use Boy Band, just so you know. That's the easiest one.
Waze has been doing that for years, and It's exactly that. You're like, Stephen Colbert is telling me where to go, but not very well, because of course they didn't have Stephen Colbert record the name of every street in America, oddly. So, I think that stuff is a good quick hit. Maybe it'll make you think about Dateline or, Colbert. But it doesn't last.
Yeah, I was gonna agree completely. What, in our world, we're like, it's cute. Yeah, we could do it. It's cute, but it's sort of. I think you really want to go big or go home. You want to really do it well. If it's been done, you want to do it really, really well.
Right.
If it's new to market, you get excited and go, how do we be the first to do this?
Right.
Do it really well.
If you had someone giving you ways, directions for The Walking Dead, and during the directions they were like telling you a story about like the zombies that were coming up behind you, like that would be cool. Like that would be really interesting and scary.
I don't think I'd want to be a passenger in that car, though. We're going to turn to questions, and please tell us your name and where you're from, too. And first, the young lady in the back there.
Hi there, I'm Rose and I'm from UCLA, and I wondered how the panel is perhaps advising or implementing the guidelines for ADA compliance in these new mediums, in the like VR. I mean, AR is in some senses has a lot of applicability to helping those in need of accessibility aids, but I'm wondering how to tackle the concept of VR and making that accessible for people who are sight impaired, hearing impaired. And are you dealing with this? Is this forefront? Because there are lawsuits going around and things like that. Against your clients or yourselves, if you're not complying. So how are you tackling that?
That's such a tough question. I gotta say, it has not yet come up with a single client, but hearing you say that makes me think it probably will.
I guess everyone agrees it's a tough question.
I think you do see, not specifically with ADA, compliance or anything like that, but you do see how people consume content. You look at a Facebook video, there's going to be, subtitles on that because no one's listening to it, but they're watching it, that kind of thing. So obviously, I think, the technology is there at scale to do it if you need to be compliant or, work on those things. But yeah, it hasn't been brought up, for the most part.
And to Ty's point, on the kind of standard platforms, that has been like a well understood issue for many years. But you're bringing it up on like voice assistants and AR, VR, and that I haven't seen.
Right.
Another question? Gentleman in the front here.
Hi, my name's Nathan, and I own a brand. And Allison, when you were talking a little bit about how Bruce did a series of beer commercials.
Yes, Shemp's beer.
I was curious, where do you see that going? As a brand owner, like I see the opportunity to work with content creators to do those type of synergies together. So
Yeah.
I'm just curious what
Yeah, I mean, the fan base for Ash versus Evil Dead is just incredibly passionate. They love, the history. They love the current show. We did it for the fans. And so the primary platform was social media, and then it got picked up in a variety of places. But I think, much to the North Face example, I think we just wanted to engage with them with sort of an inside wink and say, let's film a series of Shemp's beer commercials because this is what Ash drinks. And we find it funny and we think it's hilarious and fun and we think our audience will as well. And, hopefully, I guess in terms of a KPI, that deepens engagement with the series and with the property.
would you ever consider like actually white labeling a beer and then merchandising that?
Yeah, now I am.
Dunder Mifflin. Don't forget, Dunder Mifflin was sold at Staples as paper
Yes.
and all that stuff. I mean, that was one of the better examples of when it goes the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Totally well, and kudos to you guys because sure, when you do something like that, it feels like you're kind of preaching to the converted, and then when it's cool and successful, then it goes into the mainstream, and then people who've never heard of the show suddenly hear about it. So it's great.
First, the woman in the back row, and then the next to the last row, but we'll get to both of you there. Can you say who you are, please, and what you're associated with?
You talked about innovation. Would any of you be willing to try a new platform that's never been launched before? Or do you wait to see how it works out with somebody else?
We're always willing to look at something new as long as it suits our clients' needs. So we would want to probably test something and see how effective it is. But again, everything that we're going to do is going to be led by whether it fits the brief, essentially.
Yeah, we've had many firsts, and but also many things that we've chosen not to go with.
Mm-hmm.
And if I could say, sometimes it's just hard, because if you happen to develop a ad serving technology for mediation and you're trying to convince me to throw it in my app, and it's a piece of technology that will conflict with whatever else I'm doing within all the other SDKs that are currently in my product, I would probably say, until you have a case study and a proven sort of experience example, I can't do it, you know? But that's highly technical stuff. But if you're talking about something more content driven, where maybe the touch points of affecting the end product is less, probably different answer.
I think we see that there is, even if it's not a proven platform, product or feature, there can be value, there can be PR value to being first to market, and that's something that we weigh. We love being first to market, but it is a calculated conversation, a calculated risk. And probably, I would say from a STAR's perspective, we probably do it more with new features and new product offerings with known platforms. Is probably what we do more than brand new, entrants.
It also requires a lot of education, where you have to touch a lot of different points to get people to do it, including not just the brand and the integrators, but also if there's any talent involved, and having them understand what it's all about, and then having to deal with their managers. It could be a lengthy process that often doesn't get done, just because people are more familiar with things that they know to do that. But I'm not trying to discourage you, but it has some challenges associated with doing that.
Yeah, if you would have pitched, Facebook Live or something like that to a celebrity in their team, just a few years ago, they'd be like, no, we're not putting my client live, in front of the world right now. That's just not going to happen in an uncontrolled space. So it just depends from the brand down to the talent and their team too. Yeah.
I don't know if I agree though, because if Facebook says they're doing it, it's sort of like, okay, I don't mind being a guinea pig. We do ad products with Google all the time. Playable ad units, we were the first people to do that. When Snapchat came out and we started talking to them, we want to be the first playable snap to install game. I'll take that risk. It's calculated because it's Facebook. It's not.
But that's Facebook and that's Snapchat
right.
versus a new company, a new technology.
Well, and I appreciate what Ty is saying too with talent. I mean, you want to protect people, there's businesses to protect talent. So putting them live, to America, there was risk involved in doing that.
Accepted, but yeah.
We're going to have that question, and hopefully we'll still have time for you as well.
In the climate that we're in now, do you see a rise in cost marketing and as it relates to branded content? Do those conversations come up, and is there any, if they do, is there any extra focus on authenticity and trying to ensure that, the Pepsi commercial kind of fiasco doesn't happen, and how they can actually truly integrate themselves into what people care about?
Certainly when we're targeting millennials, that's always in the conversation, because for all the heat that kind of group of people takes for the things that are less exciting and less fun about them, they're really cause-oriented. As much as the Pepsi commercial was a disaster, and boy was it a disaster, you saw Heineken just a week or two later come out with a really beautiful, you could say, kind of alternate version where they were getting people with very different opinions to talk to each other over a beer and actually get somewhere. So, it's not that was a terrible idea that Pepsi could help people come together. It was a terrible execution.
Gentleman over there.
Yeah, my name is Sean O'Malley. I'm a data analytics consultant. But I heard everyone on the panel say that they look at the data and they look at the metrics, and that's how they make a decision, particularly Allison and Josh. So for the TV data, what are the 2 or 3 go-to sources? Nielsen's, Rentrack, what kind of data do you listen to when saying, Josh, for the game? What are the platforms that you have to look at?
Yeah, I can say real quick, you take download information, because we can know where people are downloading our games, pair that with where those spots ran. You can run an analysis pretty easily on attribution to understand when, where, how. In Los Angeles, there's a company called Conversion Logic that is one of those in-between companies that helps you with that stuff. Fantastic sort of methodology to understanding when you spend money, how do you actually get results from it. TV, I don't necessarily use, I wouldn't use a Nielsen number for my business, but we do have data scientists and machine learning guys that are building sort of products internally to understand when games are getting downloaded and they're coming from these particular sources, radio, TV, non-digital. They're a little bit more finicky because you can't really tell. Is it coming in the first 5 minutes, that download? Is it coming in an hour? And everyone's got an attribution window that's different.
Yeah, yeah. I think because there are different legs to my business. There's the subscription piece, which is the ultimate goal. You know, we're a subscription service, so it's the attribution sources that you mentioned. Yes, Nielsen comes in from a viewership perspective in RentTrack and all of those great Samba TV, all those great data sources on the viewership side, which is more for us. We're not selling ads, so it's more about engagement and usage, which we care about. And then there's buzz and all of the social media metrics, because being a part of the conversation is critical in the whole attribution funnel and acquisition funnel. So I think those are the buckets that we look at from a data perspective. But I will say, you know, you're very, very science driven. I think we are as well. But it is a mix of art and science in terms of marketing. It's definitely a mix for us.
Well, Allison, I think you have the last word, at least on this panel. Please join me in thanking the panelists and thank all of you for being here and participating as well. Have a great day and enjoy the rest of Digital Hollywood.
If I was the last one, they'd say that was Tardy Marty, but we'll leave it at that. Or when I go to a restaurant, I like to say, how many seats for how many? 2, and call me the Marty Party. Got to have a sense of humor here. All right, we're going to get started. It is 1:01, so it is slightly tardy. Hello, everybody. You don't know the routine here, so we're going to start it again. The answer is hello, Marty. I really want to make sure that you are listening, paying attention to all the great things that we're going to talk about today.
Police action going on.
Yeah, a little something going on here. Anyway, so let's get started. Hello, everybody. There we go. Thank you. All right, this is future of film, from cinema and immersive entertainment to VR, AR, and theme parks. The franchise expands. And we've got a great group of people. I'll introduce them in just a moment, or actually they're going to introduce themselves. But I want to put this panel into a context so that you understand the topic description and how that's going to tie in with the discussion points and these folks' background. The film industry has changed significantly in recent years and is experiencing a resurgence on a global level across a wide range of platforms. From significantly improved digital sound systems to the introduction of laser projection systems, and on to the creation of more immersive cinema experiences in the form of increased penetration of IMAX and premium large formats of several varieties. There are more and more reasons to get out of the house and journey to the local theater. The introduction of virtual, augmented, and mixed reality into the mix has a lot of potential for both single user and group experiences, but there's a way to go before there is significant user base in this market segment. Our distinguished panel is uniquely qualified to provide deep insight into the many strategies and tactics that form the basis for content development and release decisions on a global level, and in turn, release schedules, screen technologies, virtual reality, and other related methodologies and technologies as we look to the future. That's a mouthful. All right, so we're going to get started with our panelists. I'm going to start with my immediate right in alphabetical order and ask each of them to take a moment to say who they are, where they work, and how that ties into the topic, and then we'll get into our discussion points. To my immediate right, Heather Blair.
Okay, I'm leaning in. Whoa, okay, really loud. My name is Heather Blair, and I'm head of cinema sales for Mediamation Inc. We are a interactive technology company located in Torrance and in China. We manufacture motion theaters. If you guys have been to a 4D movie where the seats move and you watch the action on the screen and everything happens inside the theater, that's what we do. We've evolved into a few other markets, which why this panel works for us is that we program content for VR, so we have motion bases that will allow you to see a content and feel what's going on inside the room. And we also are entering into programming our seats to experience live gameplay for esports.
Thank you. And to her right, Todd Hoddick.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here. I started my career at the Walt Disney Company. It was an exciting time in the 90s. We were launching Disney's regional entertainment, so things like Disney Quest, ESPN Zone. Definitely a wonderful time of my life. I'm currently working for Barco. Barco is the global #1 projector manufacturer for theaters. So 2012, it was my responsibility to do a global worldwide exclusive with IMAX. I asked recently that I could give up my responsibilities at Barco running our global cinema division because I fell in love with immersive cinema. So Barco Escape was an idea that we had been working on for a while. And I am now the CEO for Barco Escape, and I have left a very responsible, good job to pursue a passion. So that's me.
Next, Gene Munster.
I've also left a very responsible and good job to start a venture firm this year, Loop Ventures, which is an early stage investor in VR and AR. As part of that, we continue to research all of these themes, so we publish 3 research pieces per week with a team of 5 analysts.
Okay, Ted Schulowitz.
I'm Ted. I have two very interesting jobs in the entertainment sphere. One of them that's very closely related to my good friend Todd here, and I know Gene very well and Heather very well, and looking forward to spending more time with you guys. I know you, of course. So I know everybody on the talk. My roles are, I'm the futurist at 20th Century Fox, and I'm also the chief creative officer for Barco Escape. So a few years back, when I left a movie camera company called Red, where I helped sort of get that moving and get that going into the world, my friends at Fox asked me to help them sort of figure out what the future of entertainment might be. So I've been doing that for the last few years. Simultaneously, my favorite movie projector when we were at Red was the Barco 4K projector, and Todd and I became very close friends. And at the same time, he was embarking on this immersive theme park style cinema experience called Barco Escape, which was very experimental at the time. So I talked to my friends at Fox and I talked to my friends at Barco and said, they both want me to be a part of these things, can we do them together? And for the last 4 years, I've been doing these two very interesting roles and dancing around the entertainment community and figuring out virtual reality, augmented reality, immersive cinema for all different types of experiences and having a good time doing it. So that's what I do.
Work is supposed to be fun.
I like to say if you can wake up and you can look at yourself and do you say, do I have to do this or do I get to do this for a living? And if you get to do something that you really like and find that you bring something interesting to the party and you say, I'm a guy that gets to do this, then you're in a pretty good position in life, I think.
Good. Kyle Villela, to his right.
I'm curious, Ted, how many companies do you think have a person with the title of futurist?
Not many.
Not many, right? Okay.
Certainly not many in the entertainment world.
Right. Hi, everybody. I'm Kyle Villela. I'm the Vice President of Distribution at Fathom Events. Fathom Events is a distributor that specializes in event cinema. That's everything from the Metropolitan Opera to sports to gaming. We dabble in classic movies. We do some classic movies with usually some added value. That could be a Q&A, anything that is sort of an add-on to the film. I'm Vice President of Distribution, so basically everything on the content side comes to me and I get to decide who I'm going to make unhappy with this one. So my clients are usually like, AMC, Regal, Cinemark, all the other affiliates, and very happy to be here.
And to his right, and I won't say last but not least, because I still have a couple of words to say, it's Chris White.
I get to work at ODG, and it's great because every day I get out of bed, I'm helping create a new computing category, and it's just really fun. My job is business operations, so I do biz dev, sales, strategy, the regular buzzword stuff there. But at the end of the day, it's really a change management job. It's talking to groups like this to explain it's changing. The way that we're going to interact with technology is changing, and it's not only changing the way that you read it in the media, but it's changing on the display side and the way that you're going to interact with your eyes with the data. And that's what I get to do, is explain that and work through it. And it's definitely going to be the buzzword disruptive technology aspect, but it's also going to be the baby step of we're not going to be at Iron Man quite yet. And my job is to put the breadcrumbs so that we can get to this futuristic state, but how do we get there in bite-sized pieces?
Thank you, Chris. My name is Marty Schindler. I'm CEO of the Schindler Perspective. We are a husband and wife consulting team. Our backgrounds include a Big Four professional service firm, top 5 business school, supported by hands-on experience at companies such as Fox, MGM, Lucasfilm's Industrial Light and Magic, Kodak Cinesight, and Bank of America. Through the years, we've worked at almost every point on the horizontal value chain, from previs to all forms of distribution, and many of the many companies on the vertical. And then from a futurist point of view, not to take away anything from Ted, one of the people who absolutely inspired me many years back, because we wrote a business plan for him and worked with him, was Alvin Toffler. I've mentioned that to you before. And rarely do any of us get to meet someone who just kind of, especially as an adult, that creates a longer lasting impression. And I'd read his books in graduate school, Future Shock and War and Anti-War, and actually The Third Wave, and Steve Case's Third Wave is written off of that book. Anyway, we rarely get a chance to really say someone absolutely inspired us and helped create our frame of reference, which is why this panel is called Future of Film, and my earlier panel today was Future of TV. So with that, we're going to get into the rest of our panel. Let me ask you a couple questions. How many people here, by a show of hands, have seen a movie in Escape? Okay, a few. How about in IMAX? Not everybody, that's interesting. Okay, rode on a motion base, either in a theater, okay? How about at a theme park? Very good. Attended a special event such as an alternative cinema at a theater that was not a current feature film. We saw King and I a couple months ago. Or the Met Opera. How about the Met Opera at the cinema? There we go. Or my wife and I went to see The Grateful Dead on 420. It was a good, were you there that day?
I have an interesting story about Sundance and the Grateful Dead and living with the Grateful Dead in a 200-seat little dive bar, which was unbelievable.
All right, close enough. And how many people really have experienced VR and or AR personally, have worn a headset? Okay, how many people own one other than cardboard who don't work directly in the industry?
That's a problem, by the way. We've talked about this before.
Yes, we have.
So we can talk about that in a minute.
Let me ask this question. For those of you whose hands went up for VR, which is almost everybody, who has, since they tried it out, gone back more than once? Okay.
All right, let's move on. So we've got a range of people who really cover the topic immersive cinema. It's a time of transformation, in my opinion, and a phrase I use all the time is tracking the numbers. I use it when I tweet sometimes. I use it in industry stats. The global box office was effectively at break even in 2016 compared to 2015, in large part due to the slowdown in growth in China. In fact, Reuters announced today that Moody's downgraded China's debt today, if you saw that. So people get a lot of great home entertainment experiences. So here on this stage, we have people that represent various forms of possible transformative entertainment. And my question really is, why are we at the right time, or maybe why are we not at the right time for this transformation to occur? Gene?
I think we're at the right time, and my background is on the technology side, covering and writing research on the larger internet companies like Google, Facebook, and Apple. And those companies, and you put Microsoft in there and Snapchat, are all focused on building at least the VR and the AR piece of this. And collectively, they're going to spend about $35 billion in total R&D. Now, the portion that's allocated to AR and VR is maybe 10% of that. But the reason why this is not just talk is that you have people who are very motivated, Mark Zuckerberg and Tim Cook, to see this future through.
So I think maybe what I would say is I wouldn't even put a right, wrong time perspective on it. I think if you reflect backwards, you can look at the first moments when people started to look at their entertainment spheres, which were typically live entertainment with actual humans, and started to apply some sort of technology layer to that. The beginnings of cinema, the beginnings of radio, the beginnings of the Nickelodeon, where, putting your head in something is not a new thing. It actually was at the beginnings of the art form, moving from the live theater experience into something that you could use technology for, and it's carried through for literally over 100 years now. So I think as you sort of look at every stage of the equation, there's always what's coming around the next corner, what people are experimenting with. And I think potentially the most disruptive part of this, positive disruptive part of this, is we're getting to a point now where we're starting to scratch the surface on it will actually make sense to wear your entertainment. Whereas up until now, we sort of fake it. We try and wear our entertainment. So we put it up on things, we hang it on walls, we take it into environments, and we hold these phones up to our faces all day. What ODG is doing, and I'm very close with these guys, Fox is an investor in ODG, and we believe in that future. What ODG is doing, what Magic Leap is doing, what Microsoft is doing, and soon to be what Apple is doing, is moving in a direction where that next wave of entertainment will start to look and become mainstream use case. So from a theatrical standpoint, from the other side of let's gather in a physical space to do this, what do companies need to do to react positively to that? And that's what Todd and I are working on the other side of it.
Yeah, and just some of the flip side, right? It's a different conversation when we talk about VR and AR or we talk about cinema. There's some fundamentals of cinema that I absolutely believe. I believe that cinema is a community experience. I don't want glasses and head-mounted displays and those kinds of things in that community experience. That doesn't mean that we're against VR or don't believe in VR and AR. We absolutely believe in them very much. But for in the auditorium, that cinema experience, it's not about technology for the sake of technology. It's about the story. It's always been about the story. And when the technology enhances the story and you forget that that technology is there, then you've done something special. You begin to create moments that people can't get anywhere else. And the home's getting better, and VR experiences are absolutely getting better. And so the cinema needs to continue stepping it up. And Marty, as you refer to the numbers, while attendance is declining, the revenues are not declining. What we see very much is that people are willing to pay for a premium experience. The key is, can you deliver an experience that is so compelling that people are going to put down the iPad, get off their couch, and go to experience something special in the cinema? So that's very much the focus for cinema, as different from, I think, some of what we're talking about with VR and AR, which we're also very excited about. But for that cinema experience, very much about the community experience, very much about the story for us in what we develop.
You know what we like to say, Todd, is we don't call them movie theaters at Fathom. We call them cultureplexes.
Event spaces, right? You're building
an entertainment
events.
center. Yeah,
Right.
look at the business model, right? You if you're Cinemark or any other movie theater owner, you've paid for the seats, you've paid the mortgage on the building, you've done all that, but you're only using your facility from, say, 5 o'clock at night until 2 in the morning. All of that other time is available, and we're actually very, very excited to contribute that. And I think one of the teams that's really leading, what do you do and how do you take advantage of that? Is it opera? Is it concerts? Is it esports? Is it business meetings? You don't need to look any further than Fathom to begin to understand how we're learning about that.
And I want to add something
Go
as
ahead,
well.
please.
This year at CinemaCon, which you guys probably know that trade show, Coca-Cola asked us to take our motion bench, and we have a lobby system that has a 2-seat bench. They said, we want to put a compelling, just a cool little thing for people to come by that come by our booth at CinemaCon. Coca-Cola is the most iconic brand, specifically in film. They're the biggest supporter because that's their product that's sold to consumers. So everybody that comes to CinemaCon and comes to their booth knows Coke, but they wanted to reach just a little bit deeper. So they asked us to make like a little story for them that just kind of tells this uplifting little experience. I sat outside and watched as the thrones of studio executives who are, been there, done that, were so excited. I heard them ooh and ah and just get like, that was such a great experience because it was in VR and it had motion and it was a story. So kind of like what these guys are saying, it really does matter that the content was really neat and really compelling, and all it did was make you feel good about Coke, and then we ended it with a little Coke smell, so they walked away with that, and it was like, okay, this is what it's going to take to make the consumer want to experience that inside a cinema. Sorry.
I have a short memory. Can you ask the question again? Wasn't it, why is now the time? Is that
Well,
how
that's how it all started out, but we had some very good discussion points back and forth. So why would you say now is the time for a transformation?
Yeah. So I think of it kind of as stars aligning. And so what a majority of my day is spent explaining smart glasses to the enterprise. So telepresence, or how to do assisted reality in a manufacturing standpoint. What does that have to do with entertainment panel that we're on? We're seeing in smart glasses a very similar trend with human beings that took place with the BlackBerry. They first learned about it in the enterprise, and then they said, well, wait a second, why can't I have my AOL on this? Or why can't I have my iPod and email in the same thing? And the answer to your question that I would posit is the reason why now is a step further is because the return on investment in the enterprise space, and I'm a finance major, and I live this, and I can't believe it. Rolling out of bed, they're getting 25% return on whatever their pilot programs are, which is obviously making everybody very happy. As that more and more pilots go out in more and more different industries, they're going to get comfortable with the technology. They're going to know how to talk about the technology. We don't know how to speak about it right now. It hurts my head, and I said this last year, and I'm going to probably keep saying it every time you have me on a panel. When someone comes up to me and say, "Are you AR or VR glasses?" That's like saying, "Hey, is that laptop a PowerPoint or Excel laptop?" We don't know how to speak about the technology yet. And as it gets into the enterprise and the humans start to work with it and see how it is there during the day, then at night when they want to go entertain, they're going to have that same philosophy, same question of, well, why can't I watch my big screen TV here as I'm commuting on the train or in the car, or you pick. That's why I think the time is coming.
Okay. So, there's the AR, VR industry, broadly speaking, motion bases, immersive entertainment in terms of escape has fairly low numbers at this point in terms of penetration. Even the number of events that Fathom has, relatively low. But what are some of the metrics that's going to help that increase? Because Todd's point is really well taken in terms of you've got this underutilized asset, the movie theater, that there's nobody there Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Thursday maybe at night. Friday is jam. Saturday is jam. And through early evening on Sunday. So what are some of the metrics that's going to increase the capacity for all of you?
Follow the money, right? When people know that they can make money, what we must do as Barco, when we took 60% market share in the projector business, was easy. We needed to improve the audience experience, and we needed to drive bottom line profitability for our customers, the exhibitors. When we released Star Trek in Escape, what we saw that we were able to generate 62% more box office revenue per auditorium than all the other formats combined. The time is now because the technology has gotten here, right? Cinerama was here well before Barco Escape ever arrived. But now we've got the technology and we've got the opportunity to create these compelling experiences. I think when we leverage that technology and remember where we came from, for me it's the Walt Disney Company, and you would hear these stories. What must it have been like to go to the cinema and see The Wizard of Oz? Everything's in black and white, and then all of a sudden Dorothy lands and it's in color. That wasn't the first time a movie had been done in color. It wasn't the first opportunity. But the technology has advanced enough. I think that if we hold true to what's important about cinema, about VR, the technology that's enabling to do these things, when it improves the audience experience and is able to drive bottom line profitability, that's when this explodes for many of us. Fathom, Barco, many of us.
I think probably what I would add is, because I tend to study human nature a lot. I tend to study humanity and why humanity makes the choices they do to do the things they do. And what we've seen in increasingly shallower pits and faster moments of inertia is people are more and more comfortable with things that are new. They're willing to be experimental. They're willing to try things faster than a half a generation ago and a full generation ago, which is what you study every day, is how quickly is someone willing to adapt to something new? What we've seen on the Barco Escape side is that they're super intrigued with something that's different than the cinema experience that they've always seen. So that proved early success and continues to prove success. What we see in virtual reality and now augmented reality is people are hyper intrigued with what's around the next corner. And will they discover something that will be compelling to them, and then will they make a change in their behavioral patterns to actually start using that technology? So we see it in physical spaces as theatrical experiences are evolving and changing quickly, and people want them, and adding things like motion seats, which we know are successful. We see that it works in a multiplex environment and not just in a theme park. We see that Escape works in a multiplex environment and not just a theme park. And we're seeing, per your point when you asked who's done VR in some fashion, you've all done it, who went back and did it again and continues to try and seek it out and figure it out. You're all intrigued by it. So as the technology continues to improve and finds its homes, I think it'll come faster than people realize. Now, that being said, when you start to look at the future, and you start to actually look at the real monetization pools and the real success pools of things that relate to new technology, it actually always takes longer than people think. So what I tend to do in the studio role that I have is I'm always working with the executives on putting as long a lens as possible on their threshold of comfort. And I'm constantly using a 10-year window, which is a little frightening to people from a business standpoint, is that you have to really look 10 years in the future before I'm actually going to make a business out of this. And I say, yes, the beginnings of this will find little subsets of businesses, but it's actually going to take a good amount of time to transfer fully from one step to the next step to the next step. And all you have to do is look at the last time you used a typewriter, the last time you watched a CRT tube television. There will be a period of time, there's 15 or so laptops floating open here, where you will not remember the last time you used a laptop. You will not remember the last time you typed on a physical keyboard and looked at a physical screen. But that's going to take a while.
But take a moment and look at the counterpoint, right? Ted's talking about those dips. Every one of us up here on the panel are dealing with those adoption curves, right? If you go to social media and you look up Todd Haddock, you will still find the posts of people who say, who the hell are you to take what we have always known as cinema and this rectangle and think that you can change it into this immersive thing? We're talking about innovation in VR and AR. It was more than 100 years that we were using film and cinema. And so this is a great environment, and we're all excited about it, and we're all early adopters. But I think most of you are familiar with crossing the chasm. For many of us, that's where things get difficult and stuck. And that's why I always go back to what's really driving the industry, right? For us in cinema, it's the community experience, it's the story. Yes, the technology is enabling, but that technology needs to fade into the background and not be the story itself. Crossing that chasm's hard. There are a lot of people that wonder who the hell I am to think that we're going to change that single bed sheet that's been there for 100 years and do something new.
And I want to input too. I think all of us, because we're vendors supplying the technology, are looking forward to the day that the studios actually promote that they're creating the content in our formats, so that the consumer is a little more aware, because it is a little bit daunting if you walk up to your kiosk and you see Star Wars in 2D and 3D and IMAX and Dolby, and there's like this, what is this? What are these formats? I don't know. I'll take the cheap one or I'll take the 7 o'clock. So if there's some more education that goes out from the studio saying, we've made this title and these different dynamic ways to view it, I think consumers are going to be curious to come out and see it.
You know, to put Ted's 10-year window into a perspective, it was circa 1977 or thereabouts when a company called Magnetic Video in Farmington Hills, Michigan, started putting out beta tapes, and that later became Fox Video. I was working at Fox at that time. And it was not until 1997 that the first DVD, standard definition DVD, came out. And frankly, I really don't remember when the first Blu-ray came out, but each of them took time for the installed base of technology, the installed base for people to get rid of their VHS and beta machines to get that DVD player, and for a DVD player to be built into your laptop.
Well, and now we are, as a society, very comfortable with the idea of what we call virtual goods, right? There was a period of time in all our lifetimes that things that had physical presence felt like they were more valuable than things that didn't have physical presence. And now when you talk to a generation younger than us, it's actually the opposite. They don't want those physical attachments. They want to be light and nimble, and they want to have a virtual locker and a virtual everything in their world, which is why when you look at the Facebooks of the world, the Apples of the world, the Microsofts of the world, the big players that are looking to virtualize everything, that's where this all starts to come into play. It's way bigger than just entertainment. It's about, changing the entire fabric of society. So when you listen to a guy like Mark Zuckerberg talk about why he's so interested in virtual reality and augmented reality, and even he's saying that the virtual reality we have today is just a stepping stone, and they've got billions of dollars invested in that stepping stone, and he's already calling for the death call of that, right? He's already moved on in his mind and his company's mind as to what really the end game is when you get to wear it in something completely light and nimble and sensible, and your digital goods and your digital currency are coming at you in a different way, but they have tremendous value. And that's the kind of stuff I get to dance in all day long. in these
Continuing to
secret
put
little
time
corners.
in perspective, it was 10 years ago this past week, or the week before, where Facebook had its IPO, just to put a time frame on it. Let's talk about content production for a moment. It's not unusual in a motion base and in something like Escape, or when 3D first came out, to just kind of convert it after the fact, do it in post. Not that it's not done today in 3D a lot, but today, differently in 3D, it's thought about in advance. It's thought about during previs, it's thought about during development. And I know you guys are thinking about that, both of you, meaning Escape and motion-based companies, and you're not the only one in the business, even though you've got a great market share. So what difference will it make as creatives, as directors and producers start thinking today about what that movie is going to be like, that has a 2-year or 2.5-year time frame before its release date, when they start really thinking about it in advance? What difference will that make?
Yeah.
So I'll jump in on this one,
Please.
because it's something that has been driving me since I first thought about 4D being perfect for a cinema. I've told this story a million times. When you listen to and watch the movie Jaws, the setup to the scene that makes your hair stand on end is the sound, that dun 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 dun, and you know that shortly something really scary is going to happen. And I've talked to a few pretty big filmmakers, so I can't say who or what, but soon one of the tentpole titles will be made, in the format in 4D, because then the creative department can utilize, I call it like all the little tools in your toolbox. They can make the seats move, they can make the ticklers on the legs, they can poke at a certain time, they can set up a scene that's going to be scary and have the theater completely still, and then decide when they want to scare the shit out of you. So I want
To put it bluntly.
What?
To put it bluntly.
To put it bluntly. But they can decide when and how the tools in the room are used, instead of it being done post, and just probably like their format as well. There's so much excitement that can be done in creative when it's known in advance. So we're doing the best we can now, and we're looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's exactly right. It's well said. Look, it is a different experience. When we're in conversations with the major directors, and it's all the people that you can think of that we don't want to talk about because we don't want to ruin the deals that are in place and coming out now. But when you sit with them, what we're providing for them is a new canvas and the paintbrushes. What they do with that, right? We've got the best Belgian engineers in the world. We're not the best storytellers in the world. Our job is not to change the way Michael Bay or J.J. Abrams or Steven Spielberg or Scotty Wall want to do something. I was in a conversation with the folks at Pixar, and what they said to me is, look, every time I'm underwater and Finding Nemo, I want to be in this world, and when I come back on land, take me back to the bedsheet that's been there for 100 years. That's part of my storytelling. When we worked with J.J. Abrams and Justin Lin for Star Trek, they said, look, the Enterprise should feel a little claustrophobic, a little bit like you're on a submarine. But boy, when we've got those shots out in space, that's when we want to open it up. Each storyteller is going to do things differently and in their way. When you become a part of the workflow, when they're anticipating that in the beginning, of course, it's significantly better than converting something after the fact.
I think today, Skycam experiences are ready to port over right now, and we have folks slowly kicking that around. And why do I bring that up? Based upon some of the description that you guys just had, is as the directors start to wrestle with the goggled out VR experience, there's going to be these things such as the Skycam experience of watching the football game, and you're going to say, I don't want to watch it the regular way. I want to see it from that perspective. And that's going to be happening in parallel, which then is going to feed back and influence those directors, and then they're going to want to counter back. And then the other part to think about is mobile VR. So we're tethered VR right now, and that's what we're talking about. But in the same parallel world, you're going to take that content that we're talking about and being able to have it on a device where you aren't locked to your desk or a big workstation. And then, in this stream that I'm talking about, then you're going to have Jordan Spieth standing on your coffee table as he's teeing off on the 6th hole at the Masters, And you're going to be right there looking at him, walking around, seeing where that golf ball goes and traveling with it if you so want. And all of those dots that I describe, or stars aligning, are going to influence the directors of the way that you guys just talked about the content coming up. And so it's going to be this neat feedback loop, and it'll be very helpful for the entertainment industry as more and more screens get out there. There's not enough screens out there to make the investment worth it yet. That's going to start to change.
Well, that was
here.
the metrics I was referring to earlier, to get more out there. It's a chicken and egg concept because, for what, I won't ask you the specifics, but to get Star Trek or The Maze Runner, it was the first movie, which was, I didn't see it in Escape. I saw Star Trek in Escape. Maze Runner worked great as a basic 2D movie. It was a great story. But it's a chicken and egg before you got to get all these producers. The exhibitors want to know how many movies are in your pipeline, and the producers want to know how many theaters you're going to have out there to make it worth it.
That's exactly right. So there are early adopters, right? So Westball did The Maze Runner. And The Maze Runner was a movie all about these kids surviving in a maze. And so it made all the sense in the world that they wanted to project all around the audience and put you in the maze. There are early adopters like J.J. Abrams and Justin Lin that want to do this. But at the end of the day, and I almost hesitate to say it, but it is what we struggle with, it's going to be about box office. They're not going to invest in understanding your technology or my technology or anybody else's technology until it's driving box office revenue for them. So we work with those early adopters, and what we're talking about again is crossing that chasm. When does it become mainstream? It becomes mainstream when it's supported by the studios. It becomes mainstream when you've all raised your hands and you're asking for it at the box office. And it becomes mainstream when we understand how to leverage that Skycam for our storytelling, because it is a piece of the storytelling. Just with Escape, to give you one example, how do I want to direct the audience's attention? So my chief creative officer down here, Ted Shilowitz, did some early content stuff for us with the screens. And we were able to get a conversation going from the left and the right, and mom and dad are in an argument. You can see the kids through in the living room and how it's affecting them. Problem is, we were putting the audience in a tennis match. Where do I want to draw the audience's attention as a storyteller? Where do I want to keep them? And when do I actually want somebody in a horror movie sneaking up behind you just so that you can notice it to this conversation? It takes time to learn that new language, whether that language is VR, AR, or Skycams, or Escape, or moving seats.
And probably what I would add just quickly to that is we often are talking about this chicken and egg scenario with anything new, with anything that has an emerging footprint, an emerging potential marketplace, an emerging commercial success point somewhere out there in the future. And really all we do is just say, just stick with it, just keep at it. It's a process, right? And not everything is going to be a home run when there's not even a baseball field to play on yet, that we're just building the baseball field. But it's those that stay with things and have enough conviction to know that things are going to change along the way, but you just keep at it, and eventually you solve the problem, and eventually you see the success on the other side of it. So that's just about being positive about something when all the reality forces around you, and this is both in the theatrical world, the VR and AR world, are telling you it's not coming fast enough, people aren't buying these things quick enough, they're not adopting fast enough. And all I say is, it's okay, we're just going to stick with it, to your point of the BlackBerry and everything else.
So
things evolve.
You say stick with it. You know, right now there's a lot of hype on both sides of it, positive and some not so positive. Variety the other day, and I always talk about the Gartner hype cycle because it really pertains to so many things that we work on. Are people familiar with the Gartner hype cycle? Okay, Gartner is a international consulting firm, and very quickly what they say is it starts with a technology trigger, figure your X and Y axis, starts with a technology trigger at the origin, and it goes up really fast. That's called a peak of inflated expectations. And then it drops after a period of time to the trough of disillusionment. And then finally, things pick up, okay? And there's some carnage along the way.
And that's that 10-year reference point that I always make. Now, whether that's 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, or 10 years, the longer period of comfort you can accept within your business organization or yourself of what change means, the more success you're going to have.
So,
Just
on the hype
what it
side
means.
of that, Variety put out an article just this past week saying fewer than 10 million monthly US VR headset users this year, 17 million by 2019. Separately, Best Buy closed half of its Oculus demo stations earlier this year. Oculus also had a management shakeup, which is not unusual in a technology startup as formal management comes in. And some people do wonder what's going on with Magic Leap.
You should add into that world, because you're living that world. Gene's living that world all day long, so you should add into
the
that.
Oculus side?
Just the
Yeah,
whole
I would
state,
just,
the whole space.
on the, like, I would add on top of that, that Facebook, they have their Story Studio, which, Oculus Story Studio, and they closed that down recently too. And so I think we have not, I totally agree with those cycles and the boom and bust and or the Gartner hype cycle. We haven't hit that oh no point yet with VR and AR.
Well, so given what Ted said, Gene, about stick with it, what are the challenges that you see? You're not in it day to day. I mean, you are in it day to day, but you're not, you're an analyst, which means you have, in theory, an independent and perspective. So what are the challenges that you see that AR and VR need to get over in order to gain that traction?
So the typical response is it's a chicken and egg question between content or applications or use cases for AR and VR versus the hardware side. Our perspective is that this is a hardware problem because we still have major limitations around battery life in terms of what type of glasses, even the way that we're viewing these worlds. Is it going to be a screen like Google Glass was, or is it going to be some sort of a hologram that's projected back on your eye, a light field example? So our belief is that once the headset piece is figured out and the wearable piece is figured out and the prices get to a point where they're kind of $1,000-ish, and our best guess is that Apple's going to come out with some sort of a headset probably in 2019 or 2020. Some people think it's next year. I think that that's a low probability that that happens. But when you start to see companies that can do at scale, then I think that all this will follow. The easy analogy is the iPhone. It's 10 years old. iPhone came out. It really changed the hardware piece. A year after the iPhone came out, the App Store came out, which fundamentally changed how we think about a phone. It became a computer in your pocket. So we're using that analogy to think about how this next wave is going to play.
How about from an infrastructure point of view? I mean, when the iPhone came out, it put a real burden on, first it was AT&T, first one to release it, put a real burden on their infrastructure to get cell signals out there. The industry underestimated what that was going to bring, how rapid the purchases would be. So what about infrastructure from an AR, VR point of view?
Glad you mentioned it. This gets to the whole 5G theme. 5G is the speeds are going to be dramatically faster. We don't know exactly what that means as far as dramatically faster than 4G. But to power these experiences, to be able to look at our environment around and have real-time overlays coming, you need a lot faster internet. So every 10 years, we typically see a shift in the speeds, and that kind of puts us around 2020. So when you kind of put all this together, it gets back to a general theme here, which is this is going to take longer than we think, but be bigger than what we think.
I agree.
Let me jump in.
Different from the way it is today.
Yes.
Fundamentally different.
Chris?
From a hardware perspective, from ODG's standpoint, let me throw us something out there as the way to kind of look at it. We think about it. So everyone right now thinks about the smartphone just because the smartphone's taking a lot of the oxygen out of the room, and those are the comps that everyone knows. But if you think about the price point to what Gene was just talking about a little bit of, how much did you pay for that first high-res plasma TV you bought? Was it like $5,000 or $8,000?
My 720p 2005 was about $3,200.
So imagine if I could give you a viewing experience better than that, a bigger screen than that, and you could take it anywhere and it was less than 6 ounces. Don't you think that should have a price premium to that than what you just said? Or is it the social factor that that television brings in? So the comp of the smartphone is what I'm suggesting might not be the right comp on the price point for adoption because of all the new utilities that replacing all the monitors in your life will do. And I'm doing that right now. I'm going through hospitals and all the surgeons are coming to me saying, Chris, can you just give me Atari? And I say, what does Atari mean? And they said, well, you always come in here talking about you could put the cadaver up and we can walk around it. That's great. I just want to be able to have the screen that I have to turn my head and look right here. Give me that. How can we do that? And that aspect, they'll write big checks for. And so the Atari example I like to use a lot. I think the other thing to put another point of weaving in, we just got it last week, had a great call with a large retailer. You guys have all probably been in their shop in the last 3 months or so. Every 6 seconds, somewhere around the globe, a consumer goes into their stores to look at products. And what the guy says is, he says, the thing that's nice is we're a private company, so we don't have to be meeting the quarterly numbers. But we're thinking of a day when none of our stores are going to exist. And how do we do retail when no one goes into those stores? And I give that example with when you asked about the movie theater, because I was just in Italy and we went to Pompeii, and there was people there with the Gear VR trying to imagine what it looked like, before the volcano went off. And I sat there and I wish I had my hardware sooner. Let me show you something so much better. But then on the train ride back, and it's a long train ride back into the city, it would have been awesome to watch movies on the train about Pompeii after I just walked it. So I could have had AR or VR experience at the site, and then I could have consumed content that people in this room made while in that transit coming back, and that revenue model is a different revenue model than going to a movie theater on a Friday or Saturday night.
So lots of these content starts with image acquisition, okay, basic thing. And while I expect Ted to chime in on this, others hopefully will too. You got computer graphics is still very important. It's a basic part of almost every movie in some way, shape, or form. But from a camera technology point of view, when you've got everything from the Red to the Alexa, the Ozo, Ricoh Theta, what does that form of image look like, whether it is for a theater? What kind of camera technology are we looking at as we look 2, 3, 10 years down the road? Because anything 10 years down the road is in some form of development today.
Absolutely.
So what kind of 360 is it? What is it
This
looking like?
is a big topic. Like, we could do a 2 hours just on this. So I'll try and truncate it as best I can.
5 minutes.
Got 2 minutes, right, to cover this topic. The most interesting thing about camera technology as it relates to all of these fields, whether we're doing immersive cinema, where the cinema is all around you, Escape is 3 screens, right, not 1. Virtual reality, augmented reality, what we call 6 degree of freedom virtual reality, where you're actually moving around a space versus just look around a space, which is 1 degree of freedom, spinning around it. The tools need to evolve and change. We're lucky on the Escape side that the high-resolution cameras by Red and Aeroflex and everybody else, Sony and the other companies, build high enough resolution tools that the same cameras we use to shoot normal, quote-unquote, run-of-the-mill movies, we can use to shoot Escape movies. So that is actually well in hand. We actually have the technology that does that.
Again, and just a piece on that to tie to your earlier comments, Marty, this is about the timing, right? This is why it's a little bit easier now. Because of the work that Red and Ari and others had done 10 years ago, Scotty Waugh, who's the director of Need for Speed, Active Valor, he's doing a movie 100% in Escape. He was able to use the technology that's available today. So that's part of your timing.
Okay.
The more difficult, more forward-thinking challenge is when that world is literally all around you and you can move around in it. How do you deal with that? So I've often, I give a lot of these talks and stuff, and I often say, for the worlds of virtual reality, when it really starts to get to 6DoF virtual reality, we're still kind of using black and white cameras to achieve color. that we haven't really built the tools yet to fully achieve the objective of being able to move around inside virtual worlds, to actually create spatial entertainment, where we have completely done this successfully in the CGI world with game engines and computer graphics. It's fully spatial, we can actually move around in CGI. There's a number of companies that I'm involved in, either on the boards of or an investor of, or just related to in a number of different ways, that are doing what we call volumetric capture. So it allows you to take an array of cameras. These things are very exotic, they're very expensive right now, but eventually they will be very mainstream. And you're actually capturing spatial data, so you're triangulating every single pixel inside a video sphere so that you don't just get to look around in it, you can actually move around in it, like you do in CGI. It's a long-term objective, so I'll throw out some names of companies that if you're interested in this, you would want to track. You want to track a company named Lytro, you want to track a company named 8i, you want to track a company named Hype VR, that's the one I'm a big investor in. You want to track a company called Uncorporeal. So, and there's probably 3 or 4 others that I could give you that are touch points. The good news is you've got 5 or 6 companies exerting effort to figure this problem out because we know it's a problem. The other major news that has just come out is Facebook has their annual conference every year called F8. And they just announced that they believe that this video sphere where you can only look around but can't move around is not enough. So they've announced an initiative around volumetric capture as well, which on the surface, for those other 5 or 6 companies that I mentioned, initially, for a moment in time, they have the worst day of their life, right? Because they're little startups raising capital, trying to create something brand new. And then here comes the juggernaut of Facebook saying, we are totally going to do this, and we're going to take over that piece of the industry. And what I've told all of them is that's only a bad moment for a moment, because when a big company like Facebook, which was no company 10 years ago, to your point, validates the fact that we need to move this ball forward from a video standpoint, everybody wins. And those small companies that are likely much more innovative than what the bigger juggernauts are doing are either going to get absorbed by those juggernauts, either Facebook or Google or Apple. They'll become acquisition targets, or they'll make something so remarkable that it will change the industry and they'll become a juggernaut. So we kind of track what happens when very large, important, high cap companies make a statement out to the world that they believe in the change that the little startups are doing. Those little startups actually become much more valuable. So that's the kind of stuff I get to track all day long.
To that point, in our Future of TV panel this morning, I mentioned an article that I posted last week as the Smart Article of the Week on CNBC by the CEO of GMM Nonstick Coatings. They make coatings for pots and pans. I don't know if you saw the article or not.
No, listen.
And one of the comments that we talked about this morning, we won't talk about now, was if you really want to innovate, you got to innovate like Bezos. That was one of his 5 points. One of his other quotes in that article, let me just read it, then we're going to move on because we've got about 8 or 9 minutes left. Is Amazon making business harder? Of course. Am I complaining? Not a chance. Business is supposed to be difficult, and competitors who can't evolve will be selected for extinction by a beautiful force called capitalism. End of quote. All right, so here's what we're going to do. There are 6 or 8 other things that I had planned that we could talk about, but we've close to run out of time. I want to do something I think really is fun and it works well for the folks up here. I call it blockbuster or not. And I'm going to read off a handful of movies, and you got to say whether A, you want to see it by a show of hands, or you think it will be a blockbuster if you're not going to see it. And I'm going to run through these very quickly. So these guys got to pay attention, and you guys got to pay attention. Everybody ready? First one, Baywatch.
Saw it.
Pirates of the Caribbean. Okay. Captain Underpants.
So we're voting if they're going to be a blockbuster? Is that what
Well, it's how, if you think it's going to be a blockbuster. Wonder Woman. Okay. The Mummy with Tom Cruise. World War Z. This is World War Z 2. You probably worked on it, right? Okay. All right, Cars 3. Okay. The Recall. Anybody know what The Recall is?
Todd and I would put our heads way up.
The Recall is a new movie releasing June 2nd with Wesley Snipes in the Escape format. So thank you for throwing that up.
I purposely put it on the list.
You're
Thank
a
you.
good man.
Transformers.
You're a good man, buddy. Yeah. it's gonna be
Anybody
great.
tired of Transformers? I am. Despicable 3 still seems to work. Ghost Story. Okay, not many. Spider-Man. War of the Planet of the Apes. Trailer looks great. Dunkirk. Boy, not a lot of recognition on that one. Inconvenient Sequel, Truth to Power, Al Gore's movie. Okay. Terminator 2 in 3D. By the way, that's my only film credit in the world, so you gotta go see it. I don't get any residuals or anything. Blade Runner. Yeah, good show of hands there. 6 Below.
It's going to be fantastic.
It's another one of ours.
Okay. The Humanity Bureau.
Also ours.
That'll be good.
Yeah.
Okay, and last one on the list, Ready Player One.
It's good.
Everybody know what Ready Player One is? Basically, it's a Steven Spielberg movie about VR. I'm going to leave it at that. Let's take a couple of minutes for Q&A. Q from you, A from them. Who's got a question? Chris, go ahead.
Just each one of you, where do you think VR is on the Gartner Hype Cycle? Where on the curve?
Where's VR in the hype cycle? And AR. AR hasn't even gotten into the front end yet. It's just starting. I mean, I'll give you my opinion. I actually think that we are exactly where I expected us to be in terms of consumer adoption, in terms of the amount of material that's being created, and in terms of the general overall enthusiasm about the industry of virtual reality. I think that a lot of the investment companies and companies that were making these very, very vast predictions of how large and how quick it would grow were overstating it for all the wrong reasons, likely to get people to invest in their funds. And I think that it is small but powerful, and there is already an underground audience that is using these devices, mostly gamers, and that's widening out right on the target that I believe is within this 10-year curve.
So where on the curve?
12 months from the trough.
12 months from the trough. Okay.
I agree with Ted.
Before it hits the trough?
That's right.
Okay.
Well, I think we're kind of already, in my opinion, I think we're already beginning, quote unquote, the trough. But I actually don't think the trough is as real as people think, because there's actually an underground layer that supports this. It's almost like, I'll tell you an interesting side story. A long, long time ago, when Apple was almost going out of business, I invested a good amount of money in Apple at like $11 a share, simply because I was working in the movie industry and I needed to make sure my Avids stayed alive. They were running on Macs, right? And it was important to me, and there was an underground culture that essentially kept that company alive because they loved it, because it was important to them. Virtual reality right now is going to stay alive and then thrive, so the deep, deep dip is probably not going to be as deep as people think, because there's already an underground audience that is viral that really wants this to succeed and will continue to make it succeed.
Please advise us on where to invest, because I missed that
Yeah, I
bubble.
did well with the Apple thing, that was true.
I'm following you.
But it was not because I was a good investor, it was simply because it was important to me personally that it stayed alive. And there's a lot of people right now that it's important that virtual reality and augmented reality continue its future, that it doesn't go away for another generation.
I think it's important you separate the two. I think that AR is being underestimated, and I think it's going to reach practical application faster and easier. I think it's a lower hurdle for some of the AR applications, and I like the estimate on the 12 months from the downside on VR.
Hey, actually, I wanted to throw another question at Kyle, actually, if I could, and we'll go over a few minutes. Don't tell anybody. You know, it impressed me that a few weeks ago, actually middle of March, La Traviata, one of the Metropolitan Opera, was number 9 at the weekend box office. I saw that and I said, wow.
We've done better, by the way.
Pardon me?
We've done better, too.
Okay, well, I just happened to notice it. I was thinking ahead to this panel. But that's still, number 9 on a weekend box office is still pretty darn good, especially when it's effectively Saturday.
Exactly. And I wanted to add to your list of titles. Has anybody heard of a title called In Our Hands, The Battle for Jerusalem? No, not a single person.
Couple
Two people in
people.
this room. Last night it did 1.6 million on 700 runs for one show. That sort of speaks to, and by the way, I think it was second in the stack, just under Guardians of the Galaxy.
Okay. Alien's going to fall off, I guess, huh? If it was under Guardians of the Galaxy.
I think we're above that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you also talked about, we use esports and a couple other things. What other things do you see coming to the auditorium?
Well, we see Faith having a huge surge right now. Faith, they're a real devoted and loyal audience. The key with Faith is if it gets the check mark basically by the audience, it's through the roof. There's no end to what it could do. If it doesn't, it really just doesn't even appear on the radar. We talked a little bit about esports because of Mediamation getting into the space. It's been more on the cold side than it has been on the hot side for us. We've just seen a resurgence in sports in general with some boxing events that we've done, and I think very soon we're going to announce that we have a partnership with an MMA entity that will really reignite our business in that space.
All right, a couple other, let's take two more questions. Who's got one? Over on this side of the room? Anybody going once? You lady back here in the second to the last row? Yes, you.
This is a question for the panel, but for Ted in particular. So, how long do you think it will take for VR to make a really significant change to film entertainment?
To filmed entertainment? Well, I would say in some ways it's already has made that significant change. The fact that you can bring people into a world, and there are now hundreds, if not thousands, of examples from all different parts of the industry that are creating virtual reality experiences in the cinematic vein and more of a passive, let's watch it and experience it. I think probably if you're curious and track the latest piece from Alejandro and Chivo that just premiered in Cannes, it's going to have a museum run, and it's about the Mexican immigrant story, is truly a cinematic achievement in virtual reality. My friends at a company called the Virtual Reality Company, which did The Martian with us, helped us do The Martian, they just opened their VR experience. It's like a 14-minute VR experience called Raising a Ruckus, about a dog named Ruckus. It's a kid animation story, and it just opened in the IMAX VR Center, and it is a cinematic journey. It's basically like a theme park ride inside a virtual reality experience. So I would say from a cinematic standpoint, we're well on our way to blending those mediums together, and within the next 3 to 5 years, you're going to see a tremendous impetus to more and more of those things happening.
It depends also on what you mean by cinematic. A lot of the exhibitors want to extend the relationship and that stickiness that we talk about with their patrons. And so having a teaser, having a 12-minute promotion that you can see in VR to tease you on the story, or what Disney would call third screen entertainment, where you've got extra pieces of the story that you can follow later. Both the exhibitors and the studios are looking to extend that relationship with the consumer, and I would consider that coming very quickly in the cinema space for VR.
Yeah, there are companies like Nomadic, which you could track, that are doing things really interesting. There's a whole bunch of different companies that are experimenting with in-lobby. There's a company in Europe called M2 that's doing it, and essentially taking that 2-hour experience and kicking another hour before and after. So if people are going to go out of their homes to experience something, they're going to try and yearn and find something new other than a normal movie theater experience. So we see VR as a front end to going to an escape theme park style cinema experience, and that's a very modern experience. And then eventually that travels into the glasses, and you get to use it.
And that's what Heather was talking about in terms of CinemaCon and what they showed at the Coca-Cola booth.
That's right.
This gentleman back here, go ahead, please.
Just following up on what you're saying there, is VR automatically going to replace a lot of that communal experience that we think of with the cinema, or expand it in a different way?
Not at all. I talk about this a lot, and I think you can answer the question by, you still probably go to Broadway plays, although you probably don't go to them a lot, right? Because it becomes a little more of an edge case. And that entertainment is still a multi-billion-dollar industry, although it is not nearly as big as the cinema, right? The interactive gaming industry came out of nowhere. It is now bigger than the cinema industry. But the cinema industry has not gone away. It continues to evolve. What we talk about a lot, what Todd and I talk about a lot, is how the importance of really eventizing a cinema, which is what, from Fathom's standpoint, same thing. Their success is creating things that feel like events, that feel like this is an actual valid reason to get out of the house. We have a nice big screen in our house, typically. Most people do, right? And we have lots of ways to access content. What is that stimulation point that says, this is something fun that we want to do to get in the car and get there and go do something? So I don't think, and we could prove this over and over again, to the fact that you likely still read books, right? And some of you probably still read books on paper. They don't actually go away. They just find different veins of success. They tend to become a little less mainstream. There's always a new mainstream form of entertainment that will replace the thing before it, but it typically doesn't mean the death call for something that is before it.
It sounds like only blockbusters. People
Well,
need to get out there.
to your
For
point,
now.
not really. I mean, there's lots of choices for people that want to get out and entertain themselves. And film festivals are continuing to see and thrive with unique content. Like, I go to a lot of film festivals every year, and film festivals are profitable, and they bring an audience that is actually looking for fare other than a big Disney blockbuster.
Yeah, the community experience matters.
And with that, we're going to wind up. Join me in thanking the panel for a great job today. And thank you for being here today.
Okay, we're going to get started here, running a few minutes late. If you could table all of your movie theater chit-chat. Keep your phones on if you like, of course. Welcome. This is the future of brand partnerships. We've heard this title before, but we hope to make it more interesting this time specifically. My name is Adrian Sexton. I'm the CEO of a Korean-based company that does a platform around an all-in-one set-top, a new digital signage ecosystem, and a new player that promises e-commerce or commerce video on demand. I can share more later. But I also want to turn it over to the panel, and instead of me trying to read their stats, why don't you start with Story Worldwide with Simon, and tell us about yourself and your biggest achievement in the past year or next year.
Wow, I wasn't expecting that one. So Simon Kelly from Story Worldwide. I'm the co-founder and CEO. We basically do a couple of things. We help brands find their story, and that's something that every brand needs to do. We live in an age of transparency, and you can't hide in this digital age as a brand, so you better find out what your story is, and it has to be authentic. It's got to be ownable, otherwise you just won't survive. So that's the finding part. And Mike, the co-founder, was a Pulitzer Prize finalist as an investigative journalist. So we kind of apply that discipline to helping brands find their stories. Really, kind of based on the principle that data is the plural of story. So we really unpack data and find out what those narratives are. And then we make stories. And there's a lot of talk about storytelling, and we believe that actually we're out of the storytelling age, we're in the story-making age. Storytelling implies that a one-way monologue, that there's a teller and a listener, whereas making implies collaboration, and that you're co-creating stories together. And that's really, and I'm sure we'll get into that today. There are these immersive technologies that are around, from VR to AR to 360 video, projection mapping, etc., AI, and so on, that enable you to really, really engage with your audience and co-create stories together. And that we really believe is the future of advertising, and we call it the post-advertising age. I could go on.
And what's your biggest individual claim to fame now?
No, you asked me about either that or what I was going to do in the future. Okay. So in the next 12 months, I'm going to write a book about the history of mankind, but it won't be what you're expecting.
Not ambitious.
That's a tough one.
I should just leave.
Lee, go ahead.
I am Lee Zellweger. I'm the publisher of Reader's Digest Brands. So we are a trusted media brands company, along with Taste of Home and The Family Handyman. As might be apparent, we are a heritage print brand that is doing our best to transform ourselves into a digital brand as well. It's been very successful for the most part. We now deliver more a monthly audience in digital than we do in print, and the print number is about 40 million, so it's a big number. So I think if I had to say what I need to do next year, it's continue our digital revenue growth, or otherwise I won't be here next year.
Different capacity. All right, Marcy.
Hello, my name is Marcy Dabra. I'm the Senior Vice President of Advertising. The underground title is Senior Vice President of Media Operations. So Hyphen, what do? We are an ad agency. We are half creative and half what we would call media executional, which is unique. We're probably the only one out there like this. So we are one of 11 companies in the world that are official marketing partners of all the major social media channels: Facebook, Pinterest, Snapchat, etc. So let's see, any biggest achievement in the year?
Or next year.
Or next year. I joined Hyphen 3 months ago. That was probably my biggest good job. But I would say for the year, we are looking, and we're very close to having $1 billion in media spend run through our proprietary platform. So that's definitely our big goal right now.
Great, big number. All right, but last up we have Jamie from Fathom.
Thank
you. So Jamie Waglum, Vice President of Marketing for Fathom Events, and we are the leaders in event cinema, most known for the Metropolitan Opera, some of our sporting events, live concerts, movie premieres. I think from a company standpoint, our biggest achievement over the last year has been becoming the 12th largest distributor of content to movie theaters in the country, and that's up against every major movie studio out there. So definitely we're running along with the big dogs. In terms of a personal standpoint, I launched a sponsorship, a successful sponsorship revenue stream last year with Fathom, which we're looking to grow this year into another, real source of revenue for our business.
You're talking Atom Films or ticketing? Is that the,
I'm sorry?
what was the Atom you said? I missed
Sponsorship revenue?
Yeah,
Or-
who's the partner on that?
Sponsorship revenue, we're doing it all internal, so it's just a new division within our company to try and generate sponsorships around our in-cinema events.
No, I've
We
heard
do
of-
have a partnership with Atom Tickets, though.
That's what I
Yeah.
thought. Okay, yeah, those guys have come out of the blue, and I'm curious to see how they make it. So I've given some very set sort of questions to the panel via an email yesterday, and I have a couple of surprise ones, of course, too. But I also want to say to this audience, if you raise your hand or shout at me and say, I have a question, or I don't agree, or whatever it is, I will call you out. I will say, please share, because I do want this to be interactive. I want people to get out as much as they spend, sitting there playing with their cell phones. So I'm going to start with an easy question that takes off where Simon kind of said VR, AR, AI. These are all emergent. When you connect some of them to entertainment, you don't know what to connect. You have Magic Leap, a company that's raised $1 billion, is aiming to get an $8 billion valuation shortly, I hear. A friend of mine's the chief content officer and no product to market. So I find it very interesting that we're all sort of drawn to this next future tense of storytelling. But what can we do with it? I'll open it up because, again, I want to hear from the the exhibitor side. I want to hear from the advertiser side, from the Reader's Digest side, which I think is fascinating. 40 million subs is not a small deal, and then obviously into the bigger story worldwide sort of thinking of it. How do you prioritize VR, AR, and AI? And then what do you think? What's the reality today, and what's the reality next?
Well, first of all, I think it's a bit like social media in that there's no such thing as social media anymore. It's just media. If it's not social, then you're not doing it right. And I think VR and AR will go the same way. That right now, they are separate disciplines. There'll be one discipline, and eventually it'll just be reality. So that's a little bit of the sort of the future state. But nobody's really figured it out. There are lots of really good, VR, AR examples, but they're kind of siloed. And I think that the way to approach it is the way we approach everything from the beginning of the internet to mobile to email to digital, to social. And what you do is you figure out how people are going to use this new channel. And you become relevant. You figure out not how can I interrupt this content experience, which is what we're still in this sort of advertising 1.0 paradigm where, oh great, there's a new way that I can interrupt somebody's great content experience. That's fantastic. Here's something that you really don't want, and it's going to turn you off. So I think let's not do that. I think we have a great chance within the industry to really figure out how audiences are going to use this content, and secondly, as brands, how can you augment that experience? I think that's the not interrupt it, but how can you become a virtual reality experience for audiences and create community around it. Secondly, figure out what happens next. How can you create great media out of these virtual reality experiences that your audiences can share, can challenge each other, can game, we're nowhere close yet to no brand that I know is close to figuring it out. So that's where I think we are.
Okay. Anyone else?
We just really dip our toe in AR, nothing really in VR, but I did read a quote yesterday from Bill Gates who said we overestimate what's happening over the next 2 years with new products, and we underestimate what's happening with those same products 10 years from now. And I kind of feel like that's where we are a little bit on that. And then there was a term called the peak of inflated expectations, which is kind of takes place at that early part of new technology. So as I say, I'm certainly not an expert on that, and we do a little bit of AR online for the family handyman do-it-yourself. We do 360 videos and things like that, but nothing in the VR realm. So I will pass it on to you.
For advertising, especially social media, you'll hear the term a thumb stopper. AR is a really big thumb stopper. You want to get your audience to stop and look and participate. Whatever your objective may be, awareness, engagement, etc., AR has proven to be a very big thumb stopper. It's not for every brand, but you look at Snapchat. Snapchat made it, go to the masses. Now everyone's using AR. I would say for us, VR, remains to be seen what that's going to look like in the social media world. AI, however, what we do behind the scenes at our company, our competitors, our partners, and Facebook, etc., AI and machine learning is incredibly important, and that's how they're learning and taking all the CRM data and all the metrics that are produced and learning and creating products and creating more thumb stoppers. So, to your point, exactly, in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, we have no idea what it's going to look like, and it's going to look a lot different.
Yeah, I mean, we have not experimented with VR or AR yet because we need it to be accessible to the masses in the cinema environment, which I know there was a panel on this immediately before this, that we're just not there yet. There's lobby experiences and there's some unique tests that are going on, but for us personally, we can't explore too much because we're doing everything at scale. But I do think just in general in the world, it's more right now. It's all more of a publicity play in a lot of cases than it is for the actual experience for somebody to have. And I think there was a good example of this last week with Nike, and Nike launched the track. I think it was in Manila, where you can race yourself when you're running around this track. And that's something that not that many people are going to be able to experience, but the publicity and what comes out of something like that is where I feel like we are right now, is just, the possibility, like you said, of what can happen in a few years and what may be more accessible to yourself, down the road.
Right, well, I'm surprised they had a VR panel at Digital Hollywood, actually, but no, I think, from my point of view, just to add a different perspective, that AI, and I think, Marcy, you might agree, that AI is really going to start to creep into entertainment and advertising in a big way, because we're kind of done with the algorithm, done with a lot of these, blockable ads and stuff like that. You need to build, I think your term CRM into it as a CRM instrument is really dead on. What we're experimenting with, and again, this is Korea innovation at work, I guess, but is emotional AI, so that you can have a relationship. Alexa's already built some of that. You kind of refer to Alexa as your second child or your partner or whatever you might say. People call it out. Someone tried to, was it Burger King, or someone tried to fake it into an audio ad and call it out and get people to say, wow, it's actually communicating like IoT should. But I think that we're really seeing to Lee's point too, we're seeing a lot of sort of experiments, PR related perhaps. We're seeing in my neck of the woods, I used to go to the arcades at the movie theaters as a child or teenager, and you're now seeing the video arcade come back as a VR arcade thanks to IMAX and some of its change. So we're seeing this kind of thumb stopper opportunity, but I think for the AI, the VR, and the AR, I think you're getting to a point where people are saying, you know what, I need to get a little bit more immersive because I am so potentially bored with the social or just the plain media that I'm getting served up every day. So I need something to break the sort of static. And I think there's really a lot to be done, specifically with brands who say, I need to do something interesting. And maybe it's 360 because there's not enough headsets. There's only thousands of headsets, not millions of headsets. And I really need to find my way into that sort of embodiment of I've got great content, I've got great creativity, and like Snapchat did early on, and they're still under a lot of fire these days with their quarterlies, but how do I step above the noise, the static, with content? And so that's where I think it is approaching. Do you guys have sense at all if there is an ROI anytime soon for this stuff though, or is it all just kind of nascent, early trends, so little content, so little headsets?
No, it's
Okay.
the simple. I'm involved with a VR, AR startup, a bunch of ex-Microsoft HoloLens people. They're now through their second rounds. They're 12 months old. It's valued at $41 million. I don't understand how that's possible, but because they haven't generated a single cent in revenue yet, and they haven't figured out their revenue model. But what they have on it's a social gaming platform that's cross-platform, cross HoloLens, cross Vive, and so on. They've got a fantastic community. And I think that's really the thing that all of us, as marketers and brands, need to really understand that's without a community, you're lost. There's just no way that you can continue to beat people over the head with messages they don't want. You've got to involve them in the process and give them something that's either useful or entertaining, and that's what Rec Room is doing. And so right now, if I want to play frisbee golf with some guy in Russia, I can do it. I don't know why I'd want to do that, but I could. But there are all these unexpected ways, to your Bill Gates quote, that they're finding that people are using it. They're teaching people across the world are collaborating on art projects, using Rec Room as a way to do it. So I think that there's just and again, I think we've really just got to figure out and really collaborate with audiences to help them get the most out of it. And there's a massive opportunity for brands to be part of that experience and really help ignite those experiences and curate those experiences.
Right.
I mean, I think I saw the CMO of Six Flags speaking recently and talking about how they were adding VR experiences to a lot of their roller coaster rides in various cities. And that was because, and they would say, I think that there is ROI there because that's giving them something new to engage consumers and have them either come back or try for the first time one of their parks. So I think they're proving ROI, but it's, again, more on a limited scale basis.
Yeah, I think, sorry, go ahead, you want to say something?
No, go ahead.
I think the travel industry is probably closest to figuring that out a little bit, just because they, I read recently that the Virgin Travel, they have these brick and mortar travel agencies, and they created these VR experiences for Necker Island and other sort of Virgin properties around the globe, and they saw a massive spike in sales as a result of it. So from using those kinds of VR and AR experiences to increase sales, yeah, there's ROI there. I think for the people that are not using it to directly influence commerce, that they're still really trying to figure out what the ROI is.
I think also a metaphor, I mean, you mentioned brands getting in there, just trying to try stuff, maybe PR, stunt a little bit. I've worked with a lot of the creators, the MCN creators, and they always, the smarter ones, let's say, flock to the new platforms, the new technologies, because they know they have an opportunity to be first, to claim some space, to build that early adopter audience, which for VR is, I have little kids, 7 and 10, and you show them their first VR thing and they are just crazy about that. They're almost over YouTube and over Snapchat. They're very fickle and the earliest of adopters these days. But I think that we're really seeing the brands that are trying to get out early and kind of set the business or ad models around these things are really being aggressive. I think the influencers are. I know for a fact they're all into VR as much as they can figure it out. And then the last part is, as many have said here, it's that engagement. Can I get deeper engagement? Can I get some new numbers that aren't going to be compared to past numbers that may be corrupted or maybe just a little bit off or not as relevant anymore? So I think that is starting to play into a lot of people's minds. How can I win that, Cannes Lion, but also how can I really get into an audience early and build connection where it's a little bit easier because there's not that much noise on it. Speaking of sort of entertainment and VR arcades and all that, there was something I shared with the panel here. National Cinema has those first look things where they play Sony TV ads and all that kind of fun stuff that you either show up early because you didn't know better, or you have a reserved seat, so you show up 15 minutes into a movie. They are saying they want to go content-driven, entertainment-focused, not be all about the brand and the lift and the sort of forced exposure to whatever they're trying to sell, product, service, experience, whatever. How do you guys look at that and say content is X and advertising is Y? Does that shift the sort of spectrum a little bit to say, you know what, consumers are getting smarter, they just want lifestyle programming where the brand is not so obvious? How do you guys play against that if you know, with publications, with creative, with advertising, with exhibition as well? I mean, Fathom's got a brand, bigger brand B2C than National Cinemedia, obviously, and your top 12 you mentioned. But I just wonder, how are you sort of cutting through that with the Met programming, with opera, et cetera? How are you really coming in saying, hey, we're content, we're not trying to sell you our brand or our delta in the price or whatever it is? How do you go about it?
Yeah, I mean, we've always said content is king for everything that we do, and people aren't coming. You don't go to see Harry Potter because it's Warner Brothers. You go because it's Harry Potter. So we've always sort of teetered on the building the brand around the fact that we offer these unique, exclusive experiences, but also letting our content sort of lead the way. I mean, if you're a Metropolitan Opera fan, that's what you're going to see. So, you know, we've been very cautious to sort of walk a fine line in how much you try and put the brand in somebody's face, other than what we can offer them from an attribute standpoint and what's different and unique about what we can offer to them, and create loyalty that way and have them recognize that. I would say for what NCM is doing specifically too, I think they're trying to be very revolutionary in the way they approach their show, because to exactly what you said, there's way more reserved seats in exhibition now, and people are buying tickets in advance in much higher numbers. So in order to stay relevant and to continue their $600-700 million business, they have to come up with a new way to encourage people to get there early. And it's got to be that somebody has to create loyalty with what they are showing and have a sense of need to go early to see whatever it is because the content's so good. They're not going to go early just to see ads. It's just not going to happen anymore in this day and age, where it might have in the past when you didn't have the reserved seating or the online ticket purchase options.
For advertising, content is king as well. I mean, that's just a theme that travels throughout, I think, all of our industries. The difference being, though, is for our clients who are brands, what type of content, really resides with their audience. Because that's the big thing in social media. What audience are you getting? Because you can get very targeted. And you want to get very targeted because that's, return on investment is, the messaging and getting the lowest amount of dollars spent and getting a lot of return. So for some brands, it's, it looks really bad, honestly. UGC content, it's user generated, it's really horrible looking, and I'm from an advertising agency that creates really, really slick, sexy stuff. But it makes sense for that brand. So whatever it means, whenever you're looking, to whoever your audience is, understand your audience, understand what message and what story you're trying to tell, because really advertising is about a story you're trying to tell. Whether it's a funny story, a sad story, just get to know me story, or buy something from me story. But content is still, and I think that's where people forget. They think, well, if I just reach the largest audience in the world, I'll get a lot of people to buy my product, and that's just not true. You have to know your audience.
Content is king. But I think for us, the challenge is to maintain the authenticity of the brand and the association with Reader's Digest and other brands of trusted media brands. We are storytellers, and we've been doing it for 95 years. We're pretty good at it. But it is about doing it in a way that is most valuable for our clients, obviously, on the advertising side. It does have some great advantages, of course. It helps you get out of display advertising, especially on mobile, so it has some real advantages, and there are certainly some problems there. I think we need to think about it a little bit differently in terms of measurement and expectations, and we need to reflect that they are different units, and maybe there's some different kind of connections being made. Maybe it takes longer for actual things to happen, so we need to be more cognizant of things like that. But I think authenticity ultimately is the key in content.
Yeah, well, I would say that it's more than content. It's about story. I'm somewhat biased, obviously, but I think I disagree with the notion that content and advertising are separate. I think they're one and the same thing. If you're not, as a brand, if you're not creating great content that's entertaining and useful, and finding ways to disseminate and to your point, to make sure that you understand the audience and make sure that content not only reflects the true brand story, but also meets a need that you know that the audience has. If you're not doing that, then you're screwed. There's no point. So, and we're still doing this advertising 1.0 interruption model. I can't stand it. I don't know if any of you have watched Vikings on the History Channel. It's phenomenal. I urge all of you to watch it. It's got everything you need, from linguistic history of Germanic languages on the one hand, to a lot of sex and violence on the other hand. So it's perfect. But then in the middle of all of this, there's here's an ad. It's going to be over. The pain is going to be over in 60 seconds, 55 seconds, and fuck off. I don't want that. I want this interruption, this experience, this content experience, to be uninterrupted. And so I've been thinking about, well, what would I do? How would somehow the series has got to be made and somebody's got to pay for it. So maybe there are brands out there that could be creating that kind of content, and so if so, who would have a kind of relative authority to do that? And so it's Carlsberg, it's Volvo, it's brands. I guarantee that they would generate so much more engagement and traction if brands were to start creating that kind of content than interrupting the great content that's out there. So that's just one example of how I think that content and advertising are increasingly becoming the same thing.
Yeah, I don't quite understand how the advertising will become the content in a program like Vikings.
Because it is the content. So the whole 60-minute, or whatever it ends up being, 53-minute episode is one big, giant 53-minute ad for Visit Denmark, for example. Right? So there's no interruption. It's the content itself is the ad. And the only way you're going to get engagement is if you really create something that's great. And look at all the content that's out there. Everybody's been predicting the death of TV and programming and so on. Absolutely not. It's going the opposite way. I'm so stressed that when I look at my sort of view list and my wish list of series that I want to watch, it's not going anywhere.
So it's almost like a sponsorship where the brand becomes, the show becomes a platform for the brand because the brand pays for it.
Yeah. But it's more than a sponsorship, so you can, and that again, I think that really speaks to understanding what are the brand pillars, what are the things that make Denmark special and unique, and you weave those into the content itself, so that people are like, oh yeah, that's fantastic. I didn't know that about Denmark, huh? And the whole thing about Viking history and all of that. There's the really rich layers that you could explore that are either educational or entertaining, that really speak to the unique properties of the brand without saying, hey, visit Denmark, or sponsored by, brought to you by blah blah blah. It's more subtle, but it's way more powerful.
What do you think for the panel at large, or anything from the audience? We've seen people try to create episodic advertising, marketing, communicating, messaging, whatever the right word is, content. what is working now? I mean, I look at Reader's Digest, and I'm not a Reader's Digest reader, but I think of them, and I think, didn't they used to have serials where you'd start to read, and then you get the next, the next version, and it would continue on, Charles Dickens style or whatever. I mean, is there a sense that outside of long-form Vikings, Volvo commercials, let's say, is there a sense right now that people should be creating that story that goes the distance, that goes the whole season, whatever that means? Or is it still, try it, if it works, create variations, max your social media or media, and then go? Is there a sense of really storytelling longer form within the sort of bite-sized advertisements we're seeing? Or is that just too difficult, too much risk, too much client attention?
I think you're seeing it because you have the second screen experience. I'm not talking about syncing. I'm talking about, was it 85 to 87% of people who are watching TV are on another device. And a lot of times what you're doing is if you're watching Vikings, big fan by the way, you're Googling about them and about the show and diving in deeper. You're on the history, channel app, things like that, or website. So you're seeing brands doing complementary programming, knowing that you're watching the show and looking at their app. And that way, it's a great way, because also advertising, usually more of like a banner kind of advertising is popping in. So your mind's not thinking, oh, I just saw Volvo ad right there. I'm diving deeper into the engagement of the show. So I can't necessarily speak to a serialization of it, but there is a way to grab your audience and give them advertising so that you can, pay for the show without disrupting, the television screen. And second screen advertising and second screen experiences have been incredibly successful for, say, the Ellen DeGeneres show, for, scripted programming. There's many, many, many use cases for movies even. There actually was a use case in the Netherlands a few years ago where the movie was actually built with an app, and the audience was to be on the app while watching, and it was an engaging experience. Now, obviously, you don't want that in a normal, movie experience, but there are ways that you can take your brand, take your messaging, and be really creative with it that your audience could get really excited about and actually expand to a new audience.
Okay. So you mentioned in the audience, the show as a platform, or OTT, or sort of over the air as a platform. There are new platforms probably every quarter or every year out there. How does a brand sort of find attachment with a new platform before it becomes mass appeal? Is there any metric? Is there a team out there, the innovations team? Is there someone trying to say, hey, I'm watching these platforms and this is an up-and-comer? And then how, if that's interesting, do they attach and work with them typically?
I'd say have a good agency.
I didn't want to say it, but yeah.
I think what we found is you hear about all these new platforms, and it's always, well, how do we get on Snapchat, and how do we do Facebook Live, and we've had a great digital agency who can sit back and say, you know what, like, it might sound really exciting to do this thing that you think you should do, but really you should go a different direction. And so I think it's really important for brands to have the right resources that are focused on this every single day, because it's really easy to jump on what's new and just think that you have to be doing that when it's not necessarily the right move for your particular brand or content.
Totally
That's your
agree.
plug.
I know. Good agency. No, I completely agree. I mean, not every new technology, VR, gamification, tactics, things like that actually makes sense. So having a partner that can, in an agency, whoever they may be, whatever their expertise may be, to be able to actually say no to you and you listen. But to know me is to know that I hate someone saying no to me and then not offering a solution after that. So that might not be the right path with all these new technologies. However, offering you, what about this idea, and brainstorming that out, because it really all comes down to what's your goal at the end. I mean, in Hyphen we talk about our North Star. What's our North Star? We always have the same North Star, and we might get there in different ways based on the technology out there and the resources we have, but that's what you always have to hold true with your brand. What is your end goal in all of this? Because how you get there might change, because quite frankly, Facebook throws things at us every 5 minutes, and they're our biggest partner, and we love them. But you know what? Sometimes they're like, yeah, we're just deprecating this whole thing. Good luck with that. We'll give you 2 weeks. I'm like, oh, God. But you make it work because they also help us and guide us to this other place. So just, again, knowing your goals, knowing how to get there, and knowing that you have really smart partners that you have confidence in to not lead you astray and who will walk down the path with you is really important.
And what is critical mass? I mean, again, let's say an agency refers you to a platform and says, we got a really big deal. It's all pro bono. It's all going to be free. They're just trying to build. They want volume. They want your brand because it's a sexy brand. They want to attach a big brand to their investor deck, let's say. And you are looking at it saying, what is my resource cost, opportunity cost, agency, cost or fee? What's the number? I mean, assume it's the most immersive, crazy, cool thing. AI meets VR meets whatever. What is the minimum or the critical mass of scale of users, let's say, that gets you interested? Whether it be just for testing, focus testing, anything like that. Is there any set number? I know it all depends on the platform or device, but is there any minimal number? Is it 1,000, 10,000, 50, 100? What is that number and why?
For us, it's dependent on the brand. So when a brand comes to us and says they want to work with us, the first thing we do is we audit their accounts to see what their reach is, what their engagements are, because they will usually tell us this is our goal, and then we audit and say, you're never going to reach that goal. That's unrealistic. Or we say absolutely, because they're coming to us to say we're doing well or we're doing poorly and we want to do great. And that's our job is, to make it great. So it really depends on what they've been doing and the brand and the reach.
So you're measuring both sides, both
so
the
we're
brand
measuring all
and
sides.
the platform.
Absolutely.
Trying to marry it.
Yeah, we have to. We are any agency who's worth their muster, and I think most are like this, are looking at all of your metrics. It is a data game. We are trying to understand what you're doing, how you're doing it. And again, back to that goal thought. But when we do we'll call it pro bono work, absolutely, for clients. The things that we measure is it sexy? Is there opportunity here to really grow this business? Because even though we're doing it for free for them, they're still spending money on advertising. We're just not taking a fee. So we're not taking that fee because we see a benefit to not taking a fee, as in growth in business. We have minimum spends accounts or amounts in our company. Most do. So if you are spending less than that, then it's probably not going to be. But if there's growth there, there are a lot of factors that we take in. But in terms of, it could be a company that wants to reach 1 million people and has only reached 100,000. Those are the kinds of things that we take into account. But there's not one glowing number. It's way too nebulous right now. And social media advertising is way too nebulous right now. So.
Question for you, though. So I work at a marketing agency as well. But one thing I did find is that our brands, big soap brands, whatever, they think they know their story. And what brand doesn't think they know their story?
Right.
So
the smart brands.
My biggest fight had always been, and will continue, as a consultant, I don't think you really do know your story completely. We need to fix it. And yet we have 6 other agencies doing different things. We in charge of the digital, and they have another agency in charge of their global sort of branding. I mean, it can go on and on and on. Another vertical would be TV, advertising. But it really is just one, it needs to be all honed down to one thing. And the brand itself may not get that. Or they do get that. It may be telling other, agencies different stories. I don't think so. But it just always seems very cluttered. The space is always very cluttered. And someone in charge of doing digital marketing and social media for a brand like that, it gets very convoluted, and then it's all of a sudden like, okay, I have this really great idea for this augmented reality for, some sort of, click to purchase reality, whatever, positioning. Oh, no, that's for branded
I think that's a really a very common and familiar problem for brands and agencies, and it's because it's primarily because of the way that brands are structured, right? So they have, budgets are allocated by channel and by type of experience, right? Right, so it's like, you need that comes out of the social media budget, and that comes out of the virtual innovation budget. This comes out of our traditional TV and print budget. This comes out of PR. This comes out of, it's bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's rubbish, and no wonder brands are ending up with completely disintegrated stories and inconsistent narratives. A, because they don't have a narrative that means shit, and B, they're not thinking about how can they tell that story authentically and consistently across all of the channels, even if you do have 5 agencies, but it's, I think brands have to really think about, to your point, understanding their story, because most brands really don't. They think they do, and it's rubbish. We had an example with Green Giant, where they were one of our clients. They brought us in to help them get the Green Giant to be relevant in the 21st century, right? Everybody goes, oh, ho, ho, ho. They were they used to be, or Green Giant used to be owned by General Mills. It's now a smaller CPG company. But they were thinking of killing the Green Giant. I mean, I know, shock, horror, right? How could you kill one of America's icons? And so they wanted help with it. And so we came in and we said, we went into the whole mythology of giants. And one of the exercises that we do is using archetypes. Like a lot of branding agencies will have like an archetype exercise. And there's a great book called The Hero and the Outlaw. If any of you haven't read that, it's a really superb. I'm getting a thumbs up over there. And there are 12 brand archetypes, typically the 12 archetypes that brands can usually fit in. And so we did this exercise with the client, but we'd done the exercise with their consumers first. And when we did it with the client, they were like, oh yeah, he's kind of, the Green Giant is like the innocent. He's, kind of harmless, anodyne, does good, but he's harmless, not very powerful. When we did the exercise with the consumers, he's the hero, he's Russell Crowe and the gladiator. He's going to cut your head off if you so much as look at him in the wrong way. And they couldn't believe it. They really thought that they knew their story. And we said, no wonder you were thinking of killing the brand if this is what you thought of the Green Giant. He's so much more powerful. And they wouldn't go to the hero, but we ended up with creating a 13th archetype, which we called the Protector. Which is Obi-Wan Kenobi, if you want to think of an archetype. He's sort of seemingly harmless, but very powerful. The force is great within him. And if you look at the work today for the Green Giant ads, and this work, we did this 6 years ago, another agency is doing the work, you'll see that. You'll see that archetype is still in the essence of the brand promise.
I mean, we do the same thing. We do personas. We call them instead of archetypes.
Right.
And when we go into a brand, we just did this, a very, very large sportswear brand, I'll say. Can't say who they are. And same thing, very fractured, lots of budgets, and you have to get a champion who will bring them to the table. Multiple meetings, lots of travel, putting together a sound strategy that proves to each group why, so your local, your national, et cetera, and why the personas work, and it's all based on data. It's based on experience. It's based on understanding. It's not easy. I'm not going to pretend that it is. Not every brand's going to jump on and say so, but large national groups, we've had success, but it is a long haul, and it is showing the personas and showing the strategy and showing why. It's always the why. That's what we're always trying to prove, why you're doing it.
What is the, and I'll let you jump in too, Jamie, but what is everyone, or mostly Marcy, has said data is the ammunition, it's the gunpowder. I'm wondering, and I'll let you speak first because you were going to, but I wonder if we can share with the audience specifically what data do most brands want to prove the point? Because I think it's always this dashboard, and it's going to be CPEs and CPMs and CP whatevers, but I really want to nail down what that is that's current right now, that people are saying, that's what I want. I don't want the millions of impressions because that's just BS, just trying to fill the the water tank or whatever. I need the actual real metrics that are going to prove to my bosses, my superiors, my owners that this is a real win for us and this agency is best in class. But I want to let Jamie finish her last response and maybe jump into this one.
Sure. I was just going to say consistency was the key word that I heard you say in the last question of what's important for the brands, and when they do have multiple agencies, being consistent across the board with that message that they're putting out there, regardless if it's internal or external, I think is the key. And then you can have multiple agencies and multiple partners, but at least everybody's sort of marching to the beat of the same drum. I think you have a challenge when you have a brand that's willing to be splintered depending on which way an agency starts to guide them. So that, I heard you say consistency, and that stuck out for me. For us, in terms of metrics, I mean, ours is relatively easy. It's ticket sales. If we sell a lot of tickets for an event very quickly, we know our marketing's working and the message is out there. If we don't, that's when we start to really dig deeper into a lot of the underlying metrics to see, for us, more than impressions these days, it's definitely engagement. When we're putting content out about a particular event, or even branded content, just specifically pushing our brand, if we're not seeing engagements, that's where that's what we look to measure, and growth in our overall fans and following and loyalty. That's if we're growing that on a consistent basis, we feel like we're doing a really good job. When we're not, that's when we sort of raise the red flag and try and understand what's going on and why consumers are not, or why our content's not resonating with consumers.
Sure.
Were you asking really, or I guess I'm interested in understanding what kind of data actually informs your brand development on a more conceptual level? So when you're thinking about the persona or the archetype, is there data that you look at, historic data that from which you engineer or ideate from to develop the more conceptual aspects of the brand?
So for us, we do. We have an entire analytics team. So each campaign's different. The objective is different, so the metrics you're going to get, the channels are different. So Snapchat, for example, is very limited. You get swipes, basically, which is, instead of a click, it's a swipe. But it really...
But what I mean is there an example of a brand or a direction that you're taking the brand? This is the story. This is the character driving this idea. Is there an example of that you can point to? In this case, for example, this was the kind of data that had us take the giant in the direction of being this type of character versus another.
It's really subjective, again. We take, because we have the benefit of a creative side and an executional side, we really work with our creative teams to understand creative, so back to that content is king. Understanding how that made from other clients that we've worked with in like areas. So even if a client says, my goal is app installs, I want people to download my app. We take past clients who've done that and the successes that they've had, and we also look at the creative and what that's done and how that's really, how that message has really amplified what's going on with the client. So it's really subjective in terms of the data, because all the data can be different. So it depends on the objective and the objective that you're trying to get to the client to, because you have the reach and frequency clients who are like, well, I just want awareness. And you're like, no, you don't. You think you do, but you don't. So to your point of awareness versus engagement. So the story that how we get to personas is based on the creative audits that we do of the client that is trying to work, that we want to work with, and clients who are in a similar space. So if it's QSR, CPG, what have you, putting together that picture and those personas and matching that with actual metrics from CPI, CPM, OCPE, whatever it is, that we think will tell the best story. So we have the benefit in my particular agency, and I know we're not unique in this, necessarily there are other agencies not as well of course. But
I'd probably disagree with that, but
I know.
We can talk about that.
And as you should. But we are giving them an entire strategy based on the executional understandings that we have and the metrics that we have and the machine learning that we have. So I can't point you to exact metrics because it depends on your brand. Are you pizza? Are you selling tacos? Are you selling chicken? What is it that you're selling? And then we can point you into the right direction. Because some, it's just, I want more people. We literally have pizza brands, one that just wants everyone to know that they exist, even though they're a national brand, and one who wants you to buy their pizza. You'd think it'd be the buy, but it's not. Both are doing phenomenally well.
But it really goes back to really understanding your audience. And again, most brands think that they understand the audience, and again, like I said right up front, you've got to go beyond the data. The data is a really good starting point, but you've got to unpack that. And so data is really, it's just a collection of narratives that come together to form a particular data point. And so, you just keep, you've got to be like an investigative journalist when you're really trying to understand the audience. Well, that's interesting that this data point exists. Let's now interview the audience. Let's find out. Let's find out why this data point exists. Let's ask why. Well, why do you say that? And why do you say that? And let's interview the brand. And they say this, blah, blah, blah. Well, we are natural and fresh. Bullshit. Most brands that claim they're natural and fresh are neither of those. They're far from it. So, and you can't claim that anymore. You can't hide. You will be found out. The reaction, the adverse PR reaction will be momentous, as we've seen recently with Pepsi and others. And so find out what those individual stories are. And we worked with Klondike, and they said we want to reach mums. We think that mums, and they gave us a whole bunch of data to support that we're going to reach mums. This is our audience, and we sort of kind of pulled it apart and said, actually, you need to reach 18 to 25-year-old boys, and here's why: because we've interviewed them and we've done our research, and we think this is a much bigger market for you. And they went with it. The most successful digital campaign ever produced for Unilever in that year, this was about 4 or 5 years ago. 13% lift in sales. They ran out of wrappers for the Klondike bars. And this was the whole Adam Carolla, what would you do for a Klondike bar series. That we had to come up with, to manufacture these boxes to house the bars because they'd run out of wrappers, and we had to come up with a story for why, what's up with the box and all of that. But had we taken their data and not asked why, and quizzed it and prodded it and unpacked it and kicked it around, we would have probably had a successful campaign, but nowhere near as successful as 13% lift in the CPG space is unheard of.
That's great. I'm going to kind of combine questions. We have 15 minutes, so I'm trying to involve the audience as much as possible. So this is open to the panel and to anyone else. Out there's a lot of original programming. I think Netflix kind of kicked the tires first, and everybody else is now following. And you got some wins, you've got some maybes, you got Apple in the background with a little bit of cash to spend on this stuff if they so choose to bring back the experience to the Apple innovation team, let's call it. But I wonder, what is the content, and it could be original programming too, that is creating the most brand lust? And I feel free to shout it out if you either have that brand in your arsenal or you just are so addicted to their content around their branding. And I want to, of course, open it to these domain experts as well. What's the brand lust right now? What's the big one that you guys go, I want to follow that, or I want to do something like that? Do you guys have any? Maybe it's your own, but maybe it's someone. I love the Big Green Giant because I haven't thought of that for a decade, I guarantee it. But I wonder, is there anything else that is floating boats right now where people say, that's what we got to do? We need that energy. Someone's walking into your creative brain think and saying, look what they did over there, we need to do that. And if it has original programming, I'm even more interested, because I think longer form, more sort of retention around the content is very key. But any thoughts from the panel? Or again, shout it out if you guys have a favorite brand outside of maybe Apple a couple years ago.
I think there's a lot of outdoor brands that are doing great content right now, like the Patagonias and the REIs of the world, because they're really connecting with their consumers by developing this content that's about either doing good for the environment, or whether it's just some type of high intensity workout that somebody's doing that everybody can aspire to. So I think that there's a lot of outdoor brands that are doing a great job with the content they're developing.
I think GoPro does a good job.
Who, sorry?
GoPro does a
Okay.
great job with that, and I also think Nike does a really great job, especially on their women's campaigns.
So a lot of lifestyle, a lot of
Yep.
sort of energy,
Yep.
Red Bull type stuff. Okay.
I think some of the media channels too. So Nat Geo, I think it does a really good job. They've, arming people with 360 cameras and sending them off into the wild, and to come back with stories is great. And again, they're thinking about the audience. They're collaborating with the audience in creating these fantastic shareable stories. We haven't mentioned Vice magazine. I think Vice and Vice, all of their channels are doing some really interesting stuff, and whether you're on the agency side or as a media channel, they're competing with agencies, they're competing with other media channels, and giving everybody a run for the money and doing some really cool stuff. I think we as agencies would argue that they have a community and they have an audience. They don't have the branding expertise, so when they're putting your brand in front of their audience, be careful about whose brand it is that they're selling. Is it Vice's brand or is it yours? And I say that just because they piss me off sometimes.
Vice versus virtue. One example I have, I was on a plane coming back from CES, and we were delayed, and somebody had on a really cool hoodie. It was like a disco ball. I just thought it was interesting, so I said, "Where did you get that?" And the guy said, "Oh, I got that at Beta Brand." I'd never heard of it. And it's up in San Francisco somewhere. And so I searched in Google on my phone real fast, and I caught a video, and it was a very low rent video, very authentic. It was, the title was Martian Parkour, which sounded interesting. I don't do parkour. I watch a Mars movie every once in a while, but that's about it. And it was just people, fit people, obviously, attractive people, jumping around rocks in Utah, wearing these new Timberland / whatever type of Kickstarter shoe brand it was. I ordered it immediately at full price and returned it when it came because it didn't fit very well. But the story, though, is that video, that sort of spurt of creativity, which I had not seen, and again, you mentioned Nike and Patagonia and stuff like that, really drew me in. It was not only the video side of it, but it also was just the creativity that just kind of taught me. It wasn't social media, it was all word of mouth, which is rare these days on some level, but it just sort of caught me and was so uniquely different that I jumped into it. And I think we see that again with Starbucks. I never had one, but the unicorn frappuccino or whatever they did, the Taco Bell UFC, or KFC, sorry, it should be UFC, KFC, a taco made out of chicken wings or something crazy like that, or Dorito bars. So I think we're seeing more and more people trying to break or hack the product a little bit.
But they're kind of also, it's really interesting because I think everybody, the more successful brands are really drawing, again, stop me if I'm boring you, audiences into the experiences.
Right.
But also, really not just digital experiences, but bricks and mortar. So you mentioned Starbucks.
Right.
They have the roastery, which, I live in Seattle and I'm a proud Starbucks supporter, even though the coffee is kind of average. They have the roastery. They're launching it in 100 different cities around the world. They're just building, and they're not alone. So this is a sort of a really an amazing experience. If you go into a Starbucks roastery, who would think that Starbucks could be selling $12 cups of coffee and it's really, really good. And so it's really helping to elevate the brand. I think they could go a step further and start using technology and bring that physical experience to life using technology, connecting with maybe the farmers, connecting with the roasters themselves, connecting, and starting to create your own stories. Lexus is the car company is setting up their own display space in the meatpacking district in New York. Which is going to have top chefs from all around the world. And again, I'm thinking about how do we reflect the passion for perfection that Lexus has, and bring chefs into that to tell our story in a completely surprising way. Again, I think the opportunity there to connect that physical experience, that really sensory experience, with something digital is kind of the next step. So I think those are really interesting brands to watch. Samsung as well doing the same.
What about taking a giant leap and falling flat on your face? I'm thinking Kendall Jenner and Pepsi. I hope they don't Pepsi.
Kendall's back.
But would the four of you have looked at the rough cut of
of that commercial and said, "Don't go there"?
Yes.
It's so easy to be wise after the event.
Also, yeah, but there's a huge effort to cut through the clutter. Wouldn't you say that they were aiming for? Is it like?
Well, they managed to do that. They really managed to do that spectacularly. I think it's just taking sort of real issues that are in the zeitgeist right now and trying to sort of get some brand halo effect out of it is really dangerous territory. I just wouldn't go there. You know, there's a, you know, I'm not going to mention it, but you know, I think that, yeah, it's just dangerous territory.
I think Stephen Colbert and, you know, who's John Oliver, those guys have leveraged and timed well the market. I think for a big, you know, CPG like Pepsi to try to cross that divide is extremely risky. But the same thing can be said, we talked about Starbucks and its unicorn drink that was limited. You know, who out there was saying, that's a great idea, I'm sure that's going to win new customers, or at least get the millennials or Gen Z to come in and take a picture or something. So I actually, to looking back in hindsight, of course, everybody would say, well, wait a second, don't do this. You've already spent $1 million or $2 million. There's a cost factor. But I think there's a level too when you have those, and I'm not saying that was a great commercial. I like the Saturday Night Live version better, but I think that there is a need to have those sort of out there thinkers in the room that will use some of the data. That is the first step perhaps, but I think you still need those people who are trying to create a wow, trying to shatter something. Because if it's just follow what works for the bigger player in your vertical, then why do it, in my opinion? So I think there's some push there.
Is there any, so my name's Nate, I own a brand, it's a men's focused grooming brand, obviously beards are a big context of that. Curious, are there other brands that look across like the table at other brands that have a similar like demographic, so in this case a male demographic, and seek to partner with those other brands, having a common demographic by which they're both interested in, and then looking at the deeper substance of creating experience, creating content, etc., and deferring, you know, maybe some of the costs associated with maybe more extravagant experience. Have you guys ever seen any kind of brand collaboration for marketing campaigns like that in this day and age, with using digital and experience and that type of stuff, or any interest whatsoever?
So you see a lot of brands and properties, you know, sort of leverage. I think that's huge right now, brands and getting associated with properties. Brands and brands. I'm trying to think of a good example.
So Fathom, right? So Christian has several movie theaters in LA. I have a male brand, you know, company. So if they're like in effect of collaboration in that instance where maybe, you know, I don't know, like revisioning of Rambo or Rambo, you put that back in the theaters, which Fathom's done before, haven't saw it, First Blood is awesome, thank you for that. So like with my male brand, that's a cult classic movie that I can generate and move my customer base to an event like that, collaborating with his movie theater and your system as well. Like that type of collaboration is kind of what I'm curious about. Like that sort of stuff goes through my head. Like, does anyone else like consider that as a viable option or something that's a reasonable approach?
Yeah, I mean, I think speaking from experience at Fathom, we did something exactly like what you're talking about with Groupon last year around our Ferris Bueller screenings, where Groupon was launching their first consumer ad campaign in many years, and they loved the idea of getting behind Ferris Bueller, and we were already bringing it back to theaters and really pushing their message, which is go out and experience life, which is clearly what Ferris Bueller does. So we created a whole integrated campaign around that, where Groupon came in, sponsored the event in theaters nationwide, you know, got to have their messaging sort of throughout. They also got to use content. It was a little bit of a licensing play too. So they got to use content from that iconic movie in some of their ad campaigns. So, you know, it was really a win-win for everybody, but they had to pay to play in that instance.
There's a question in the back there too, far back. Still have it?
Yeah, sorry. I was curious that whether or not some of these brands are starting
raisins or pick a product and then no farmer, for example, attributes their success to that. So I'm just curious whether or not these people start to take on the mentality of content providers rather than selling the product that they were.
I think definitely you see companies doing that. What I see more and more, these big brands turning actually into tech companies. So Walmart actually refers to itself as a tech company now, if you can believe it. So yes, I think you do see big brands saying, I'm successful because I tell stories. And that's how you are successful, by telling stories. That's what advertising is. Successful advertising is telling a great story. So you are seeing that start to happen. But more of what I'm seeing is these big companies, these big brands turning into tech companies. I mean, Domino's has the most successful app, I think, that exists. I mean, and look at their commercials based around the app. I mean, it's so successful.
Look at Red Bull.
Red Bull,
I mean, they are, I think, probably the dominant content brand out there.
Mm-hmm. And it's
they own
99% earned media.
Yeah,
they don't
I mean,
even really
talk about
advertise
taking a
anymore.
giant leap of faith. Felix Baumgartner did exactly that now to a Red Bull balloon. You know, and got tens of millions of engagements, and because of it, that's what Red Bull does is create great content, and they own that space, and they've really thought about who are we trying to reach, what are they interested in. Okay, we're going to create those experiences for them that they can share.
Their biggest challenge, you know, during marketing.
Right. Right.
I think that
Yeah,
Red Bull Studio is obviously a huge success. GoPro, some stumbling, let's say, obviously, but they also went after that same, let's build the YouTube for extreme sports.
Casper, Casper, you know, the bedding company, or bed company, Casper. What's that? Yeah, they're all about, they own the conversation around sleep, right? They're a mattress company, you know, a startup, and what a great, so they've thought about, oh, who's the audience? What do we have authority in? It's not, you know, we're not going to be talking about, you know, ISIS or anything else. We're going to be talking about sleep. That's what we do, and they create fantastic content.
Anyone else like brand creating studio content, you know, as opposed to the earned media versus the paid media? Anything else jump at people? I'll get your question in 1 second, but anyone else?
There's a big one called Six Pack Shortcuts on YouTube. They're like the third or fourth largest YouTube channel. They're
Yeah.
direct response marketing guys. They sell, you know, supplements and that sort of stuff, and they are gigantic.
Right.
All original, all their own content. Local guys in Austin, great, smart, young guys, great with data, and yeah, at one point in time they had a larger YouTube channel than Sony.
That's great. Yeah, I think we'll see more of that. I think the studio approach, kind of, you know, with all the consolidation, everything's moving this direction. But I think you get the smarter advertising firms to say, listen, here are the people we need. Let's put them in a room. Let's start to develop out what that is. If it's consistency, authenticity, whatever the sort of call to action is. I love the Lexus perfection. Let's take the chefs, then let's take the models and the artists. I mean, Apple's trying to do that as well. Last question in the back.
We have an example with our TCM Classic Movie Series where we do classic movies both with TCM and then outside of TCM. And we have you know, plenty of data that shows that when we're doing the movies in conjunction with Turner Classic Movies, running media, I mean, we have a pretty integrated partnership there that those titles typically perform, I mean, 2 to 3 times better than the ones that we don't have them on board for. And again, title specific, but yeah, and that's been a great media partnership for us. And that's a key strategy for us, is to continue to find those partnerships that you can sort of amortize over time for content over and over versus starting from scratch each time.
In a former life, the company, we did a movie release, and the key was tying excuse me, TV and social advertising. We saw a 40% lift. 40% because traditionally people go for TV, especially movies and movie premieres, or not movie premieres, movie openings. But they weren't 40% lift in conversion, yeah. And why that was is because when you go after TV or you just go after social, you're only getting part of the audience. The TV, you know, they're complementary. We need to tie them together. So what happened was we said, okay, you got this audience. We know what you got based on Nielsen data. So if we go over here, we're going to retarget and target the areas that you missed, and got a 40% conversion rate off of 2 movies, 2 different use cases. So for me, I would say in TV and finding, again, about knowing your audience and finding who may be your audience, using that data, you can find great opportunities there.
All right, I want to say one last thing for the panel. If you have not worked with or mentioned on this panel so far, I always like to push you out a little bit of your space. Your favorite brand, just 1 word, 2 words, whatever it is. We'll start with Story Worldwide.
Oh, gosh. Toby's Estate.
Which one?
Toby's Estate. They're a coffee brand. Don't tell the Starbucks folks I said that. They're my favorite brand.
You may have to skip me like in a restaurant. I'll come back to me.
For me, it's easy, Tesla. Wish we worked with them. Excuse me, but that's why I love them. They don't need me or anyone else, and everyone knows who they are.
I'd say, gosh, 1, can I go 2? Anthropology, because I think they create a real lifestyle feel around everything they do. And Lululemon, because I think they've just done a really great job as well of integrating what they do in the retail space with what they do online, and really capturing the consumer.
Lee, what comes?
Audi, I would say.
Which one?
Audi cars.
Okay. Great. Well, I want to thank the panel very much for their time. Thank you.
So L'Oreal, we actually met L'Oreal. If you have purple water, don't do it right in the mic. Moving their chairs. No, whoever.
Thumbs up. Good afternoon. Thanks for attending this panel. I'm told that we're the only thing standing between you and the cocktail hour. So I appreciate your patience and your commitment to a little more content before it's time for drinks. So thank you again for coming and for joining us for what is a massive, massive topic. We're going to hit it from all sides, as you'll hear from our panelists. They're coming at it from many different directions. This idea of leveraging content and celebrity. This has been a panel at Digital Hollywood for several years, and it continues to evolve. It continues to grow because the topic continues to evolve. New technologies, new ways of engaging customers and your audiences. It continues to grow in its reach. So I'm really excited about the panelists and really excited about their perspectives. I think, when you think about the title, and I think title of Digital Hollywood panels are always pretty fantastic because they're always a mouthful. Leveraging content and celebrity for cross-platform success, from TV, mobile, and internet to social media and virtual reality. As I said, it grows. I think in the last year they've added virtual reality, and it gets more and more exciting. The first thing I want to do before we introduce the panel is sort of queue up where you guys are at, where you're coming from, the types of questions that you might have walked into the room with. Undoubtedly, the conversation will spark some questions, but when you looked at the program and you saw the content for this conversation, what were some of the questions that you came into the room with? Is anybody willing to share a question on your mind about leveraging content, celebrity? Yes, sir. Say that one more time. Payment to influencers. Yeah, how do we work that? That's the wheels are turning on that one, so we'll cue that up. Yes, sir.
As a content creator, how to partner with celebrity.
Perfect. Great. As a content creator, how to partner with celebrity. Perfect. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, so that'll start the wheels turning up here, so we can make sure that we address those specific topics. Can I just ask, who are the content creators in the room? Who are the folks who are putting it together, whatever form it might be? Okay. Marketers in the room. Granted, there might be some crossover there. Brands in the room. Looking for ways to get further outreach and audience. Even the cameraman raised his hand. Okay, so we'll dive in. Apologies for that huge preamble. My name's Tony Hoskins. I'm the founding partner of an agency called POP. We're a digital advertising agency that does exactly this, creates content for brands and finds ways for them to extend their reach and make something that matters to their audiences. We work with Target and Xbox and Nintendo and Toyota, and we put that together. Been doing that for about 21 years. This is near and dear to my heart. Also, as a father of three, I have 3 boys, a 12-year-old and a 7-year-old and a 1.5-year-old. The 1.5-year-old is not really consuming content yet, but the 12-year-old is what keeps me on the pulse of what's going on YouTube, what he's seeing out and about, and really in places I just don't see that content. My wife is devoted to podcasts and blogs, and I get links every day to things I need to watch and see. It's the heartbeat of the family and what people are digesting. From a business perspective, again, it makes our agency go around. It's what our clients are constantly thinking about is how do we push it? How do we look for new opportunities for their stories to be told and their experiences? So an exciting topic. I'm kind of an audience member today as well. So I want the panel to introduce themselves, just sort of their name, what they do, and who they do that for. And we'll start, ladies first.
I'm Jeannie Wolf. I've made my reputation interviewing, writing about, posting about, doing films about, doing TV about celebrities and famous figures. I started with Entertainment Tonight, and boy, have I seen changes in the celebrity world. I started when Entertainment Tonight owned the world of celebrity. You know, you'd call a celebrity, do you want to come to my house? How long do you want? Now it's 3 minutes, have your story out tomorrow. It has really all changed. It's changed from telling celebrities, don't do TV, God, don't do commercials, to be everywhere on every screen, in every place that you can. And I think that's what we're talking about today. How do you take celebrities, well-known people with an image, influencers, people who you think could help your brand and could help themselves? How do you advise them? How do you observe them using all these different platforms?
Thank you.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I don't know if this is on or not, but my name is Noah Rubin. I'm the editor-in-chief of Mary Jane. We are a media outlet co-founded by folks like Snoop Dogg. We have celebrity influencers like Seth Rogen, Miley Cyrus, Wiz Khalifa. We are trying to look at the world through the lens of somebody who is excited about and interested in cannabis. And I kind of come from a more conventional media background. I'm the former editor-in-chief of a magazine called Mass Appeal. It's also a record label. So both television production and development, as well as the world of music are very familiar to me. And I kind of bring those things all together at Mary Jane.
I'm Pitar Mandich. I am the Chief Talent Officer at Addition. We are a talent management company primarily focusing on digitally native talent, another word for influencers, even though I don't love that word personally. Mm-hmm. We work with about 15 clients that represent between 25 and 30 million subscribers, and just about every vertical out there between tech, gaming, music, beauty, fashion, DIY, pop culture, cuisine, and even parenting. And so we work to act as the kind of brand manager, CMO, CEO of their brand, helping them build long-term strategies in businesses both on and offline.
Let me interrupt you there, Jonathan, just before you go. So word from the audience just to try and get closer to your mics so that they can hear you. Okay. Thank you.
How's that?
Nice.
All right, good. Hey guys, Jonathan Lowe. I'm the Senior Vice President of Business Development and Brand Strategy for the LA Kings. I'm part of AEG Sports and ultimately AEG. Had the good fortune of being with the company for 15 years. The majority of my time I focused on the Kings, our hockey team here in LA. Hopefully we got a couple Kings fans in the house, maybe? All right, I love it. But I've also had the fun, opportunity to work on cycling and tennis and boxing and soccer and rugby and lacrosse and a bunch of other sports. So thanks for having me and look forward to an exciting dialogue.
Hi, I'm Jamie Eldon. I'm a
president of Nylon Media, or Nylon Magazine, as you guys probably know it. I'm also chairman of Socialite, which is one of the US's top influencer casting agencies. We've been running the business. Most of you know Nylon as a magazine. It's about 20 years old. In the last 3 or 4 years, we've been developing IP out of the magazine into digital for desktop and mobile, and then into social. And in the last sort of 18 months, we've now developed 3 television shows which will be airing across the end of this year and into 2018. And we partnered with United Talent Agency about 1.5 years ago to start to leverage the talent that we use within all of our content and editorial, and how can we leverage that even with brands into content platforms across social media and also into other mediums such as linear and virtual reality.
So now that you've met the panel, I want to just 2 things really quick, kind of housekeeping items. First of all, you might notice that Mark Wolf is not up here. We had scheduled 1 more panelist. He fell sick this afternoon, I think, sent us an email saying he couldn't make it, so that's why he's not here. But now you know who's seated up on the stage, and I'd like to just call out sort of the deliberate nature of what a panel conversation should be about, which is, of course, you're all here because you're interested in the content. Now you know the folks that are seated here, and maybe be thinking about who you want to connect with, because definitely the folks that are here on the stage want to connect with you, or they wouldn't be here. So I want to endorse that connection. Come find them afterwards. Come chat with them. Everybody's interested in that, and connect with them, because I think there's a lot that can happen just from that networking. So I'm going to kick things off to the panel by sort of throwing up the softball a little bit to allow each of them to share something with us, which again, as a sort of audience member, I'm interested in. Can you walk us through, each of you, a recent success story, maybe in the last year, something that went extraordinarily well, maybe better than you thought, or even maybe something that you're just really excited about as it pertains to leveraging content and celebrity? And I ask this because I'm the guy who looked at all the previous panels from previous years, Jonathan, so I've seen you the last 3 or 4 years, and things change constantly. So you guys are constantly trying new things, constantly throwing new noodles on the wall to see what sticks. So I'd love to hear sort of what's worked, what's got you excited, some recent success stories. Jean?
Oh, well, I think that part of our success is that we've learned to conquer all the different media that are available to us. So I'm the West Coast editor of Saturday Evening Post. I wrote an article about Leslie Stahl, who is one of the correspondents on 60 Minutes, and ended up making a lot of news on Muck Rack and other places because I specifically asked Leslie about the change in environment for journalists with politicians now, especially Trump, starting that, going straight to the audience. And it really fascinated people. I've also noticed more and more famous stars, people who are going to be gossiped about, people who have a story to tell, people who have a product that they want to share, who have a big following and communities, going to create their own content, or to people who let them speak directly to them so they don't have to read versions of it other places. Which means even though we're full of tabloid TV and full of scandal, we also have given celebrities, people who are written about, more of a chance to tell their own story.
No.
Well, you know, Mary Jane is a pretty young media brand. You know, we've really only been around for 1.5 years, but obviously because we're very blessed to have kind of high-level talent relationships in the process of our launch. You know, obviously working with Snoop on a regular basis has been incredible for us, but his show with Martha Stewart has certainly been an unexpected and really exciting boost for us. I don't know if any of you guys have watched the Martha and Snoop potluck dinner party, but that was a sort of unexpected hit, and you know, for us to be associated with that property and to have sort of some light branding in there as well has been really exciting. We're shooting the 2nd season right now, and so that is definitely something that came out of nowhere and has been a really great thing for us.
And if I could interrupt for a second and say, I think we're going to hear the word unexpected in a lot of the big hits that people brag about or want to share. We all want to know, how did those big wows happen? And mostly, we only analyze them afterwards. So luck and unexpected are words we're going to hear a lot, I think.
Yeah, I think that, and also strategy is super important, and thinking ahead, and being, not thinking just short term. So part of our job as talent managers at my company is to help our clients build long-term brands and businesses. And so we've helped them, really own their audience and migrate these followers and fan members to different mediums, such as books. So we've helped 4 clients publish 3 New York Times best-selling books, 1 debut #1 that we're now shopping the IP around for film rights, which is super exciting. We also helped our client cross over into a YouTube Red series, which season 1 had about 1.1 billion impressions across the 8 episodes, which is super exciting. We just announced the season actually 2 today, and tomorrow will be a trailer about it on youtube.com/Joey Graceffa. The show's called Escape the Night 2. It's a surreality kind of murder mystery series, and you take on Clue for the millennial audience. And so I think the biggest, thing that I've seen in my world the last 12 months is really just diversifying what they're doing in their businesses, not just from a revenue standpoint, but an audience standpoint, and making sure they continue to own that audience, and that we're not making a decision that, looks good in the short term, and the long term could be detrimental to the brand that we're trying to build with them.
Yeah, for the Kings, we've come off, a pretty remarkable year for the franchise. Number one, we just celebrated our 50th anniversary, which, I think shocks a lot of, non-Kings fans and sort of casual fans that we've been in the marketplace for 50 years. And, instead of just sort of patting ourselves on the back and, celebrating ourselves, we set out to do a huge number of community initiatives, large community acts all throughout LA, both in terms of, financial giving, but participation in a number of very important causes that touch the city. And, that obviously provided great content opportunities as well to engage and sort of thank the city for having us for 50 years. We were lucky enough to have the All-Star Game this year, which was, a phenomenal platform for us, for the NHL, which, crazy enough, celebrated its centennial. So the league is 100 years old, the same year the Kings are the 50th, and to combine those platforms, in terms of the content that was created, both from the current All-Stars to bringing back the top living 100 greatest NHL players, to the music and celebrities that were engaged that weekend, obviously for the fans that were there, but for the ability to spread that content was huge. And I think it's really, and Luke Robitaille, our president, former player and Hall of Fame player, was always about prepare for when you're good. And obviously that can be on a sports team perspective, but it could be for any brand or company. When you have your moment to shine, how can you take advantage of that? And it's not just financial metrics, but engaging your fans and your consumers to participate in the things that are happening, whether they're online or offline. And then the most important thing is how they amplify those experiences, because it's way more compelling to hear what your fans have to say and sharing their stories of how they're touching these great moments than anything the organization could sort of broadcast out. So a couple cool things we had this year, and I'm sure we'll talk about some other stuff too.
I think one of the things that we're doing, which is really interesting, leveraging celebrity across various platforms right now, is being a traditional magazine business. We're in about 32 countries with the Nylon brand. So as we've started to leverage the content that we're creating and moving into different platforms, recently we just underwent a huge sort of content development plan internally, and we've developed a show which leverages celebrity. Nylon has access to celebrity. We interview them in the magazine, online, on video, on social, so we have access. One of the things that we've done is to then develop that into a format that could be a weekly show. And it's done in the Nylon type of DNA, targeting a young millennial girl, little edgy, kind of like Vice for girls in a way. That's very cool. It appeals to celebrity. They want to be on the show. They want to be interviewed. They like our digital and social reach that it gets. But now we've just packaged this into a show which is going to be airing on Amazon in about a month from now as a weekly show. But the other thing that I think leveraging platforms enables you to do with content celebrity now is we're not just rolling it out in the US on Amazon. We're also going to be doing the show in Japan, in Korea, in Germany, in the UK, and we're doing various, it's the same format, but we're leveraging celebrity and culture in each one of those particular countries. Okay, so all of a sudden, what these digital platforms allow us to do is to globalize content literally at the click of a button. And that's something that the traditional television and cable business is challenging these days to get done. So, you know, that's kind of what we're doing. Celebrity drives the appeal, and with that, we're able to get the distribution, specifically through digital platforms.
And one of the interesting things, I think, certainly for myself, is the changing definition of the word celebrity. And that continues to evolve in the same way that the content continues to evolve. And I think just to take a moment and stop to say, there's a lot of cool things going on from a lot of different perspectives. Do you guys have any questions at this point right now to say, okay, that one thing that Noah talked about or the one thing that we shared, is there anything that sort of pops out right now? This is a good time to jump in. Yes, sir.
How did you get Martha Stewart to do this show?
It's really just about a personal relationship between her and Snoop that was actually kind of incubated in the context of the Comedy Central roasts. So that is actually not something that anyone outside of Snoop himself can really take credit for.
I saw this show with Snoop and Martha and 50 Cent making pizza. It's brilliant.
I hope your life has been changed.
It's a whole different thing. Did you have a question?
Glad to hear.
It was just speaking to community. I had my career in the music industry, and I had a child who had some delays, so I've been very active in education for the last 10 years. Now I'm an educational consultant. And the big thing is community, and I'm trying to create a connection between education and the kids in our future and industries that are opening up to them that maybe they don't know about and parents aren't aware of. We are neighbors, and with the Lifeburn School District, so we're opening a high school just down the street. So we should touch base.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. But I just love that people are starting to talk about like a social correlation between what we can do to empower people and talk to kids and push things down and using your influence in a positive way and switching it around and actually using that as a value-added commodity to what you're doing because you're able to use content that you're creating. But
yeah, and if social good is super important. We encourage all of our clients to find what they're passionate about and to use the leverage of their audience and their voice and their influence to really make a difference. So we've helped raise tens of thousands of dollars over the years. We've built, I think, 6 wells in Africa with certain clients. So we've done a lot of fun things to really, you know, give back and build that part of the community and also show the audience members that they can do something as well to help, you know, give to the world.
I think it's most of the celebrities I know, whether they admit it or not, have a little guilt. What am I doing here? Why do I have all this wonderfulness? I want to give back. What you said is exactly right. Find their passion. You don't just stick somebody with a charity. You don't stick a hockey player with a world he doesn't know about. And then you surround yourself with a team that does strategize. Matt Damon and Water, George Clooney, and all of those guys work together to create events. You can see more celebrity events where now you can, buy an event with a celebrity. Celebrities really want to do this, but they want to feel knowledgeable, they want to feel respected, and they want to feel useful.
Jonathan, you mentioned some of the stuff that the Kings is doing with the community and with kids.
Yeah, I mean, we're very involved with Children's Hospital, Los Angeles. CHLA is a huge partner of ours, and again, things like content, and digital social platforms allow you to share with the world the touch points and the impact that your players and team are having, on kids, when they come to the hospital, and to see the joy on those young people's faces. So it's not just saying we went there, but let's tell the story of one child that was impacted by their experience with the Kings, and can we bring them back to the game and have them meet that player that they connected with at the hospital visit, which we did. at a game and created, you know, a very unique and wonderful experience for that, you know, wonderful child and their family. And again, those things are happening all the time in so many different ways, and I'm sure all your organizations. And you know, I think telling those stories about how you're making an impact beyond just what's happening on the ice. I mean, yes, we know there's hockey, and you know, it's very evident to see what's happening, but at least in terms of the world of sports, what's been pretty cool for me these last 15 years is, and again, maybe you know it sounds cheesy, but I don't think it is the impact that sports can have, and entertainment and music, I think, are the same things. And you know, a culture and a society that so many things divide us, when you can connect around a team you love, or a celebrity, or a cause, or even a product now, that unites people. And I have the benefit of seeing, you know, over 18,000 people at any given time during one of our games experiencing that in person together. And then with social and digital, those people's experiences can become amplified to their friends, their communities online. So those channels allow you to share what's happening maybe to a small group to the world. And then our investment in content and storytelling between different platforms we created allow us to share the stories of our fans, our players, and stuff that's happening off the ice, which in a lot of times is just as or more compelling than the games everyone can watch, you know, on TV and hear on radio.
Completely different content for each country, and that is actually the purview of Amazon. If you're doing a show in Japan, it has to be Japan, it has to be Japanese in the native language, and so that's how we're curating it. So we basically unlocked through each country that we're in all of this amazing content, which we're going to turn into this. So instead of creating one show, we're actually going to be creating, when we roll out, initially about 13 shows in 13 different countries. So, which is exciting because, you know, one of the hardest things to do today in any platform when you're launching a content business is if you're not an existing brand with a legacy, you have to spend so much money building your brand before the audience will come to it. Okay, you see that with a lot of digital, you know, content studios. Nylon's fortunate in the fact that Nylon has been around so long that people know the name, they know the magazine. So naturally, to see it available on Amazon in the country, you know, it's like tuning into NBC. You know, people trust it to deliver something. So we're fortunate, but the exciting thing is that wasn't our idea. That was actually Amazon's idea, who came to us with that, about bringing different cultures, you know, around the world into a show. So.
Pitar, before we move, I wanted to address the question early on about compensating. You mentioned Joey's show, and from your perspective at Edition, how do you guys, what's sort of the model you follow for compensating influencers?
Well, you know, we work to help find the right balance between the fee being paid and the services. So a lot of things impact the services and the overall fee between the actual video and social services, usage exclusivity. So if someone wants to use the content in a digital advertising campaign or a commercial print campaign, whatever it is, that costs money. So we work with the brand or advertiser agency, whoever we're talking to figure out what the right balance is and to make sure that, you know, there is an ROI for them, but there's also, you know, it's also fair to our clients. And so every kind of project varies in terms of kind of the content and branded element. On the book realm, you know, it's pretty standard in terms of book deals, working on advances and royalties. On the content realm, it varies per project between, you know, being you know, produced by a producer, an EP, depending on level of involvement they have and, you know, what kind of talent they are and what kind of program it is. So everything is a little bit different, but we work to kind of look at all those different factors and also marketplace opportunity cost of, you know, them doing this right now and not doing something else in a month. You know, what is the opportunity cost or potential opportunity cost? So we look at all those factors to figure out the right pricing model.
Any follow-up to that question? That was yours in the back, right? On compensating influencers? I can't remember.
It was a guide to the
Okay, if you have any follow-ups, definitely connect after. I'd love to talk to Noah about celebrity endorsements. You mentioned a number of the names that are involved. in supporting and understand strategies or cross-platform promotions, or how you're sort of leveraging those celebrity endorsements for your brand?
Yeah, I mean, it's it's about looking at our ecosystem and our priorities and the things that we have going on, and figuring out the best ways that, to your point about kind of looking at everything on a case-by-case basis, it's not a one-size-fits-all strategy.
Yeah.
It's really like, who is where, who has bandwidth, who's going to feel excited about this specific initiative or piece of content that we're looking to develop. Like, whether it's something like developing a TV show and trying to sell it to a network, or it's something as simple as sharing some of our content on a certain celebrity's social feeds, that is a pretty wide range of things that are options. Now, obviously you want to look at what it is, and you want to make sure everyone's feeling excited and is organically kind of part of whatever that is that you're trying to undertake.
Yeah.
But again, we are in a very fortunate position because, cannabis is a very new realm, but the names that we're working with are known entities. So that's a very strategic advantage for us, and something that we really like to, make the most of whenever possible.
How do you measure either the effectiveness of that, whatever that specific promotion might be, or change in perception? Do you have a way that you sort of measure its ability to?
I think much like what I was sort of just saying, it's like there's so many different ways that things can manifest themselves. So I don't necessarily think there's a single indicator of success, but I think it's important to be cognizant of the many realms in which an activity may take shape, and then you can say, hey, this was a really big win for us on social, or a specific social platform even, or we got a lot of press off that,
Right.
or we made a ton of money off that. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of different parameters that we're looking to bring benefit to the brand overall in, and obviously it's great when all of the boxes are checked, but you can't necessarily expect that of everything that you do.
Yeah.
So try to be strategic. Try to say, hey, we know we're gonna win somewhere, but you don't necessarily always know where that's gonna be.
Totally. Okay. Yeah. Follow-up questions there? Anything? I want to ask Jonathan about, and we talked about this before a little bit, but it's something that's interesting to me, specifically coming from a sports perspective, a sports team organization. You have a very unique opportunity and challenge in the sense of you've got the season, you've got how the team's doing, how you market, how you promote, how you sort of do things cross-platform. In that sense, it's providing content in and of itself based on the season. But then you've got now, like when you're off season, what types of strategies do you and your team sort of employ when you've got no sort of natural flow of that content? How do you sort of manage the time between now and the time season starts?
Yeah. So certainly an interesting challenge and a fun one, just in general in sports. If you have a consumer product, and I'll make it more general, then I can get specific. You have a consumer product, and you test that product, and you develop that product. You have a reasonable expectation how that product's going to perform. You can craft your marketing, you can craft your creative, your campaign, and you have, to a degree, a sense of certainty. Well, in sports, you can throw all that out the window. You could be an 8th-seeded team that in the history of the NHL had never won a championship and win the championship that year. And oh yeah, that was us. Or you could be down 3-0 in a playoff round, and only, I think, 2 other teams in the history had ever come back to win 4 in a row to win that series. And oh yeah, that was us, and that was the other year we won the cup. And you could be a heavily favored team and not even make the playoffs. And that was a year after we won the cup. So all those things are happening, and again, part of it is being fluid and being able to adjust your storylines and your content and your tactics to address what's happening during the season, which you have absolutely no control over. The cool thing for us is we've created a lot of different content platforms that we've brought in-house to be able to continue to tell stories and engage our fans during the off season. So we have a platform called the LA Kings Insider, which actually, it's crazy. We launched it, I think, in about 2006-07, where we were the first professional sports team to bring on a beat writer that had full editorial integrity into our online ecosystem. And that platform now, scoops all sorts of fun and exciting news, about the team. So that is, a very hockey-based, but there are things happening certainly in the off season that Dar's talking about. So they're sort of a very hockey-focused, online editorial platform that gets huge views and huge engagement. We have other platforms called, Fit to Be King, which is a fitness content platform within the Kings, where we're sharing nutrition and exercise tips, that are inspired by, certain training and nutritional methods of the team that we can continue to seed out in the off season. We have our own show called Black and White, which is a content series which focuses on the ice but off the ice storylines that are created throughout the year. So we've tried to create different platforms to be able to continue to give content even if there isn't hockey on the ice. So those are just some of the things. And again, I'm not going to talk, this is sort of offline, but we're always in the community, doing events and promotions and with our foundation. So I guess in a more traditional sense, we're always trying to have a presence even when we're not on the ice.
And the Black and White program, the one that's on the site now, which it makes sense now to me, kind of talks about what's the organization going to be thinking about in the off season, what are the changes we might want to make, and kind of allows, I think, the fan base to follow you into the off season a little bit and understand that strategy?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we're always thinking of different storylines that are, again, off ice and on ice. And we launched one about the retirement, of our beloved broadcaster, Hall of Fame broadcaster Bob Miller, who'd been the team for 44 years and sort of chronicled his experience in the last game, which obviously, was then posted after the fact. So those are the kind of things we're mining throughout the season that we can space out during the off season.
So from an audience perspective, obviously we're always trying to segment and find all the different segments, the different audiences. We know anybody fall through the cracks, but is there one segment? Is there kind of that elusive audience? Is there that primary focus that either you're not seeing the numbers from and you want to elevate, or you're just always after? Is there sort of anybody who wants to jump in on that one, talk us through sort of your audience challenges?
I think for my clients, it's about catering to their current audience, evolving with their audience, and also reaching a new audience. So how do you craft a message that kind of hits all those buckets? It can be challenging sometimes because someone who's 15 might not, like the same thing like someone who's 30. But trying to find that common ground and common factor and create content that hits all your different audience segments and is still evolving with them is really important. So for instance, I represent a woman named Dulce Candy. She is primarily known for beauty and fashion content. She also is Latina. She's a mother. She's an Army veteran. She's an immigrant. And so we've helped her kind of evolve with her audience and, also broaden her content offerings. So she's doing more lifestyle content, more parenting content, more conversational content. We had her host a town hall last year with Hillary Clinton. She spoke at the DNC last year. So kind of getting her political voice, using her stature in this space and her story to help, tell other stories. And so that's something that we've kind of helped her craft in terms of audience strategy. That's been really successful so far.
And it is a matter of finding out the stories that people want to tell, whether it's Gwyneth Paltrow talking about makeup and health and getting people furious at her because they don't like her eating plan, and then loving her again because they like her new mascara or her way of life. It's very interesting that you find out what a celebrity wants. And as a journalist trying to get celebrities to talk to you, it's not that you promise them you're going to only focus in on the thing that they're passionate about, but in the process of getting the story you want or them talking about their movie, you do get all those, tidbits and all those behind-the-scenes stories and all those human elements. I've worked for a lot of magazines and a lot of TV shows, and I've been to more meetings than you can imagine where people go, we're sick of celebrities. We don't want them in our cover anymore. They're too demanding. They're too everywhere. And nobody seems to find a substitute. For me, one of the biggest lies in the world is, I don't care about those stars. I don't care about those movie people. Did you see what she wore? Did you see that tie he wore with his tux? So it is a matter of human interest. Yeah. Certainly at this point, everybody wants spicy news. They want scandal. They want sexy, but they also want something that makes them feel. And at a time now when our country seems to be expressing such tension and disappointment, you want some humor, you want some humanity, you want some connection, you want some fun.
Yeah. Jamie, from a Nylon's perspective, what's sort of that, the readership now, who's that sort of subscriber base you're after, where are you looking for?
I think for us, what's we're discovering right now is, when you just have a magazine, you can pretty much determine your readership through the subscription data that you have. So you know who your audience is. Our sweet spot's always been kind of 16 to kind of 28-year-old young girls. And that's it. But recently now, because of the, of social media being so easily consumed at a young age, when I'm talking young, I'm talking like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13-year-old girls are consuming content and can access Nylon content on our Instagram, on our Snapchat, on our Facebook, and on our website. We're recently seeing that we have an audience which is below the age of 16. We recently, every year we have our annual Young Hollywood event in LA here, and we just had it at the new Avenue Club downtown 3 weeks ago. And on our cover is a young actress called Rowan Blanchard, who's on our cover. She's 15 years old, on the cover of Nylon, and the party, it shocked us. Went through this big party, big step and repeat, all the celebrities come, to come to the Nylon party. But what shocked me about it most was, I would say probably there was about 100, 150 girls who were probably between the age of 13 and 16, from actors, actresses from Disney, Nickelodeon, all turning up, and then friends trying to turn up. So a whole new demographic that Nylon is attracting, because I agree with what you said. We're a little sexy, we're a little bit more edgy, and we're a little bit more controversial. And I think we often doubt the amount of content or the type of cultural content that these younger demos are consuming today. And I think, it was a big eye-opener to me walking around this event and seeing, these momagers with all of these young talent who are speaking to millions of young girls about everything from sex to drugs to dating to politics to beauty to fashion.
Yeah.
And these are these are the future celebrities. These are the people that are already reaching a lot more people. You have a 15-year-old girl like Rowan Blanchard who's reaching 10 times more people than Gwyneth Paltrow ever will, digitally and socially. Okay, and that's it.
Yeah. So. Noah, from Mary Jane's perspective, audience segment?
I think we have an interesting kind of, challenge, in that cannabis is a very changing ecosystem. There's so much going on with law. There's so much going on with health. There's so much going on with the culture. And those stories are really stories that, in other contexts would be pretty segmented based on who might be interested in them. Like the guy who wants to get super stoned isn't necessarily the mom who's struggling with an epileptic child, So much to, the earlier points that have been made, how do you try to have a voice that unifies these disparate audiences under an umbrella of quality that, represents your brand? So, we are always trying to kind of play the field in such a way that we are able to speak in a intelligent and cohesive manner to a variety of folks. And there's a lot of stigma around cannabis as well. I think that the entrenched players in the media space definitely haven't been able to kind of present themselves as mainstream crossover media brands, and that's really our intent, is to really be able to kind of be a resource for folks where you're not just sort of lost in this world of cannabis, but we are the whole world, but we are cool with cannabis as well.
Yeah, I would guess that you've got a very unique perspective, and you mentioned sort of the early stages, and you just mentioned sort of the legalization conversations, and that's happening around the nation, and it's got to be moving very, very quickly. What are some of the brand new opportunities that have happened in the last 6 months to a year, or challenges that you've faced in the sense of the role legalization is playing?
Well, I think that you simultaneously see state after state passing recreational laws, state after state passing medical laws, and then simultaneously you have President Trump appointing someone like Jeff Sessions as an attorney general, which couldn't be a more regressive person to have that role. So, especially in terms of cannabis and the overall liberalization of cannabis law. So, I think that there is obviously incredible opportunity on the business side of things, But at the same time, that's really more stated opportunity than tangible opportunity, because a lot of states where these laws have passed, it's still not federally legal. So people are sort of playing I'm willing to burn money for X amount of time until all this other stuff figures itself out, and hopefully in that period establish a brand that people are excited about and eventually gets acquired as things get bigger and better and freer and clearer, really, as time goes on. So, I think that there's immense opportunity for us as a media brand. There's a lot of opportunity and interesting things happening, again, in medicine, science, consumer packaged goods, accessories, fashion.
Yeah.
It's funny that this small world that you would think of as cannabis touches so many different realms of our culture, and it's been a really fascinating and inspiring ride so far.
So you have a unique perspective on the panel, but I think your musical background, either record label executive or musician now. I mean, what are some of the lessons that you sort of bring from your background in music into the job you're doing today?
I think that applying sort of the approach and methodology that I would take in other industries to cannabis has been one of the biggest values that I think that I've brought to my organization. I think that a lot of, endemic cannabis brands have never been sort of forced to play by the rules or observe sort of the best practices of the mainstream media industry in general. For me, like looking at market leaders in media, market leaders in music, like how are brands that are leaders, period, doing what they do, and how can we do that as a brand that is a cannabis brand in many ways, shapes, and forms?
Yeah, apply that same model.
Correct.
Take a breath for a second. Questions? Things on the top of your mind you'd love to jump in with? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm sorry? Again, it is a good question, and we do. I mean, you look at the content that we're creating now. Nylon as a brand is a very feminist-forward brand. It's very independent. It's all original content. It's not syndicated. It's created in-house by a large team of editors for digital, for social, and in print. And it's gone on for nearly 20 years. It's had a singular voice to a specific girl who's interested in things that may be a little disenfranchised than just, traditional American values. And it's made Nylon an iconic brand. I think today, as I go back, yeah, we're seeing, probably 20-30% of our audience now is probably sub 16 that is coming in, and they're discovering us not through the print magazine. They're discovering us on Instagram and on Facebook and on Snapchat and on Twitter. That's where their discovery is happening, and from there they're able to focus more on and learn more about issues that are happening, as they're going to get older. They're learning about it more. Are we going to change and monitor and police what we say? No. And the reason being is if you do that, then you lose two things. You lose your existing audience who's there with you on the journey, but you will lose this new audience as well. Because if we change it down and Disney-fied or Nickelodeon, give it a Nickelodeon twist, then we're going to lose them, because a Nickelodeon audience or a Nick Jr. audience is now sub 8, and 8-year-olds are looking for, are consuming real content now from age of 8 upwards, and they're not going to be interested in a 12, 13-year-old girl is not going to be interested in a dumbed-down version of Nylon. She's not looking for that. She's looking to consume content that maybe her older sister is, or people that she really likes in the music or film or fashion world are consuming or participating in. So, that's it. You can't limit and you can't put caps around content today. You have to follow your voice and your vision. just like certain networks do, TV networks and other brands. BBC has its voice, CNN has its own voice, and you know.
There's a couple questions in there. I'll try to unpack them one at a time. The first question, and I don't know if everybody in the room heard her, is about that for cannabis content creators, regardless of the type of content you're creating, you are subject to being pulled off of any social network at any time because federal law is not up to speed with state law or where we're sort of at as a culture. And some of these brands, primarily Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, etc., at their whim could shut you down, remove your account. You could have amassed hundreds of thousands, if not millions of followers. You can lose them overnight. The number one fix for that is really to focus on developing direct relationships with those brands. They have teams whose sole purpose it is to review content and to develop and maintain relationships with people that are creating on their platforms. And oftentimes, if we have an issue like that, it really becomes an issue, a question of making that direct content, maintaining and having a positive relationship with those people, and leaning on them to help you solve problems when you may encounter one. And that's really your only fix. And then, what was the second part of your question?
Getting sponsors.
Oh, in terms of advertising, that's also a really interesting question because right now the industry actually enjoys quite a pretty lackadaisical, for lack of a better word, approach to advertising because there is no federal law. You're sort of just doing the best that you can to be responsible in your marketing practices. But as we get closer and closer to more formal legal infrastructure around this space, you're going to be looking at much stricter and more clearly defined processes that you're going to have to engage in when you're looking at marketing or advertising or branded content. So again, we're in a nebulous time right now. I just think be as responsible as you possibly can be, with the knowledge that soon enough we're going to be in a place where there is going to be a much more by the book and clearer described approach that we're going to have to take towards monetizing content.
Yes.
I guess this question is for Noah, Jamie, and Jonathan as well. And that is just with your online video content, do you have plans to take that, to roll it out on OTT platforms as well, apps?
Absolutely. I think right now all of the OTT platforms are really interesting. Even from we as a brand have access to them all, whether it's the premium ones, you've got Amazon, Hulu, Netflix, and then you have HBO Now. NBC's Watchable, you have Pluto TV, you have all of these emerging OTT platforms which are bundling and allowing packaging for people to buy and have access to multiple content, multiple apps. It's another distribution platform. I think like with most products that are launched with OTT, there's way too many of them. And, you're going to probably see in 6 months, 12 months from now, the large providers like Verizon, Vios, Comcast, doing a really good packaging of all of them for one fee, which will allow people to be able to access everything. So I think consolidation is going to happen very quickly in the OTT space, and then there'll be 2 years from now, there'll be 3 or 4 players, and I think that's what will probably happen. But yeah, it's extremely valuable because they pay good money. It's a great way to get content out in a premium way that allows you to build your own brand. I think it's a lot different than the YouTube MCN model. because it promotes longer form content, which is something which I think consumers are looking for now. So.
Yeah, and I think that the OTT ecosystem and like the currently very fractured digital ecosystem offers a lot of opportunity for media brands that have a library of content to think about them in different ways. Like each platform you sort of have to produce for with a different approach and really think through, because okay, I do 10 shows on YouTube that are 3 to 5 minutes each. Well, those things edited together with a top and a tail and a host, that's a 22-minute and 44-second TV show that I can sell to a network, or it's a 30-minute half hour that I can do a deal with Amazon for and package all the stuff that I've been paying for on YouTube and now have a 30-minute show on an OTT network. So really it's just about kind of understanding each of these ecosystems, understanding the stuff that you're already investing in, and figuring out the way to maximize it for each.
But nobody's creating their own apps for Roku or Amazon Fire or any of those platforms as standalone apps.
It's something that is a conversation that we've had internally. Again, it's trying to filter it through the ROI. Like how much do we have to invest here, and what are we really going to get out of it? And so, and you're also competing with major players who have unlimited budgets. And fundamentally, we're a startup brand that is doing something cool and people are paying attention to, but that doesn't allow us to just burn millions of dollars every month, which these other brands do have the luxury of doing. So again, it's about creating a balance, finding the right partnerships, and figuring out things that make sense for our business.
I think that to answer, I agree there. One of the things is that we see as a challenge is when you create your own app and you're creating your own channel or network, the amount of content that you have to produce often can promote dilution of the quality. We've seen that with a lot. People have often talked about Vice, when it became Viceland, powering its own cable network, and the quality of programming and how that has changed. It's a challenging thing. It's expensive, but quality suffers. Suddenly you've built out your channel, you've invested in it, you've then got to promote it, and then you've got to fill the content. You can't just have 50 minutes of content out there. Every single day, week, month, you have to be pushing content out. And some of these OTT platforms, when they talk to you, they're saying to me, yeah, fine, we want to do this, we'll do a deal, but we want to get guaranteed minimum of 200 hours of content per year from you. Some are saying 500 hours of content. And that is a huge commitment, it's a huge investment. And the ROI return in terms of revenue from that, because there's very little advertising play around it. You get paid by the amount of people that stream, watch, listen. It's an upside down model right now. So I think, it's exciting, but I can't wait for consolidation.
Hallelujah. Jonathan, from AEG's perspective, or the Kings, how do you guys deal with your video content?
I mean, I'll just talk about the content that we're creating, and I think you touched on. I mean, it takes resources and time and energy to create content. I mean, there are certain, obviously, in the course of a season, natural things that are happening that we're amplifying, through our various channels. But then, we're creating these custom content programs, and you have to be willing to invest the time, energy, and resources to do that as an organization. And the Kings certainly have. We've invested in that because we understand the connection points that we're making with our fans and how we're growing avidity and showing the players beyond what's happening on the ice. Even little funny, examples. I was speaking at another place yesterday and talking about dogs. Player dogs are huge. Our fans love the dogs and the relationships that our players have with their dogs. And it started from our captain, Andrzej Kopitar, posting all this content about his Labradoodle, Gustel. And it was just going crazy. So then someone created a Gustel Twitter account. And that started blowing up. And we're like, oh my God, well, this has got some legs here. So then we created a pet calendar. And the proceeds of that benefit our charitable organization and local animal shelters. And we'll do a bobblehead. So let's do an Andrzej Kopitar and Gustel, which is the dog, bobblehead. And of course, both of the player and the dog's head have to bobble. So then we do, instead of March Madness, we do Bark Madness, where our fans are voting on the player's favorite dog. And, and we're getting tens and tens of thousands of votes for Bark Madness. So it's a funny, silly example, but it's sort of mining things that are happening out there that your fans are interested in, that could be, the funniest, the most whimsical of things, and then can you build content platforms and initiatives online and offline to capitalize on that? So I know I took your question a little bit differently, but I think if you're out there, you got to look at what's happening within your fans and your consumers, because that's where the gold is, and if there's something that's resonating as the organization, as the team or the brand or the media platform, can you jump on that in an authentic way to maybe give the fans something they're not already getting? And it's been a lot of fun. So we're doing a lot with dogs.
Yes.
I have a question for Peter. How do you go about finding the influencers that you guys present? Do you look for, what are some of the criteria you look for? Is it the followers, footprint, messaging?
Yeah, it's a myriad of factors. I think the most important factor is kind of that multi-thread factor, as we call it. Is this talent multi-hyphenate? Yes, do they create quality, consistent content? Do they have an audience that's good in overall size and also in terms of engagement? We rather represent someone who has 1 million subscribers and gets 500,000 views on average per video than someone who has 10 million and gets 100,000. So it's engagement's super important. Also, like you said, the brand and the type of content they're creating. Is it brand friendly? It doesn't have to be Disney necessarily, but we're also not managing porn stars, at least not in our company. And figuring out, do they have the legs to diversify their brand and their business? Do they want to create original content? Do they want to be more commercialized content, work for hire content? Do they want to develop licensing and merchandising lines? Do they want to write books? All those different things that everyone wants to do, but it's important for us that our clients have the desire and the endeavor to do that, because that's what's interesting to us. Yes, our daily job with them often is on branded content and general content, but the thing that really drives us and the passion for us is diversifying their businesses and helping them grow both personally and professionally.
And are you, what platforms do you look at?
Mm-hmm. All of our clients are video focused. We don't really manage people that are just still image based. Nothing against that. I follow lots of great, photographers or fashion icons on Instagram, but unless someone has a video focus to their brand, it's just not for us. It's not our bread and butter. Our main platform for our clients is YouTube. Everyone has basically every social platform that's applicable to them. We do have one client that's main platform is Facebook and Instagram. So that's been interesting the last few months to work with someone whose main distribution and content creation methods are a little bit different than someone who's creating on YouTube, where it's maybe 5 to 15 minutes, where on Facebook it's probably 90 seconds to 2 minutes or so.
Yeah, back.
It seems like the common thread between all of you guys is you need to listen to your audience. And I would have to ask, what is that one thing that you've listened to over the years from your audience? And we'll pitch it out to Jonathan as far as that you got your goal at the end of the day by listening to the audience, and you've achieved that goal that you wanted to achieve.
Yeah, I mean, I think I could speak to the, We Are All Kings, which is, the marketing campaign we had and had for a number of years, which was, based on telling the story, it started with telling the stories of our fans, their true stories and how they connected to the team, and then pairing certain fans with certain players in vignettes that focused on, various themes that were important to that fan and that player. So, really, like and We Are All Kings, it's not the most revolutionary tagline, but it's all about fans and players on an equal playing ground, both united in something they love and they're passionate for, and they're willing to do anything to support. And when you look at a sports team, we're not transactional in the sense that it's not a movie that's out for X amount of time and we're looking for that one weekend or week of sales, and after that, well, we don't necessarily have an ongoing dialogue or communication with that fan. In sports, we have people from the time they're born all the way through their entire lives. So we're constantly about how do we engage with our fans, how do we amplify the things that are important to them, what do they want to know and get excited about our team, and can we tell that story or show that? I mean, you look at our Snapchat, and our players kick around a soccer ball before they go out on the ice, downstairs in the tunnel. And that's what people are going crazy for. The guy's kicking around a soccer ball in a circle. And that might seem trivial, but that's an intimate moment of, world-class athletes about to take the ice and mining that for them. So, really it's all about how do we stay connected to you throughout your entire life, both what's happening on and off the ice. So in everything we do, we're trying to pull out those stories and make those connection points.
Gene?
Yeah, I think it's, we live now, Nylon is a traditional media business. We live in real time. So 10 years ago as a print business, the social conversation you had with your readers was pretty zero. There was no communication. Now it's a one-on-one conversation. We can post something regarding the recent election or politics, and instantly in real time, as that post's gone out, we do about 85 posts a day across our social platforms, and instantly in real time, we're seeing and communicating with our audience what they think of an article, what they think of our POV, and they give us their opinion. They tell us if they like it, they don't like it. And from that, we're able to build trend analysis. We're able to see what's interesting, what isn't. Social media platforms have become a great A/B testing ground for development of content, development of your voice as a media organization, and how to invest. Social media has enabled us to find out what our audience really likes culturally, and we're able to make investment decisions based upon that. I think listening to our audience is something that we do every day, and we have to. It's highly competitive out there right now, It's the same, even if you're Best Buy, people complain about Best Buy's service on Twitter. Do they listen? Yes, they do. So what did Best Buy do? They set up a customer service purely on Twitter. They listened, okay? They do more customer service inquiry and deal with inquiry on their social platforms than they do in store. And I think that is because today you have to listen. So.
Yeah, and I think listening to what your audience wants and asking them what they want is super important. For our clients, having that strong call to action of what you want to see next. What kind of content do you like? What genres do you like? Did you like this video? Did you not? And really looking at that feedback and analyzing that feedback and deciding, should I do this type of video again? Should I not? Should I evolve this series? Should I not? Asking them what they want to see and what they think is really important, having that direct conversation.
And the audience isn't just talking to you, they're showing you. So many things that you guys have described are similar in the sense that the audience wants to be close to a certain kind of world. So a teenage girl loves reading Nylon or loves reading you online because those are conversations other people won't talk to her about. They think she's too young. She's eavesdropping. She's being part of that world. And she doesn't want to read the girl who picks Nylon doesn't want to read the main, what is Jennifer Lopez wearing this week? She wants something edgier. The people who want to watch someone kicking a soccer ball before the game want to feel part of it. They want to feel like an insider. And the people in your world want to feel close to somebody who kind of agrees with what they're doing. So a large part of celebrity, a large part of this kind of revealing content has to do wanting to be a part of that. When you see people walking down the red carpet in $10,000 dresses, no one expects them to go buy $10,000 dresses, but they'll buy a lipstick by Dior, they'll buy perfume by Armani, they'll buy sunglasses by Tom Ford, because they can own a little part of that world.
That's it. Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah. We just have about 5 minutes left, and I really wanted to get to talking, and Noah mentioned this when you talked about sort of taking a look at different platforms and the ROI associated, and I know a few of you are doing some things in VR. What are some other platforms that you're thinking about considering and taking a look at what the ROI might be as things sort of quickly change, quickly move forward?
We're looking at virtual reality. We've been exposed to it because we're deep in content and developing that content into virtual reality. We've met with various technology companies, but I think what really opened my eyes up was recently this year, Nylon, we attended Sundance, and it was everywhere. Everybody was promoting virtual reality at Sundance. And I mean, every major production company, cable network, TV network, film company, all looking at virtual reality as this thing. And so we've started to look at it. We've even done surveys with our audience about it. What do they feel about it? Still, it seems like a tiny, tiny portion, okay, in the marketplace is willing to accept it. And I think that's because nobody wants to walk around with a 3-pound big goggle on their head or sit at home on the couch, in this one-to-one. It's a very personal experience. So, again, it's investment. But it's exciting. I mean, if you ever go to an exhibition, you ever put one of these things on, it's great. You love it. But then after 20 minutes, your head starts to hurt, and your neck's... It's just not a comfortable consumer experience yet that is going to take, that's I think is ready to roll out en masse. But, I agree with you, but I'll let you talk about it, about augmented reality, because I do think that that's very interesting if you have the right environment. So
yeah, I mean, I think like you said, it's all about environment. So we have 18,000 plus people at our games that are looking to be entertained in all sorts of fun ways, and we created a really unique concourse experience that was virtual reality. So a lot of people have talked about it, and we just launched it and did it, and it's been very successful and a lot of fun for our fans to basically be in a simulated goalie game where you're in a CGI Staples Center, and our team are shooting shots at you in the CGI VR game, and there are points, and the funniest thing is, and the thing that we did, which I think is key, because you're right, when a fan is in that experience, no one else can see it, so we have a giant screen alongside the experience that shows the fan in their sort of VR, in their VR game, and then you see the crowds of people that are watching that person playing on the screen because they can see what's happening. So you realize that it's still a social experience, even if just one person's playing the VR game. And then the next part, which is an exciting evolution, which is augmented reality. And I think sports and live entertainment is set up in an amazing way for that, because if you can put your phone around at a game and unlock content and stories and sponsor ads, and you could see how that could go. And again, everyone can do that through AR. So I think that's going to be an interesting layer to unlock content and stories for people experiencing live events. And there are some challenges and hurdles as it rolls out, but I think that's an exciting area that we're certainly looking at, and I think as an industry we'll see how that goes, but we see a lot of potential for sure.
Yeah, I definitely think technology is going to drive a lot of this new content consumption and different types of content. We've done a lot with 360 in the past few months, and it's interesting because half the audience on YouTube consumes content mobilely and half of it consumes content on the desktop. Desktop experience with 360 is garbage. It's not very good. You have to use a certain browser. It's not the best thing. The mobile experience, much better. You definitely feel like you're in the video. You can move your phone. You can see everything. So it's interesting to see that half the audience likes it, half of it doesn't. So it's still really a technology issue. And as technology progresses and things like VR and 360 become easier to consume, I think that'll drive new platforms and new types of content formats, definitely.
For us, we've been working a bit in 360 over the last 6 months to a year. I think that there's a lot of potential in that ecosystem, but to the earlier points, it's still a small audience and it's not cheap to produce. Especially if you are aspirational in regards to the quality. I think for me, I've had a couple experiences with VR that have been very inspirational. I don't know if anybody has the New York Times VR app, but they do a 360 video every single day. And I think 360 journalism is one of the most interesting applications I've seen, because it's truly immersive. I mean, you're actually with a platoon of soldiers in a war zone, and you viscerally feel the entire experience of being there. So I think that that's something that, to me, I find very inspiring. And then on the other side of that coin, I was invited to go do a demo of a new piece of hardware called Birdly, which is intended to simulate the actual experience of you being a bird, and including a giant contraption on which you lay with a fan that blows in your face and goggles that you wear, and you actually fly over the Manhattan skyline. I don't want to be a bird, for the record.
Well, are people smoking to get those trips anyhow?
I mean, yeah, there's other ways to achieve those things. You don't need the expensive hardware.
They don't need gadgets, right?
Correct.
Gene, anything you're working on that's sort of coming up and next?
Well, I think what's interesting is that you see celebrity, influence, fame being kind of quantified. I have this imagination in my mind that the next acceptance award speech is going to be, you liked me, you really liked me, you clicked on me, you shared me, you forwarded me, that people are beginning to feel quantified. But when you listen to everybody talk here, you also realize, yes, the numerics, the count, but the human factor and the connecting factor and the aspirational factor doesn't go away. And most important, it's not enough for people to just love me. They have to like me and share me.
Nice, thank you. We're a little bit over time, so it's cocktail time. Please consider this the start of the conversation, though. Do connect with everybody. Find them on LinkedIn or come find them afterwards. And thank you for your questions and involvement and attending, and have a good cocktail hour.
Maybe lower them down a little bit. Okay, yeah. Maybe bring it down a little bit so we can show the clips. Yeah. All right. Keep them coming. Two minutes. 2 minutes. That's a good idea.
Totally assume that what's in Kevin's closet is very simple. It's understandable.
Oh. Just lost signal again. I just lost a picture again. I just lost a picture again. Oop. Okay, good. Okay, let's get started. Thank you for coming out. Thank you, Victor, for maintaining our gentleman's agreement for the open bar at every event we do. Tonight's event is co-sponsored by the Interactive Media Peer Group of the Television Academy. The Interactive Media Peer Group, is dedicated to the advancement of television in all of its many forms. And right now, that's really specifically focusing on VR and AR in a big way. My co-governor, Mark Johnson, is here. Stand up, Mark, you handsome devil. If you want to know more about joining the peer group, please come up to Mark or me afterwards. We have an amazing group here tonight. This is a free-form discussion. This is one of my favorite things to do. Thanks to Victor, we just really have a discussion with some really smart people off the record about the state of the industry. I'm going to let them introduce themselves. Before I do, I want to say we have I have a little bit of an announcement. We have an alpha of a project which you can all go check out, which is called VRARproject.com. It's something that I started at USC about 3 years ago. It started as a white paper that Andrea, stand up, Andrea, you handsome devil. That Andrea and I, a former student of mine, did about 3 years ago. We wrote this white paper on the state of the industry, and we interviewed Ted and Aaron Koblin and a bunch of really smart people. And by the time we finished it, it was completely worthless and outdated. So then the next year we did it again, and this year we did it with about 12 people, and I think it's actually pretty good. So you can download it, and the idea is that this paper will migrate into becoming a searchable database of companies, projects, resources, and initiatives. It's completely free. It's just a complete open source project. Thank you. So we're going to see where it goes. And we have a bunch of great advisors like Ted and Eric here, and we're trying to figure out how to create something that's valuable to all of us. Did you not know that? Well, you do now. Anyway, go to VRARproject.com. Just put your email address. It's totally free. You can download it. It's about, 300 pages or something. It's good. Okay, let's get started. I'm particularly happy that Maureen is here because, give her a hand. One of the real trailblazers in as a creative and as a CEO. So why don't we start talking about Baobab, and we'll just go down the line. Do we have audio on everybody?
So, hi everyone. I'm CEO co-founder of Baobab Studios, a leading VR animation studio. How many of you guys have seen Invasion with the bunnies and the aliens? Awesome. Okay. So that's one of the top downloaded VR experiences out there across the platforms, starring Ethan Hawke, and that premiered at Tribeca last year. And we also released Asteroids, starring Elizabeth Banks, which premiered at Sundance this year. And we just announced Rainbow Crow, starring John Legend as the main character. and that just premiered the prologue at Tribeca and just showed at Cannes Film Festival as well. So really excited. Also, just in general, very excited about VR as a storytelling medium. There were a lot of naysayers in the beginning that said, storytelling can't be done in VR, but Roth Kirschenbaum is actually partnering with us to turn Invasion into a feature-length film, and it was all inspired from the VR showing the storytelling potential of VR. So we're really excited to talk about any questions about storytelling VR animation today.
Awesome. Ted.
I'm a big fan of Maureen. We invested in her company. Is that? I guess I could say that. I work for 20th Century Fox. I'm the futurist at 20th Century Fox, which is an odd and interesting gig. And as I said before in the earlier talk that I was on, when you get to wake up and you ask yourself, do I have to do this or do I get to do this, right? And I'm in that camp, and I think you are too, and so is Eric, and I think probably everybody here, and this Eric too. So we all know each other. It's kind of an interesting club. I see some of the members of the clubhouse, like Phil right there in point position, and Seth is definitely a member of the clubhouse. It's really been a fun and interesting ride over the last couple of years to explore, to meet people, to try and help things move along, and to just have an open mind and say, I get to do this every day. It's pretty great. So that's what I like to do, and it's been fun to spend time with all you and learn and figure and hope for the best. And I think I'll make a comment about the VR AR project, which I think is genius. And yes, I did agree to be on the advisory board and help out, because a lot of us and some of us in this room very often get the question of, okay, so you seem to be involved in VR. Tell me about VR. And you're like, okay, where do I start, right? But to have a really good pointer, to be able to say, go here, read this for an hour, and then come back and we'll talk intelligently about some of the things that you're interested in, rather than, let me tell you about what VR is and how it all works and why it all works, and then of course AR around the next corner. So I'm pretty enthused about it, Seth. I think it's gonna be great.
Thank you. And Ted's really being too modest, because in terms of VR and Hollywood, he has been clearly the leader in the studio system for really pushing things forward. So give Ted a hand, come on. Sorry, Eric. Sorry about that, Eric.
No, absolutely, amen. But just sitting here next to him, I'm just like, wow, it's 3 years of front seat on a roller coaster.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so much change, so fast, and it's been so much fun. I'm Eric Shamlin. I'm managing director of a company called Secret Location. We have a slightly different backstory in that we started as basically a digital agency 8 or 9 years ago. Like many people 4 years ago, or with the faded Oculus Kickstarter, we picked up the DK1 and tried to figure out what you can do with it, basically. And we were lucky to partner with Fox to do a really cool activation at Comic-Con in 2014.
Yeah, we cut people's heads off in VR. It's great. We could tell you amazing stories. See, I'm already going freeform about the early days of Oculus and how terrified they were.
Yeah.
We were going to say, well,
You're
what we want
doing
to
what?
do is actually decapitate people. They're like, we don't think that's a good idea.
No.
And we're like, we know it's not a good idea. That's why we want to do it.
We can't authorize that with the DK1. So
we did it.
Yeah, we did it, and it was a huge success for Fox and for ourselves. I think for a lot of companies, we were like, okay, well, that was fun. We'll go back to our sort of day jobs. But the phone didn't stop ringing, and it's just been a crazy last few years of basically pivoting the whole business into VR 24/7. And then about a year ago, we were acquired by a company called Entertainment One, which is a big international distribution company, and they basically told us to sort of shed the service work and focus on original IP. I head up the content team. We have 2 teams. I'm on the content team, and then we also have a platform team. And the platform team now is the backbones behind a lot of the big publishers in the space. So it's a white label distribution platform that we're selling around town. And then in the content space, we've got a portfolio approach of VR games and then VR narratives that we're pursuing right now. So.
And relative to the peer group, he glossed over it, but Eric's project was the first project to win an Emmy for VR. So.
I'm Eric Darnell, the other Eric, and I work with Maureen. I'm the Chief Creative Officer and co-founder of Baobab. It's been really a fascinating journey these last couple of years at our tiny little startup company. I I'd heard about VR, you know, it always sounded cool to me. You know, you could talk about VR all day, but Maureen did the right thing when a mutual friend introduced us, and she just brought a headset and said, put this on. And, you know, I realized you cannot describe it the way you can experience it. You know, it is absolutely indescribable and an experience that's unique to any other medium. That said, I came from almost 20 years of feature filmmaking, doing directing and writing for animated features, and I kind of thought, I got this, piece of cake, right? Well, I quickly learned that VR isn't just an extension of filmmaking and cinema. It really is a brand new medium, and you know, we're really all babes in the woods right now, and discovering this brand new medium, this brand new language, this black box of tools that we don't even know what's inside. And so it kind of reminds me of, you know, I got involved in computer animation back in the early mid-'80s, and it reminds me of that time again, you know, where nobody knows what they're doing and there's so much to be discovered. And so it's been a pretty exciting 18 to 24 months. We'll see what happens.
And Eric is being humble and didn't say that he was the co-writer and director of all 4 Madagascar films. So,
yeah.
And ants.
Wow. Okay. So I have unknowingly been doing VR since 2000. I was told the other day that a project I did, we did a virtual fashion show for Alexander McQueen. It used volumetric capture technology and VR without us actually realizing. So we built the rig that ended up being used for the bullet time effect in The Matrix. So I've been exploring through my studio Valis the idea of capturing performance and human beings and putting them into a volumetric room scale environment for a long time. So I've been waiting for VR without realizing that it existed up until maybe 3 years ago. And I did the whole, you know, 360 video route. I've directed projects for Weaver, Anthony, who's the invisible man next to me right now. I've done a couple of projects for them. I did a Run the Jewels video for the New York Times, which is also in the Transport platform. I also had the misfortune of directing the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue in VR, which was a horrible job, obviously. These very intelligent models on a beach in the Dominican Republic. So that was actually sold, and it was on the cover of Sports Illustrated last year, and they gave away 500,000 pairs of glasses. So I've had varying degrees of success and creativity with 13 different VR projects right now. So we're focusing primarily on bringing human beings into this experience and looking at new technologies to actually capture performance.
Excellent. So there's a lot of stuff to get into with all of you. I know Eric Darnell, you have to leave a little bit early, so let's start there. And is the SL video, that's you guys, Maureen? SL video?
That would be mine.
Oh, that's you. Okay, so did I get one from you? Oh, Tribeca is you guys. Why don't I show this and then we can chat for a little bit. Can you bring the house lights down a little bit?
We see virtual reality as a new medium for telling stories and creating great cinematic experiences that are character-driven. It allows people to be taken to places and to worlds that otherwise wouldn't exist.
Rainbow is a Native American story of selflessness and service. Now, we at Rainbow are retelling this ancient legend, and we're telling it in a brand new way beyond.
Long ago, in a time before humans walked the face of the earth, the world was always sunny and warm, and the forest animals lived happily without worry. But then one day the snow came. The animals were no longer happy. They began to worry they would freeze to death in this increasingly frigid world. What they needed was a hero. What they needed was Rainbow Crow.
So it's a tremendous response when you guys did this, launched this at Tribeca recently, same as there was when you did Invasion at Tribeca last week. You guys want to talk about sort of the evolution of this? And before we do, I want to say I was actually at Disney a long time ago as a overseeing games production, and I had the honor of working with Glenn Keane, who you guys work with as well, who is, Glenn Keane is sort of the living master of high quality, painterly animation, and I was really lucky to talk to him during the making of Tarzan, and his approach to sort of using art standards or using compositional techniques, using technology to create, to aspire to a certain artistic look. It feels to me like Baobab really does that in this medium, so I was also curious about that.
Yeah, it's a big part of what we're trying to do is, we're doing animation. So what that means is that on some headsets we can deliver that animation in real time. It can change as you, the viewer, react to it. Characters can respond to what you may do in their world. And it's very different than a character like in a movie looking at the camera and breaking the fourth wall, as we say it. In VR, when you feel like you're really in this world, when the character looks you in the eye, it's like they're acknowledging that you actually exist in their world and can react and respond to you, and both emotionally and physically. So it's a whole different kind of experience than you would ever have in watching a movie in a movie theater, where you're not expected or imagine that there's anything you could do. And then, we were also taking cues from theater with Rainbow Crow, in the sense that we don't have to create reality. We can create our own alternate reality, a world that would never be able to exist in the real world. It's something, again, that animation allows us to do. So the world of Rainbow Crow is dithered and soft, and these shapes feel special and unique, and almost like what it might feel like to walk into your favorite storybook as a kid. And we can use lighting theatrically to direct the eye as we use characters. And you mentioned composition, and it's kind of our idea to sort of direct the viewer's eye to find the compositions that perhaps you might be looking for if you were shooting a film. But the viewer sort of naturally finds those. They're directed by a character's glance or a sound that you hear out of your field of view. And these are all things that kind of make this VR experience completely different. And it's a word that's used over and over again, immersion, but it makes it feel like you are really, truly there. And so, Invasion and Asteroids, they all have their kind of own unique sort of style and design, and Rainbow Crow has its own unique style and design. And it's sort of an approach that we think is really cool, because it gives you an experience that could be like a dream. It brings out your sense of wonder. It takes you to some place that you could never go in reality.
So in terms of creative thesis, I oftentimes get asked, are you making a game? Are you making a film? What is it? And I don't really like to answer that, because I say VR is its own medium. So there's an analogy that Eric actually came up with about a little girl crying on a park bench. If you see a little girl who's too young to be crying on a park bench by herself, let's say Central Park, and you're seeing that in a movie, you feel really bad for her, but you don't do anything about it, right? You're not going to get out of your seat because you don't actually believe she's there. If it's in a game, you talk to her because you want to win or get information to get to the next level, but it's very ego-driven. And if it's in real life, you see a little girl, you would hopefully talk to her because you actually are worried about her and care about her and want to help her. So the vision for us for VR is, can you have the empathy of films where you care so much for this character, the agency of games where you can actually do something about your caring, but the reason you do it is because of the motivations that you have in real life, where you do it because you genuinely care about these characters, not because you're trying to win and you're thinking about, what does the game maker want me to do? And these bigger than life dramatic story arcs. And that's something that I think only VR can allow us to do. So right now with the vision, the idea is VR can get you to care about the characters in a way you couldn't otherwise in a film, because the characters are interacting with you. So in our pieces, we try to explore, who are you as the audience? In the first one, you were a little bunny. In Asteroids, you are a menial task robot that's even more interactive. In Rainbow Crow, I can't tell you because it would spoil it, but you're really cool. You interact with the environment in a different way, and hopefully you care so much about these characters that you want to help them.
I would agree. What I would say, spending a lot of time with Eric and Maureen, and knowing a lot about the essence of their company, is what they're doing probably better than most in the medium, because the medium, as it stands now, is in its technological life, right? So people are focusing on the technological capabilities of what it can do and the mechanics and the physics. And what they're focusing on is that it's a medium for magic, that it's a better magic than anything that has come before it, because you're increasing the capabilities of the visual experience. And their focus, I mean, it's overused, but their focus is on that magical story connection, that empathetic, emotional connection of joy, when you can actually be closer into that characterization than you could ever get on a movie screen. And if you look at who's the best of the best at doing it on a movie screen, I would find it, you'd probably have a hard argument to say that it's Pixar, that Pixar is the one that has done it the best, that has found that emotional connection. But they're still stuck on a screen that's a ways from you. And what they're doing is specializing in a better screen, a more connected experience. So we're quite enthused about where it goes and where it's going to go from here.
I had that same, Maureen was kind enough to show me Asteroids before we came in, and I had that exact experience of, there's a character that goes through this arc and has an unfortunate event, and your heart goes out. I don't know if I would not have had that same experience if it was not in an immersive environment. I felt like I'd had this enough interaction with the character, and it sounds like gesturally, you were actually, this is fascinating, you were sort of modeling my haptic responses and then building them into storyline. So I did have this emotional response with the characters, and so then when one of them had, some bad luck, my heart kind of went out to them. It's something you could never do in another medium.
You can use a lot of techniques in science, honestly. If the other characters can react to you, you just observe human behavior. So if two people are on a date and they're getting along really well, you notice that they start mirroring each other's actions. Like if you do this and then the guy also does this, but they don't know they're actually doing it. It's something that we subconsciously do to show that we're connected with somebody. So in Asteroids, we actually have the other characters mimic your movements slightly without you even knowing it, which helps build the connection with that character.
There's a great study that was done at Stanford where they took a computer animated character and basically gave a sales pitch. And in the test group, they just gave the sales pitch. But in the experiment group, this computer animated character was set up so that 4 seconds after the test, the test subject struck a different pose, crossed their legs, crossed their arms, changed their position, the computer animated character would mirror that. And what they found was that the majority of the test subjects had no idea that they were being copied, that they were being mirrored. They did if they did some crazy action, and then it was obvious. But for most of them, they didn't, and they had no idea. And they were 30% more likely to buy that guy's product. They were 30% more likely to like the salesman, and they had no idea. So this is something that we can do in virtual reality because we know something about the attitude of the viewer or the user, whatever term it is we come up with, the audience. We know where their hands are. We know the attitude of their head. And as time goes on, we're going to know even more about their body language. And we can use that, as we all do, consciously or subconsciously in our daily communication, to cement relationships, or perhaps to sever them, if that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, fascinating. Eric, maybe we'll talk a little bit about what you guys are doing. I don't know if the sci-fi thing is the best example of this, but I know that you've done some work which really involves the protagonist inside the story in very specific ways. So maybe I'll show this
you can show
piece,
the clip.
and then we'll go from there. Okay, so if you could lower the lights a little bit, and we'll show secret location.
Just lower the lights in general.
It's a good reel. It's really good.
It's very dark. I'm noticing how dark it is. But the project you're referring to was called Halcyon. It was probably a third of the reel. It's a kind of a sci-fi story that we did in partnership with Sci-Fi International or Sci-Fi Channel, and it debuted last October, I believe. And yeah, they came to us, asked us to pitch kind of a sci-fi idea. It was actually sort of pre-VR in a sense that they came to us and wanted us to shoot like an interstitial series because television airtime has become so expensive to pilot new projects that they had this opportunity abroad to pilot a short form narrative in sort of interstitial windows when they would usually fill windows with promo or music videos or whatever. And we pitched them an idea on a sci-fi.
So you're glossing over. That's really a fascinating example. So obviously, if you're in the TV business, the U.S. domestic business is very different from the European business because we have a certain spot volume, which is really high relative to Europe. And so if this format went domestically over there, then there were these extra minutes.
Yeah, to get into, they broadcast traditional American formats, 22 and 44 minutes typically, but in most of the European markets, they can't fill that extra time with ad content. There's more regulations around about how much ads you can have in an hour.
Can you hear him okay, by the way? No. Okay, good.
And so there's usually this 5 or 6 minute gap, and they usually put promos or music videos, but because airtime is so expensive and piloting new shows is so expensive, they wanted to try and see if they could promo a new show using these 6 minute gaps. And so we pitched them an idea that's now a 1 hour pilot, but that could also be broke up into 6 minute sort of chapters. And that was the basic idea. But we sort of, flipped the idea and said, well, let's try and do a VR story as well. And the basic idea is the first murder happens in VR. So it's this crime story that, on the broadcast show, you would watch the crime unfold and the detective story. But then, since the crime happened in VR, we could actually recreate the crime, by downloading his memories from the VR headset, sort of say. And so it's this really fun hybrid 16:9 linear TV show that sort of cuts from that to a VR crime scene. So it pushes you to experience the crime scene. And so on an Oculus, you can do both. You can sort of toggle between the two, but on broadcast, you could just watch the linear thing, and they were meant to sort of live, by themselves if they had to. But on Oculus, it's actually a really fun experience to kind of go between the two. And so as far as we know, it's like the first time that had been done by a broadcaster. It's like this hybrid TV VR format. And now we're trying to spin that up into a full series and sort of knock on some wood. Let's see where that goes. Yeah.
Can you talk about some of the other stuff that you're doing?
Right now, I'm hesitant to name names, but we have optioned to 2 novels or established works by very noted authors, and we're developing VR series around them. One is kind of more of a live action volumetric take on a supernatural thriller, and then the second property is we're going to do, sort of paying homage to a lot of what Baobab's doing, trying to do a full interactive, like animated narrative in VR. That'll be a multi-part series that will release hopefully in the next 18 months, I hope, knock on wood. But then, the approach is sort of a portfolio approach. We've got those which are very much narrative driven, but we also think that the early adopters are going to be gamers. So the other quarter of the reel you saw was like a first-person shooter that we're launching this summer, and just to sort of build out that capability that as well. We do think there's kind of a hybridization of sort of toolkits and skill sets and language that sort of is happening right now, and so we wanted to make sure that we could do that as well and know that we can tell a linear story well, make use of haptics and interactivity and gamification and do that really well, and then use those 2 skill sets in sort of this hybrid that Maureen is talking about. So it's a lot of fun.
Well, since you mentioned volumetric, let's go to you, Peter. Peter's actually from New Jersey. Yeah, the whole thing is a
Fake
scam.
elocution.
Yeah.
New
Hang
Jersey,
on.
it's the
Let's-
best state in the entire nation. It's where I'm from.
Oh, are you?
Yes.
All right.
Oh,
Good
God.
deal. Well, I'm from Long Island, so I can't say anything. Let's show you a reel. Peter just did, so all jokes aside, Peter's been an amazing artist in space for a long time. He just did a great project with Smithsonian, which you could talk about, but does a lot of volumetric work, which if you could talk about that, and then we'll bring Ted into that conversation as well. So let's show a little bit of the Smithsonian project.
Oh, you don't have your other.
Wow, it's laggy.
It's
frozen.
It's frozen?
Yeah. It looked great though on that still. Thank you. That was awesome.
Intel approached my studio Palace to put together a next level VR project. So I assembled an 8i volumetric capture. Brainstorm VR for
It's a great reel.
This
is really good reel.
And X-res for photogrammetry. My contribution to the project was creating this visual set for the museum environment. And we did this using laser scanning and photogrammetry.
So we didn't tell you it's a radio program that we were doing. It's no visuals. That's all. Yeah. Until they're getting into radio big
We'll try one more time.
Yeah? Listen, it's quick time.
To put together a next level VR project. So I assembled an 8i full volumetric capture. Brainstorm VR for the Unity build and main interaction, and X-res for photogrammetry. My contribution to the project was creating the digital set for the museum environment. And we did this using laser scanning and photogrammetry. Photogrammetry is creating 3D models from photographs. And we took thousands of photographs, and from these we were able to reconstruct all the surfaces inside the museum. Once we completed a game-ready version of the digital set, we were able to pass that on to Framestore to add the interactivity.
Framestore is a digital content studio. We've contributed to a lot of VR projects in the past, and Room Scale is definitely the higher tier of VR projects.
At the beginning of the project, we were slightly concerned to have enough throughput to get all the assets from disk to the headsets. But thanks to Intel and Intel building us a custom machine featuring their Extreme Edition i7 and Xeon processors, we were able to get rid of that concern quite quickly and focus on the creative challenges.
So we chose a statue, which is the Adams Memorial, a painting, which is of the Aurora Borealis, and a video art installation by the American artist Alex Prager.
8i has created software that allows people to capture volumetrically the performance and be able to watch that or experience that by being able to walk around them in virtual reality and augmented reality.
We were really excited about this opportunity to do a director's commentary with Alex Prager for her Face in the Crowd experience. We captured her volumetrically, which allowed the user to really have presence with Alex. They were standing next to her while enjoying the experience. The way that we shoot her is a little bit complicated, but using an array of computers with those Intel processors has allowed us to capture that in a very simple way.
You actually just bring the lights back the way they were. I think it's bright. Can you just leave the lights? Yeah, that's better.
A happier place for all of us?
Yeah, that's a little. It's been a long day. So I don't know how many of you have seen the Smithsonian project, but there's a few really remarkable moments, especially I thought in terms of the quality of light, where you actually go into this experience and you're in the museum and then you travel into the world of a work and you really get that vertigo of not knowing what world you're in anymore. And I know you've done a lot of work at Volumetric, but could you just talk about the thought process for this project? And
Yeah, I mean, we were approached by the Smithsonian to basically
move the mic up a little bit.
Replicate the museum experience. I mean, 95% of the Smithsonian's archive is hidden, you know, so they have a wealth of treasures that are not available to the general public. And they were like, how do we show people this? And how do we get people into the museum who can't physically travel? So we're like, okay, let's build you a new museum, which is actually the ultimate plan. So right now we're talking about virtualizing an entire building, and you can almost hollow port objects into your physical space. So what we try to do, rather than just replicate, you know, a painting and you're looking at a painting, it's like, how do you step inside that painting? So we tried 3 different things. It was very much an R&D project. It wasn't a commercial release, although we are releasing it this summer now. So we took a painting of the Aurora Borealis, but as you step towards it, you're actually in a 4K time lapse in Iceland of the Northern Lights. And actually that's the vertigo-inducing moment when you look down and there's no ground, which we have to solve actually, because it's a bit of a problem. But that's everyone's favorite experience. And it's the idea of being able to time travel. It's a lot of sci-fi concepts actually that I'm using. So it's temporal, it's folding space, going back in time, forwards in time. So you're experiencing the origin story of each object in a way, rather than just reading a card, you know, or hearing a little audio description, which is the normal museum experience. One of the other pieces we did was a statue, and I'm standing next to the curator from the museum, and they're telling me this incredible story, and I'm looking at the statue, and I'm like, I don't get it from looking at the statue. It's just a statue with a photograph and a card. And she's telling me the story about how it was this famous author, Henry James, built this statue to memorialize his wife, who was one of the first photographers in America in the mid-18th century. And she committed suicide by drinking the photochemicals that she used to process the photographs. And the original statue is actually in a cemetery nearby. So we went to the cemetery and we grabbed that photogrammetry, we captured it. So in the museum experience now, you step towards the statue and you're teleported into the graveyard. And emotionally, you feel the story of the object. It's not just a matter of, oh, I'm in a museum anymore. And then you step back, and you're back in the museum. So it's really trying to intensify and, you know, actually add storytelling to the museum experience. So the volumetric really works because you are walking around a space that feels like a real museum, but you're having different experiences with each piece.
Especially in that moment, I don't know what you thought of that one, but the quality of light when you actually go into that it's profound. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but I thought it was extraordinary.
Oh yeah, it is. It's an extraordinary piece, and it's actually a funny and sort of interesting story because right next to where you and Greg were. So by the way, there's a guy named Greg who works with this company called X-Res, and he's a real pioneer in the industry.
Yeah, he built all the photogrammetry. Yeah.
It's remarkable to see the work he's done for an extended period of time and how good it is and how it continues to impress everybody that touches this stuff. So our connection was Intel sponsored your piece.
That's right.
And
we were neighbors.
We were neighbors. So one of the companies I'm involved in outside of Fox, because of my unusual role, I get to sort of dabble in lots of different things and help companies sort of come to life. And one of them is a volumetric company out of San Diego called Hype VR. And we're doing some really interesting and unusual things. And Intel sponsored a piece that you've seen in the headset, and a number of people have seen in the headset, and it's been shown, where you can actually walk around inside a live video sphere. So it's all of the things that everyone, and I imagine a lot of you have had challenges when you're looking at virtual reality that is photographic in nature or video in nature, and it's not truly spatial. It's just a video projection onto the screen so you can look around, but the minute you lean into something, it doesn't react the way you want it to, and it takes you out of the experience. Your body and your brain says, that's not exactly what it should do. So it's a problem that we're all trying to solve with videogrammetry and photogrammetry. So the interesting story is Intel came to the table and said, we want to actually help you guys do this. So the team went to Vietnam and shot this amazing waterfall that's like 12 hours from anywhere where you can get via road, and they'd carry all this 14 reds in a big sphere of reds and all this technology equipment. And then we showed it at the Mandalay Bay with the head of Intel, Brian. So the crazy story about this is they got 280, I think, full riff setups, all in this giant ballroom in the Mandalay Bay for press all around the world, full with computers and the trackers and the headsets. And when you're doing this kind of high stakes thing with a big event like that at CES, you have to rehearse a bunch, right? So I explain what we're going to do with these 275 press in this room, all with full riffs, and that I'm going to actually ask them to get up and move around. And all of the tech staff was like, no, you can't do that. That's way too dangerous. There's wires everywhere and there's stuff. And just if you want, you can like have them like stand up a little bit and lean around to see it. And I said, oh yeah, fine, okay. So I was a really good citizen. Every rehearsal we do. And then when the real thing comes up and Brian and I are on stage, I totally go off the rails and everybody stands up and I say, so you see what it is and you see that it's not just video, you can move around this video. Would you like to try that? And you could see the 8 people in the back of the room, all the tech staff going, don't do it. And I'm like, so go ahead and stand up and go ahead and like take a few steps around. And they were like, and it's a really funny YouTube video, you can find it if you search for it, of all these people in headsets all at the same time, all like walking around and almost bumping into each other and killing each other, but they don't, and we got through it, and it was quite a moment. And then throughout CES, we showed it side by side, so we showed the piece, and it was.
And
really
actually,
cool.
you know, I mean, what Ted's talking about, his technology is volumetric video. So what we were doing is capturing stills, and he's capturing actual video, which is so heavy computing, and it's, I mean, it's approximation of a light field, you know, and that's what we all need to make this real.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, what you were saying, Seth, it's that moment where it feels real to you.
You forget.
Yeah.
You forget that you're in an experience. There's actually a moment in the Hype VR. Is it an NFL one?
Yeah, the new one they did was it's pseudo NFL. We went down to La Jolla and shot a high school.
So there's like a not a tunnel or a conduit. There's this moment. So you're actually in a 3D space, volumetrically captured, and you're moving around. But then. Is it a tire or something? You drop
there's a
down
bunch of
and then
tires and there's a bunch of tackling dummies
that's
and stuff.
one of those magical moments like what happened in your thing where you actually you lower yourself down and then you look through a surface and out the other side is what you would see in the real world.
It's a
in 3D.
parallax. You basically look around objects, you know, if like we were going to do this.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to do is duplicate, this is why we call it virtual reality, is all of these confluence of technologies are trying to find ways to explore and explain into our visual system of what actually happens in the real world. And the closer we can get to it, the more magical it becomes. And the good news is there's 4 or 5 companies. I mean, Greg at X-Res is certainly one of them. Lytro is doing a lot in this space. We talked about it before. 8i is doing a lot in this space.
Otoy,
a number of
doing
others.
Some cool rendering stuff, you know.
Yeah. And just recently, Facebook announced that they're getting into that game. So they sort of throw down and said, we also believe that normal just video for video's sake that comes from the previous age will not carry us into the future, which is good for all of us. So it's an interesting time to experiment.
Yeah, interesting. Talk about your work with artists, if you can. I mean, I know a lot of it's still under wraps, but you're doing some extraordinary thing with, you know, very, very famous artists.
Well, you know, it's funny. So we're kind of realizing there's a common denominator that's running through everything we're doing, and we're trying to make it interactive. You know, it's not like a linear video experience that you just go through and you don't have any impact. So, you know, you look at the bunny, it looks back at you. You know, you look at the light in the museum, it feels real. Everything's, I think the key to what we're trying to do with the next level of VR, taking out a 360 video is, you know, have agency, have interaction, feel like you're in the space. If you look at something, it knows you're there, you know, so the most difficult thing right now is actually putting a human being in that environment, because they don't know you're there. You know, we need AI, and it needs to solve the uncanny valley. So there's so many issues preventing, you know, human interaction in this space right now. But we're solving them bit by bit. You know, and right now we've been tasked to build some famous politicians to do speeches next year, which will be not only VR experience, actually, it will be AR, VR, and a live holographic, which is something else that I've been specializing in for a long time, working with a band called the Gorillas, who don't exist. So we had to figure out lots of ways of making them real. You know, so holographic actually is like a nice bedfellow to room scale VR, because you have to have a volumetric character. But the key is the interaction. You know, it's like, how do you make that character aware of you? And that's what we haven't solved. You know, that's what we all need to.
But in a way, that's Maureen and Eric. That's sort of what you were talking about,
They've
right?
solved that,
to some extent, in animation, you've dealt with that, right?
Yeah, and you know, we can get away with stuff you know, especially when it's a bunny that's looking at you. You know, there's no uncanny valley when there's a cute little cartoon bunny looking at you. But you know, it is a challenge. I mean, we are limited in many ways by what we can do, but in a way, we are guided by the story that we're telling. So we're not putting the viewer in an experience where they have unlimited choices and you could have a million different outcomes. At least for now, our point of view is let's make sure we have a great story that we know that we can tell well, and kind of maintain control of the spine of that story, and not have it be this branching narrative where there's, you know, unlimited possibilities. And at the same time, bring the viewer into this story and give them the sense that they are a part of it, that it is happening, and that in some sense that it is limitless, but you know, the wizard behind the curtain is actually controlling everything. You know, to me it's a little bit like, in this brand new medium, you know, it's like, let's put story on top and make sure we have a great story, we tell it well, with characters that you can fall in love with. Then let's find a way to invite the viewer into this story, let it play out, just like real life, you know, like that stream is going by and you can step into it or not if you choose, but the stream will keep flowing whether or not you make that choice. And there can be sort of this sense that perhaps the choices that you're making are affecting the story or having something to do with the narrative. But ultimately, we're not branching storylines in what we're doing, which gives us a lot of control over, you know, how flexible the characters have to be. What we are doing, though, is the way we think of it is we're doing branching emotions, so that as a viewer, if a character needs my help, I can make a choice to help them, I can make the choice not to help them. And so they may solve their problem another way, but the story may plow ahead as it's designed to. But what happens is that character now may look at me differently. So as an example, in Asteroids, there's a moment where a character is on their deathbed, and you have an opportunity to essentially defibrillate them to bring them back to life. And if you do that, the character comes back to life, there's a big celebration, the other character who was so worried about his friend dying turns to you and says, "Thank you so much, oh my God, you know, I value you now in a way that I never had before." I'm paraphrasing, obviously. But if you don't choose to help that character, at some point, another character in the story will literally rip your hand off and use your hand to like do what has to get done. And that character will come back to life and they'll have the big celebration, and then the other character won't acknowledge you at all. They'll turn to the other robot that ripped your hand off and say, "Thank you so much, I value you." And you're just left in the corner, you know? It's like, oh, I guess nobody likes me anymore. And so that's you can make those choices, but it's not your story, like it often is in a game. You're the hero, you make the choices. Well, I don't think there's a lot I'm going to learn about myself by making choices in a video game, but storytelling, for me, is all about learning about other characters by the choices that they make under pressure, right? And so we can give the viewer, if we can give the viewer that kind of rich storytelling experience where they connect with characters and care about them and empathize them and want them to get what they want, or more importantly, what they need, and they feel like they're a part of that process, then at least today, that's what we think could be a really compelling journey. And then the final thing to point out is, like, even if we've got this story that's finely tuned in our mind, we hope, along the way, the decisions and the choices that the viewer makes that are interactive suggest to them that there are multiple potential outcomes, that their choices do matter. They don't know, they just make a choice, good things or bad things maybe happen. And so for their point of view, just like in real life, you can't play the game of life, you know, you only have one chance, right? And so that's sort of how we're thinking about it.
Wow, oh, that's fascinating. So let's show the aliens clip, but then also, because features are still, you know, in the world that we're in now, the big, I mean, those are the biggest sort of, from an economic standpoint, the largest stories. I'd love to talk about this, but also, how many of you have seen The Martian VR? Just an amazing piece of work that you pioneered. Maybe talk about that. How do you create agency within an existing story? So let's start with.
So this piece that Seth is going to show should be watched in a headset. So this is what we call a flatty, right? It's not in a headset version. But it became very popular on YouTube 360 and Facebook 360. It's the same piece of content, so you can see it this way, and Seth will just probably navigate around with his finger as you would in a headset. This is a short little promotional piece that we did to promote the movie Alien Covenant, and then the longer VR piece that we're working on now. And I guess you'll need some sound with it. Might be, if you can pull the lights all the way down, it'd probably be easier to see because it's very dark. It's Alien, so it's dark. Kind of hard to watch with the lights on, but it's okay. You can watch it at home too. Oh, so you're actually looking at it as a 2i version of it.
Yeah, I guess we downloaded it.
So you're actually looking at it the wrong way. Well, that's okay. Yeah, it's pretty scary. A friend of mine was telling me that they put their 11-year-old kid in it by accident, and it was a little rough for him.
Bad idea.
So just try and watch it at the top. This is actually, you're kind of really not watching it the right way. So I don't think you need to show it anymore because it's sort of impossible to get what's going on. I can just sort of tell you, but check it out on Facebook 360 or YouTube 360 or in a Gear VR or in a Vive or a Daydream. Or it's across everything, PlayStation and an Oculus Rift if you have one. Essentially, it's from the point of view of the alien, from the inside of the body that it's growing in, and then it pops out, scurries around, and attacks one of the characters that plays in the movie, and of course, bad things happen. So it's a pretty interesting, pretty powerful piece of VR, and it went viral, and it's cool. So I recommend you go take a look at it in a VR headset when you can. So that's what we did. That's what we did this week in VR.
And then you had another project with Alien, which was the ODG project as well.
Yeah. So at CES again, while we were doing the other stuff with the volumetric stuff, a company we're involved in doing augmented reality is called ODG, Osterhaus Design Group, out of San Francisco, and they're doing very lightweight, very powerful head-mounted display glasses that allow you to see the real world at the same time as bring in augmented things. And we did an alien sort of memory thing where you're exploring a world, but you see the world around you, so you're kind of in the med bay. And it's an augmented reality experience that we did as a technology experiment. A lot of the things we do are experiments that we take out as sort of provability concept things that eventually will start to become commercialized forms of entertainment. That's a big part of what we do in the lab.
And let's talk about The Martian a little bit.
Sure.
So, and a bunch of you have seen it? Yeah? So that's an extraordinary experience across all platforms. And it's you're from the perspective of the Matt Damon character, but there's also these sort of, I kind of think of them as rondos, where you're outside of the story actually playing a game in the experience, and then you can kind of stay there. I remember when I first talked to you, I said, how long is the experience? And you said, well, it depends, which is like not a common...
You can't say that with a movie. It's
No,
like,
you
how
can't
long
say
is the
that,
movie?
right?
It doesn't depend.
How long
is it?
Right. TV shows, yeah. It depends? No. Right. Yeah.
The depends part is because you can choose the amount of interactivity and quote unquote playtime or adventure time that you want to be in it. Eventually it propels you across. So the maximum time you could probably spend into is maybe 32, 33 minutes in the experience. The minimum time, if you literally rush through it, like you rush through a day of life, would probably be 18 to 20 minutes. So there's a gap of probably 10 minutes of extra stuff that you kind of can goof around with. But it's a first-person adventure, right? Which made a lot of sense when we were looking at the book of The Martian and the movie of The Martian. It logically said, well, what are things that are hard to do in real life? going to Mars is kind of hard to do in real life, so we can do that in virtual reality and bring people into that experience. How do we use the first-person protagonist where you get to play the part? You get to be Mark Watney, and you get to do all the things that you need to do to be rescued. This piece is now a couple of years old, which is interesting. So it's like an eternity in the current state of VR, and we've learned a lot, and we are sort of, we would say from a self-critical standpoint, we've learned so much about what we did right and so much about what we did wrong or didn't really approach in the right ways that we're now taking different swings in different ways. And it's always, I feel it's kind of our mission to always be right on the edge of what ambition will allow you to do. That this is not a time to play it safe. We're not, we're not in a deep monetization zone for any of this anyway. So now is the time to take risks and explore and try new things. So what we're doing now with the longer Alien interactive piece is really exploring the boundaries of that kind of horror storytelling. And the other piece that we're currently working on is a piece based on Planet of the Apes franchise. That is quite a significant swing in terms of how we're going to build a world. And we've shown little pieces of it, so I can tell you the secret is essentially you are an ape. So the moment of inspiration and wow, this is cool, this is something I couldn't do in a movie, is in the Rift or the Vive when you put your hands out and you look at your hands, you see ape hands. And you're like, whoa, okay, so now I'm an ape and I have to think like an ape. And one of the little things we did as part of the experimental joy of all this is I said, well, what would I do if I was an ape? Well, I would do this, I would pound my chest. So they're like, oh, when the developer's like, oh, we could do that. And then a week later, they're like, oh, check it out. So now, when you're an ape, you're like, and it makes noise, and you pound your chest like an ape, and you make the guttural noise. And it's like all these little moments that seem a little trite and a little ridiculous if it wasn't in VR, are completely wonderful and magical in VR, because playing that part is something you can't do in the traditional passive media world, but you can do with a plum in this interactive world. So that's what's a lot of fun about it.
Do you have something you want to say, Maureen?
I was just thinking about for Invasion making you a bunny, and we didn't realize what a big deal that was. We were just experimenting and figuring out. But oftentimes in VR, if you're just a floating nothing, you don't necessarily feel there. You're like, what am I supposed to do? What am I? So by giving you a body, I don't think you always have to, but if we did give you a body, then you know what role you're supposed to play, because there's a question of identity within VR, right? Who are you? And by doing exactly what you said, it helps. For our case, for Invasion, by making you a furry bunny, for having a furry bunny body, and people just keep on squatting because it gets really fat, and people enjoy doing that. And then kids especially like to hop around because they have no inhibitions whatsoever. But then it explained why this other bunny is coming to sniff you, because it would make no sense otherwise. And then it also makes sense why you're so short and so close to the ice, so it gives you a different perspective into the world than you normally could. So imagine if you're like an ant or something else like that. So it's cool to get you to actually care about these characters in a different way by making you a character too.
One of the most amazing things, and I have to imagine you've done it too, is in VR, you get to have the easiest, quickest sex change operation ever. Like, there are certain experiences, there are probably 5 or 6 I could point to. One is with this Swiss developer that's been working with this company called Dreamscape that we're also involved in and an investor in. And you get to pick the character you want to play, which I have to imagine everybody here has done this, right? Maybe I'm way out there, like, oh God. So immediately if you get to pick a boy or a girl, you're like, oh, I totally want to be a girl. And they're like, look at that, I'm a chick, and I've got all the body parts, and I'm like, this is awesome. And it's kind of fascinating, right? Do you do that? Do you pick the boy, or do you not?
There's actually a research study in gaming that shows that men
want to be girls,
but that girls want to be girls. So really, people should just make female characters for everything.
There you go. So I'm a total proof case of that. Like, whenever I get the choice, I totally want to be a girl. Like, I'm so fascinated by being a girl.
There was a separate study. I mean, I think it was MIT or something that actually did that early on with like the DK1, and they basically put a DK1 on like a linebacker, and then a separate one on a petite female ballerina, but they switched the video feeds. And suddenly he's seeing her perspective and she's seeing his, and the brain quickly like tries to rationalize it. Suddenly he's lost 100 pounds, And
So he's very dainty all
Yeah,
of a
he
sudden, right? Yeah.
starts to feel like he's a little waif, and she suddenly feels like she's massive, and the brain quickly tries to that's a whole psychological study in the application of VR. But I just read that study, and I was just floored by
In a way, it's like it's one of those great indirect case studies of why this is going to be so enormous, right? If people can go into a world where they can be whoever they want to be, free of all of those limitations, there's going to be a tremendous percentage of those people who are not going to ever want to come out and go back into their everyday lives. Let me just show of hands. How many questions do we have? I definitely want to leave room for questions. Okay, well, Mark, why don't you want to?
Sure. Well, I mean, this has been talked about a lot.
Do you want to stand up?
You guys are particularly honing in on the question of empathy and resonating with the characters. I've been them from afar. And I'm just, one of the things people always say when you go into some of these more compelling experiences is that it's so real that it affects people, like you were saying. And I like walk, which is the VR experience of walking between the World Trade Towers, so really petite, and they have these little rows on the floor to make it just a little bit more real. I literally could not take it.
Many people couldn't do it.
Yeah, a third of the. Have any of you done this? This is it's actually old now, but it's it's an experience where you walk between the World Trade Center, and it's actually when they first did it, you actually walked on a cut hose with a fan behind you. So it was really, but a third of the people cannot even go 7 steps.
I don't think that's vertigo. I think that's vertigo, not empathy. So, right? Yeah. It's physical, definitely.
I think it's this isn't scientific, but it's your reptile brain, right? It's kept you alive all these years. It's you are not going out on that. It's just it just speaks to what we really mean when we talk about immersion in VR. I mean, there is a part of your body that completely believes in it. Your intellect doesn't, but because there's so much of your being that does, it makes it a powerful experience. It's much easier to suspend your disbelief and go with the flow, and that's one of the huge powers of VR that makes it special and different from any other medium.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, what I'm driving toward is with these experiences, and I've seen a few. There was a piece last year that was submitted for the Emmys about somebody who's on abduction of a child, whatever.
Lost.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Weaver piece. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and just in the current version of that, it was very emotional. So now you're in this world, you've got aliens, which is bad enough.
Yeah, it's terrifying. Yeah.
I mean, I know there's been discussion of ethics of storytelling in VR and things like that. Also, this is touching now on as we get into communal experiences and interacting with people in space. Maybe you guys can address that.
I think what you're starting up might help with that as well in terms of coming up with standards. But I do think for journalism especially, in journalism there is a code of what is crossing the line too much. But I think for VR, at least in the short term, I think eventually everyone gets used to whatever, but at least in the short term, I do think we need to dial things possibly back in, because a lot of the experience are about taking to Syria and all these things, and it makes you care a lot about it, but it can traumatize people, just even kids. So our first version of Invasion, the hawk actually kills the bunny. And the real reason we did this is because we had just started our company and we had 3 weeks to create something for OC2 at the time, and we didn't have enough time to animate the bunny. So Eric thought, we'll just kill it. Yeah. Kill it, and then we won't have to animate anymore. But a mother actually said that she would be afraid to have her kid watch it in the headset because in a theater, if something like that happened, she would hear the adults laugh at the dark humor and it would lighten the mood, or she could turn to her mom and say, "Mommy, what happened?" And the mom could say whatever she wanted. But when you're all alone in that headset, It could be quite scary. So the good thing is in the actual Invasion, the full thing, the bunny doesn't get its head ripped off. But that does show how powerful that is, and I do think we do have a responsibility to not shock people too much, because VR tech demos, people want to go there, right? Like explore how, like the boundaries of VR. So there is temptation to go there, and I think we need to make sure that doesn't happen too much.
Yeah, I think it's an active conversation in the community because you have a content rating. Is it pornographic or like violent or whatever? But there's also like an immersion rating, like a roller coaster, like. That's going to be very hard on certain people, and so there's a couple of different ratings, like matrices you got to have.
They do, and we talked a lot about this and helped sort of advise on it. They call it a comfort rating. So, and everybody has a different sense of comfort. Just like there are people that are very comfortable getting on a boat, and there are some people that are very not comfortable getting on a boat because they get seasick. And it's the same thing with virtual reality. People's inner ear systems are all different, and as you get older, those little hairs in your ears go away, and it actually makes you much more susceptible to motion sickness over time. So it's why young people love roller coasters, and typically as you get like over 40, you see the people that love roller coasters goes way down because it's part of what changes in your body is it's just too intense because your sense of spatial, you lose some of that. So they're on all the platforms now, there's something called comfort ratings, and they talk about this is a very comfortable, easy experience to handle, or this is a very intense experience, not even just from a content standpoint, but just from a pure mechanics standpoint of how you're moving around in something, or like there's a lot of car simulating type races in VR, and those to me are like the worst of the worst in terms of when you're trying to propel something forward, but your body's not actually being propelled. It's really hard. We subjugate it quite a bit with motion seats and motion chairs. So in The Martian, because there's a whole sequence where you're driving the Mars rover around, for the location-based version and the trade show version, we put it in a D-box seat, and all you're talking about is like a couple of inches of movement in any direction, forward propelling, and your brain starts to believe that, and the threshold of people getting sick went almost down to nothing. Whereas in the normal console version, you have to be a little bit careful when you're driving around on Mars and bouncing around on all the rocks and stuff.
You know what's funny as you're saying that is I'm thinking about what's the most disturbing image of the 70s films? It's probably Clockwork Orange, and it's that.
Yeah, this
right?
thing, yeah.
I never thought about it, but that's the problem with this stuff is you're in this thing and there's no looking away. And I've had that many times at festivals, especially if you're in the industry being polite, you're not going to take the thing off. But something starts to, even just poorly rendered or annoying or whatever, but you've got this sort of emotional hangover for like an hour, you just don't feel quite right. So we have to be careful.
If you put your future goggles on like I do every day, and you actually start to understand where this stuff is going and the level of clarity and believability that's going to happen in the next 5 to 15 years, you're going to look back at what we do today with the box on face scenarios as like the black and white TVs of the 40s in terms of the fidelity dynamics of what is actually coming. So when you actually start building experiences like this, that when you strap in, your visual and limbic systems will be so incredibly stimulated that you will not be able to separate is it actually happening to you or not. Those days are coming. So the idea of trying to get ahead of that and guard against mistakes that can happen, there's definitely a dystopian side of this that is very real and a little bit scary, but we live on the edge of scary, so that's what we do all day long.
I think and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think at Mayo Clinic they were doing some things where they were putting electrodes on the outside of your, behind your ear that would stimulate your inner ear to sort of mimic what your inner ear would experience if you were like
there's a lot of
moving
experiments.
around. And I haven't tried it, but I talked to somebody who did, and they said it actually was very effective. Have you tried it?
It works. Yeah.
They said it was a little annoying.
Well, it buzzes on your these lobes right here, but it fools you into believing that you've actually propelled forward or propelled up or down. And it's a pretty fascinating work of study.
Kevin.
Question. In film storytelling, whether it was traditional film or animated film, having a film or a project where you're able to both laugh from it and cry from it is often a sign of that's a good film. So, for example, in Toy Story 3 or Up or even Guardians of the Galaxy 2, and all these movies, you have some visual effects that happen where you actually can laugh from it, but there are also scenes where you can cry. Are we at the point where we've done some VR where is there a VR project where you actually have been able to cry and laugh in the same project? Okay.
Definitely the crying part.
Not crying from, oh my God, this was so scary, I didn't want to.
No, not crying for scary.
But just cry because you're voting for something that's happening.
I'll tell you about the thing that made the most impact for me at Tribeca, and I'm curious if any of you have seen it. It was a piece called, I want to say, draw me close, or drawn close together, something like that. And it was a very, very simple artistic medium piece, very cartoony line drawing type stuff. And they had an actual actress wearing a very simple mocap suit with a couple of lighthouses in the Vive, and you're in a child's bedroom, and it's a very serious story because the woman is an abused woman, so it's an abusive relationship, and you play the part of the young boy, and you're in this like completely artistic cartoon style world, and the woman starts to tell the story, and you play the part of the little boy, and to the point of the motion dynamics, like you instantly become a boy. Like when they tell you and you see yourself as a little 8-year-old boy, your body and your brain starts to become an 8-year-old boy. And then she comes over, she starts to tell the story, and you hear her through your headset, and you know that she's there because you see a cartoon version of her. She comes over and gives you a hug, and man, the waterworks just like, oh my gosh, like this is an artistic medium that is now connected to me body to body, like an actual hug, and it was completely unbelievable. So if you ever get a chance to see it, it was Draw Me Close.
And they have a real
you done
person
it?
that
It was amazing, right?
A real person.
A real actress is playing the part.
While there's also a virtual
Correct.
character hugging you.
Yeah, so
you
that
really
it's
feel it.
for sure you guys need to see it, because from a storytelling standpoint with animation, imagine if you could create, in what you're doing with Rainbow Crow, characters that could actually do this, like, and you would feel it.
You just need to get a free bunny with every.
Yeah, exactly.
Every very
So that was the emotional side of it, was blending the art forms together of like theater and immersion and artistic and technology. It all sort of came together in this magical moment for me and many other people that did it. That was the cry part.
What was the one that were you here? One of you guys was here. VR Playhouse showed that Holocaust survivor on the boat. It's
very powerful.
Talk about that.
Yeah. So Tom Hanks was the narrator on it, and it's this whole, like, whenever you get into historically really difficult subjects to tackle, and you start putting that into this spatial immersive medium, it brings it so close to home. It was extraordinarily powerful. The other piece that has been showing was Gabo's piece around the UN with the Holocaust.
He was going to be
survivor.
here tonight. He just couldn't make it. Yeah.
It's also amazing. It's
The Last Goodbye.
Yeah, The Last Goodbye, and it's spatial. They do volumetric capture, and they capture. There's not many Holocaust survivors left. They're all in their like mid to late 90s now, and they've captured a couple things. USC did a thing with with artificial intelligence that's amazing, and they also did this piece with the UN where you literally go into the concentration camps, and you go into the gas chambers, and you go into the areas where you see all the shoes from all the people that were killed. And it's like there's nothing in a movie that could ever take you to that level of emotional connectedness, and it's extraordinarily powerful. Like, it's really serious, important work that's being used in spatial medium in a way that's really powerful.
Yeah, stand up, please.
Oh, I didn't know it was you, Frank. Sit down.
I want to thank you guys for taking us beyond the technology into the emotional, because really that's what movies and TV are really about, is the emotion. So I want to thank you for that. This panel was so much better than my panel is going to be tomorrow. If only there was like a white paper that we could download.
He's a plant.
Why, thank you, Frank. Did you have a question?
Where do we get this white paper? Okay.
Thanks. Yeah.
So far, what's been your biggest challenge being in this industry, and how have you overcome it?
Wow.
Whoa, big question.
Yeah.
Question of the night.
I think there's a ton of hype for VR. So every single new technology, there's the hype, trough of disillusionment, hockey stick up, and trying to time those points accurately is very difficult. And as for us, we're a startup, means that we have to time it with a bit of luck and forecasting and whatnot as accurately as possible to put out the right thing at the right time. So, for example, I think that a lot of people say interactivity is the only way to go, or there's this desire to define what VR is right now. And I think that's because the VR industry really wants sometimes I feel the VR industry is a little insecure and really wants to be like, this is what we are about and this is how we're different. But if you're just confident in what VR is about, then you don't feel a need to say, it's only 360, it's only interactive, it's only film, it's only, like VR is gonna revolutionize every single industry, education, right, to be able to actually go see the dinosaurs, medicine, even the way you browse, right? Right now we do it on a flat screen and we use a file folder structure to simulate a cabinet. What if in VR it's an actual cabinet? Like, we don't know. It's gonna do everything. So I feel it's too early to define things, but there's a need to do it right now just so that we can all show how great we are to help with the hype. But I actually think that hyping it too much is not good because it creates these false expectations so that when the numbers don't actually meet expectations and everyone thinks that VR is not really here, it's not. We all are predicting this trough. It's like, I need there to be less hype so that we can actually get to work and actually creating the content that will actually help us get out of the trough. And maybe less marketing and more just doing the work.
We talked about this when I interviewed you for that thing, right? You talked about the winter, Eric, you talked about the winter of VR.
Yeah,
this year, right?
a lot of people it's sort of winter of VR happening, or we're going into it. I think a lot of people are thinking it's that trough. Like, when are we going to come out of it, or how are we going to come out of it? And I think there's a sort of a balance, because I love the medium and I'm very bullish on it. But I'm also sober, and I actually like sitting next to Ted because he's just so excited about the whole thing, and it sort of like gives me new energy. It's just such a cool medium. You can do so much, but there's a lot of challenges in making it and creating. The toolkit isn't quite there, and the consumer is not quite there. The headsets are a little clunky. It's inherently a problematic medium in all ways.
The way that they all are at first, right? Same way television was, same way the internet was.
Despite all of those warts, it's amazing. It just gives you a storytelling medium that's unlike anything else, and that's exciting. And but the problem is you meet, and Ted probably meets way more than I do, but you get these people that come in and they want the holodeck, and they want to be there today. And just the reality is, it's a much more limited medium in that sense, but what it is capable of is amazing. And so it's that balance of being super excited about what it's capable of, but not over-promising it or trying to promise the hype, because the hype, I think, has done us sort of a disservice.
Well, and what I try and do, agreed, unbridled enthusiasm is sort of my stock and trade. It's just who I am. My biggest challenge to your question is I'm always trying to ask everybody that I work with, whether it's the studio folks or people in the industry or people that I interface with, whether I'm doing a project with them or not, on look at the longest possible lens on this issue that you possibly can think of. Give yourself 10 years, which is hard from a business standpoint. It's really hard for Maureen and Eric because they're running a startup that is trying to accomplish a goal. But even in their minds, because we've talked to this, none of this is really going to find its true home in the next 18 months. To your point, there's lots of challenges with what the medium can do today, but if you can visualize your way to a 10 or 15 year sort of horizon and know other industries and kind of look at other industries that have taken what it takes to really get to a full level of complete sophistication, it's gonna take that long.
Yeah.
And because there's so much interest in it, we tend to be a little too like, all this is going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow is not really tomorrow. It's going to take many, many cycles of this technology and many cycles of artists and creators and people thinking about all this to actually achieve the ultimate objective of what this can be when you get to sort of what we would call kind of the end game, where we sort of are with television and movies today. Like, there's still always new challenges to create and new ways to accomplish goals, but the medium is sort of fully there, right?
Yeah.
We're not even close to fully there in the world.
And I think all the mediums go through this, and I think VR just needs to be given that time to mature. Like film, the first films were late 1800s, but the first sound film wasn't until 1930 or something. And so, that's 40 years minimum just to get sound in film. And so you have to give VR, hopefully not that long, but you have to give it a similar kind of maturity curve. It's got to come into its own.
I have a quick question on that for any of you. If the Ready Player One, when that happens, is that potentially an inflection point? How many of you have read Ready Player One? So that's pretty powerful vision.
Read it?
No, I haven't.
Required reading. Yeah.
Is it? I mean, is that potentially something that ignites? I guess the technology will see what the technology is, but if people get a sense of that, I guess that's a no. Other questions? Yeah, Phil.
So much of VR is sad, serious, or horror. Have any of you seen good examples of comedy that are funny primarily because they're in VR?
That's the tough part, is the primarily because it's in VR. Is there anybody else want to talk?
Actually, no. We've been talking about comedy with various Google, Jaunt, everyone's like, no one's really tried it. And if they have tried it, they have certainly not succeeded. I used to work with a comedy company,
Invasion.
actually.
Invasion's comedy.
Well, come on, that's not comedy. That's
It's comic.
touching
Totally
drama.
hilarious.
I was touched by that. No, I didn't
Oh,
laugh
okay.
out loud.
But both.
You're very funny, but not. I don't know about your films. No, it's like Ali G. There's no Ali G. There's no, The Office. There's no. It just hasn't happened yet. I think it's an untapped genre, actually.
I think it's totally doable. I think there's no reason why it can't. I think.
What about the accounting?
Accountant. I think doing serious stuff is in a way easier, because then you can get PR off of the topic itself rather than just the VR quality. So I think it's easier to go that way, but there's no reason why comedy can't be done.
Well, I can give you.
Need more people do it.
I can give you certainly a couple of touch points. We did a piece a couple years ago, 360 video piece, but good. The Sony in Philadelphia guys did a very funny comedy piece that you can get on Gear VR. It's out there. It's actually quite hysterical because it's those guys doing it, and it's actually funny and good. And then to me, the funniest part of the whole thing is watching Danny DeVito with this stripper eating a popsicle, and it's like you cannot stop looking at it like the whole time. It's actually really hysterical to just watch them do that. It's just like the show. There are two pieces. One of them actually is a really important piece in the evolution of all this. It's called Job Simulator. And Job Simulator, the company Alchemy just got bought by Google because they're always like, they see something really going, like Toothbrush, like, we better get that right now. And it's quite comical. It's very funny, and you're in this job. It's like The Office, except in VR, and you're basically totally active, and you're living the world of Job Simulator.
Actually, Rick and Morty.
Yeah, the new one's the Rick and Morty thing.
Yeah. So I forgot about that.
So there's comedy out there.
So there is one or two.
Yeah, another one.
that's a
That's
good
great.
one.
Yeah, virtual reality. There's lots of things. Then there's the Tyler Hurd stuff, the chocolate piece, which is this irreverent, funny, goofy. There's a good amount of fun, just fun for fun's sake in VR.
That was one of your favorites. The Tyler Hurd thing was one of your favorites, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, Seth, I'm going to have to
Catch the
make
plane.
my departure. I have a plane that I may make. or may
Okay,
not.
all right.
Yes.
Good.
Using virtual reality to help us walk in other people's shoes. Do you think we can help look at other disabilities, or maybe someone who's blind, or is it too visual?
There's a piece called Notes on Blindness,
Yeah,
which is
amazing.
really
It's
cool.
really-
it's really good.
If you have access.
Have
to
you
a
seen
Gear
Have
VR,
you
can
seen
check
Notes
it out.
on Blindness?
I am going to take off, so I'll let you guys continue. But thank you so much for having
Safe
me.
flying.
Sorry to leave early.
I know there's a piece which makes you a woman who gets sexually harassed, to see what it's like for that. I'm excited to see that.
That'd be awesome.
Just go to Upload VR, apparently.
Awesome.
No, they're my friends. Sorry.
Too soon? I don't know.
Was that too soon, that joke?
Too soon?
What's wrong with you guys?
Did that answer your question?
I guess so.
I'll prove you.
Yeah, next. Yeah. In the back, yeah, please. We can't hear you, sorry. Can you repeat?
It's a, it's a slightly different process, I think, for each project. But yeah, I mean, there's a kind of a script or a creative document. Usually, more interactive. It might be more of a game design document if it gets really technical and around interactivity. But yeah, it starts usually with a script. Depending on if it's a branching narrative, you might have to do like some sort of like outline or diagram of how that works. But I think most of the projects I've seen at least start there from some sort of creative treatment.
We always try and ask in a very candid way with all the people that we work with, and we've all had this conversation, is why is this better in virtual reality or augmented reality? Why does this actually make sense? Would it be better in a flat screen? Are you better off telling this story in a traditional media way? What makes it so compelling in VR that I would rather watch it in VR or AR than watch it on a traditional media form? And that's something that we're always kind of lensing against and pricking on as hard as we can to find that moment where, you know, why does it make sense to do it here versus there?
I'm going to disagree, not because I actually disagree, but because it's more fun
To
have
disagree.
disagreement. So Shakespeare was great in theater, right? It was great to be read. It's great in film. It's great in animated film. Lion King is basically that, and I'm sure it's great in VR. So we believe that VR is yet just another storytelling medium with its own set of tools for creators to be able to tell stories. So I don't think that certain stories cannot be told in VR, but like how do you take advantage of the tools of VR to tell this story in a better way in VR than you could in 2D, if that makes sense. Yeah. Also, for the process, I think every director is different. So Glenn Keane doesn't do scripts. He does everything by storyboarding. He's a visual storyboarder. Eric does write, but when he writes out his script, he starts off from the viewpoint of who you are. It's like you are experiencing this, so that's slightly different. Also, you do have interactive with narrative. Merging film culture and game culture is very difficult. I actually come from games. I was at Zynga, and I headed up the Farmville franchise for 6 years. And so trying for that with the agile Scrum process versus the traditional animation, which tends to be a waterfall process, getting those two things to work together is very different. And then even culturally, I thought game people were high maintenance, man. I'm kidding. But yeah, we did have to adapt a lot of different processes and have the game people learn the film stuff, film people learn the game stuff, and I tell them, get rid of your baggage, think about this in a completely new way. Sometimes I actually like getting fresh grads who have never been in film or games because they approach it completely differently.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of tools for like prevising stories now, so you can actually previs your story in VR before you actually commit a lot of production dollars. A lot of times we go through like a storyboarding phase where we'll do like the 16:9 frame of like the hero shot, but then we'll like do a top-down like almost diorama, north, south, east, west, and what's in each quadrant of the frame. And so I think to Maureen's point, it's different for every creator, I think.
So true and good to your point, because it made me think of one of my favorite pieces in VR is this piece called Pearl, which I think works tremendously well in virtual reality, especially in spatial virtual reality and a Vive, because you can you're in a car the whole time and you can pop your head out the sunroof and lean out the door and do all this stuff. But it also works great as a traditional piece of media, and ultimately was nominated for an Academy Award and all this, because it's just a really, really good story that's extraordinarily emotionally connected, right? So it's why I'm so enthused about what you guys are doing, is you're in that same track of building these incredibly emotional and good storytelling that can carry onto multiple mediums. But Pearl to me was slightly, if not significantly better in virtual reality than it was watching it on the flat screen, simply because I felt like I was more present. I felt like I was more there and more connected with the daughter and the father that are going through this journey, because I felt like I was with them. But it did work outside of it too, just not as well.
I mean, I think a key issue is not thinking about it in filmmaking terms. Ted mentioned it earlier, it's like a flatty. It's not a flatty. You're either in a spherical system or you're in an immersive multi-room system. So, think of it as the difference between going to a theater and you're sitting in a seat and watching a proscenium stage play, or you're in something like Sleep No More, which is a 100,000 square foot disused hotel with 80 actors in different rooms, and you're free to move. That's the difference. It's a seismic shift. It's not a little bit different. It's entirely different. So if you start thinking of it in terms of, I'm going to write a film and I'm maybe going to get into VR, it's just a different thing altogether.
Have any of you done Sleep No More? Some of you? I would highly encourage it if you go to New York City. It's great, though.
It stressed me out. I was like,
It's
where am I
amazing.
supposed to be? Where are my friends? What floor am I supposed to be? What's happening? But that's probably because I'm a control
That's your,
freak.
that's your personality.
And there's horrible bunny rabbit.
Sleep No More is absolutely something you should do. If you're planning on working in this medium, do some escape rooms. Go visit some escape rooms. That's an important trope to actually understand. See a lot of theater. Read a lot of novels.
Yeah.
You know, it's like
Ready Player One,
Yeah.
Snow Crash.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a whole reading list.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do a few more. Robert, is that Fixer? Okay.
So first of all, the six of you, including Eric, are going to be early entrants into the VR Hall of Fame. And on that note, can you talk about platforms? We heard a little bit about IVR, which is evolving. Can you talk a little bit more about where you see that going and what we should pay attention to?
the volumetric side of things, specifically. Well, I think
Maybe define volumetric, because both of you and Peter talked about it, but how many of you understand the concept of, maybe explain it a little bit?
so. Very simply, imagine if we took a picture of this, a video of this with a normal camera. It would have a plane. It would have an existence that was what was captured by that sensor at that moment, right? And if you tried to lean into it or walk into it, it wouldn't change. Whereas in the world of volumetric, right, there's a number of different techniques you can do it. You can scan things, you can capture things, but essentially what you're trying to do is you're trying to triangulate pixels. So you're using multiple cameras, typically in stereo pairs, and sometimes using LiDAR. We use a LiDAR, which is a very fast sort of radar system that actually tells where things are in space. But you're basically trying to define everywhere where your visual system can see as an actual physical point in space. Just like in the real world, I know roughly how far I am away from you, and if I got up off the stage and walked over there, everything would change, because every pixel in my view would change because I got half as close to you. It's hard to do that with live action video. It's actually relatively simple to do that with CGI, with spatial pixels in a because it's volumetric by nature. It's actually a voxel, right? So what we're doing, and 5 or 6 other companies are doing, and there'll likely be 50 or 100 by the time we're all done with this journey, is trying to figure out how to be able to make video into something that is truly spatial. So that I could, in sometime in the future, I could stand here and if I wanted to walk up to you in virtual reality and it wasn't CGI, you were a real person, I could do that. And eventually I could do it live. So a lot of the examples people give are at sporting events. Today I can put a camera at a sporting event and just be on the sidelines and look back and forth like this. But if I could sort of teleport myself to the holodeck discussion of being behind the quarterback, being over the quarterback, looking sort of from his viewpoint or the tackler's viewpoints or the coach's viewpoint, and move around the field and experience the game that way, that would be pretty transformational. So that's sort of the dreams of volumetric capture.
I mean, some of the technology for capturing the environments is actually quite old. Greg, who we were talking about earlier, he's been doing this for 20 years. David Fincher used photogrammetry in Fight Club, for example. So that technology is very, established, and it's just finding a new home in VR. The really brand new technology is trying to capture a person, and volumetrically capturing a performance. That's very much in its infancy. So there's like Uncorporeal and ATI have these video volumetric capture systems where it's the opposite of a VR camera. You're in a dome full of cameras facing in, and they stitch you together from every angle. And the fidelity's not quite there. They can't do hair. They can't do all sorts of basic things that you need to capture a performance. But it's okay for now. But that's the real challenge, I think. I think we figured out how to capture environments, but we haven't figured out how to capture people yet.
I think it's sort of a different tack in terms of platform or the HMDs themselves, the headsets. Like right now is very much sort of first generation, and I think I'm very excited to see what 3rd, 4th, 5th generation headsets look like. I think at the end of the year, the first self-contained headsets should be on the market. I think that's going to be a pretty big shift in the landscape, because you're no longer going to be tethered, which is kind of a big drawback right now to some of the more room scale apparatuses. I think those headsets will just become more and more powerful, wireless, self-contained. What's called inside-out tracking. and what's called 6DoF, 6 degrees of freedom. Right now, a lot of the Gear VRs and the mobile headsets are what's called 3DoF. So you're kind of limited just to rotating in place, but you can't actually move laterally. And so those headsets will mature here in the next year. So that's pretty exciting. That just opens up a lot of opportunity.
Have you guys done any?
Well, platform, I was just going to say, we haven't really talked about AR actually much. Sure. Yeah, and I think, if we're going to talk about future platforms, I think mixed reality, or XR, I think is the new terminology, which is all the R's. So get rid of all that. That's going to be very powerful, and I think, it's going to operate on every mobile phone with inside-out tracking. The new Google Pixel phone will have inside-out tracking from September the 1st. Apple, we hope, will have some inside-out tracking. So, the problem that's been holding up VR on many levels is adoption. If 400 million people have cell phones with inside-out tracking, that's an audience we can sell content to. So I think that's a big platform play for us in the next few years.
So even though mobile is by far the most ubiquitous, accessible platform, and Samsung went to the effort of even giving away free Gear VRs with all their S7 phones that were sold, but that wasn't enough to make VR a big thing. So I have to believe it's not really just the form factor or how powerful the phone is. I believe that it's just there's not enough content yet. Because there needs to be, let's say there's 10 really good pieces of VR, you watch those 10 pieces, you're done. What's going to get you to repeatedly put the phone, put the headset on your head over and over, is repeatability. That's going to give you either have large scale, a lot of people buy the stuff at a low price point, or you have high price point and people buy it once, or there's repeatability of that. But if there's no reason for you to come back repeatedly and watch it over and over, there's not going to be a business model, which means that companies run out of money and all that stuff. So there needs to be killer app, there needs to be more content and reasons for you to come back every single week. I have to be excited that next week when I come, there's going to be 10 more new awesome experiences for me to see every week. What? Oh.
Is that an argument for episodic, which is really what transformed TV? I mean, I don't know. Is that, anybody have, I know that you and I talked about that, but episodic, yes, no?
We are making our content episodic. The pro of that is you can put one out this week, next week to get people to come back. The one con of it is if I put something out now, I know that if another headset comes out tomorrow or a week later, there'll be even more eyeballs. And then they wouldn't have seen the first one, or it's offered on a different headset or all that. So it is a little more complicated. But yes, I'm totally proponent.
OTT VR.
Yeah, it gets into the pricing model too, because then are you pricing per episode or pricing for the whole season?
Yeah, I guess that's a separate panel, but it's really interesting. Ben, is that Ben back there? Yes, Dennis.
Thank you guys again. I don't know if it's possible if you can articulate it this way, but when you talk about the stories that are right for VR, is there a way to abstract it and say, right, like Shakespeare works across mediums, but we know that some stories don't work in VR or even some of these other platforms. Is there a way that you can kind of frame that and say, well, let's this piece over here, that piece over here? I don't know if there's a scale.
I think it's too early to really define.
Yeah, I think we haven't figured out we know the power of VR, but right now it's early film days where it took decades to figure out cuts, pan, zooms, all that stuff. So we're still in discovery phase, which is why everyone needs to just be experimenting with what is a cool thing. So you can look at it different lenses of identity, comfort, safety, to gestures, how intuitive is it? So for example, I could say, one of the really cool things about VR is that it feels like real life. But after doing a first-person shooter for long enough, my arms get tired when I'm just doing this all the time. There's a reason why the Xbox controller was created like this. It's to maximize your ability to not move and be able to do it forever, right? But which then lets companies make lots of money. But so then you think about but if I have a controller, it puts an interface and barrier between me and the stuff that's happening, which takes away from the immersion. So I don't really know what my point was, other than that I don't know. Some people is it's the physicality of VR that's really cool. But then one could say, I don't want to get that tired and keep my arms up and shoot all the time, right? So I guess I just don't know yet how to answer that question.
I think I would probably just say, because we're starting to see it now, is good craftsmanship and good authorship will win the day. Like, it's no different than any other hit-driven medium, is that this is a creative medium, just like books and movies and music and cinema and, doesn't matter. I think that when you start to see things that people put a tremendous amount of energy and have a very, very strong point of view, whether it's right or wrong, those are the things that are the breakthrough pieces. It's an interesting thing, and it's a bit of an odd, this would be an odd thing to say, it's a bit of an odd counterpoint, because I actually, similar to your agree and disagree simultaneously, I totally agree with Maureen that there's not enough content out there, but to put more of a point on it, there's not enough extraordinarily good content out there, where people have actually put a tremendous amount of time and effort, like a Pixar movie or a big tentpole movie or an important television show or an important franchise game, into VR, because it's just a little too nascent within the marketplace right now. So a lot of people have very limited budgets, and there's a lot of people trying a lot of things, but most of the stuff is sort of unmemorable right now, which is unfortunate, because there's actually a lot of stuff out there, but nothing that you would sort of call, this is something important enough to make an event out of. This is something important enough to really pay attention. I think at some point we'll start to get into a mode where there'll be like one piece, maybe two pieces a month that will actually become like lightning rods. Like, you must see this piece. Like when that little moment of Notes on Blindness and everybody nodded and we all, because Notes on Blindness was one of those moments for all of us in VR that are actually living in this world. It was an important, valuable piece. And, you like The Martian, we think it was an important, valuable touchstone piece. Invasion is an important piece. It actually crossed many chasms of these potential disillusionment moments where Maureen was able to get it on lots of platforms and lots of eyeballs, and a lot of people talk about it and pay attention to it, and then they went on to build other things. So I think that more than anything, the medium itself and the creativity of the medium is going to mature, and you're going to find the superstars of VR through the people that are actually putting a tremendous amount of effort into it. And I like to point to things that I think are interesting, like we were talking about a project that was just released on Oculus called Wilson's Heart. It is not perfect by any means, but it is actually a very important piece in understanding a lot of the storytelling mediums and interactivity mediums and the art style and the effort that they put into this. It's a tremendous effort, and it's about 10 to 12 hours of gameplay in VR, which is sets a new bar. So that's kind of my theory on it.
Great. Well, awesome. Last one. Fixer.
Yeah, it was kind of answered, kind of going back and asking it or not, but one of the problems of making great content, as you said, it takes budgets and a lot of time and energy. Is this a luxury of the funded larger companies? How do independent creators expect to be able to play in this arena, or should we just wait until the trough is over? At some point, it's going to take effort and time, bigger teams to make better stuff. Volumetric's hard to go and tackle that, even on a photogrammetry level, on your own. You need different skill sets, you need different art, you need different talents.
So it'll be interesting to see what you guys say. But so what the really cool, interesting thing about this is that in many ways, fidelity actually doesn't matter to the success of a project in virtual reality and augmented reality now. I'll point to a piece that's become very popular in the gaming sector called Superhot. It's all about really smart physics and really smart sort of when you move, it moves, but it is not a high fidelity experience. It's just a well-crafted experience. So they put their money into making something that was really compelling as opposed to something that tried to be photoreal. And I think, Job Simulator is another one. It's kitschy, it's fun, it's fairly low fidelity because the art style actually plays into it. So I think if you have a limited budget, you can focus on the strengths of the medium, which are give it lots of interactivity, give it lots of playfulness, give it really, really good physics, and you have a chance of winning. Whereas if you try and do something that goes against the grain of that and try and make something that looks amazing on a limited budget, you'll probably fall flat.
Yeah, I think it'll come down to the idea. Like, I think Notes on Blindness, I think I would put in that same group, that if you know how it was made, it's actually a very rudimentary piece, like from like a technical stuff, but the idea was just brilliant.
So solid,
it was just really, really solid. And so I think it'll come down to the idea and matching that with, your financial ability or your technical capability to pull it off. But at the end of the day, the idea is what wins over fidelity or AI or these other things that a lot of people are trying to play with. But if the core idea is strong, I think that's what's going to win.
I think the issue is right now we're in TV terms, we're in pilot season. Everyone's making the pilot and no one's getting the commission for the series, which, I'm from a TV background, so if I just made pilots, I'd be out of business. So in TV, I want the 26 episode commission, but there isn't anyone to give you that. So everyone's making these incredible forays into the storytelling and the content, but there's no buyer to take that into a commercial framework. So I think that needs to happen at some point, but we haven't got the market for that right now.
I think it's really hard right now for indie developers, though it's totally doable. You can get sources of funding so we raised $31 million to make sure we last through the entire job. So that's why we did that. And so there's venture capital, but venture capital hates funding content in general, so that's hard. You can ask the HMDs, they will fund projects, Oculus, Google, whatnot, because they're in the interest. They see the problem that I was just saying before. There's not enough content to be a business for them. There needs to be reasons for people to go to their platforms, which is content. So they will potentially give money for a project that they think will get people onto their platforms. And then there's also always service-based work, which is a great way to go because it's learning on someone else's dime.
Yeah.
And there's huge amounts where advertising, not necessarily always the sexiest, but brands right now are crazy. They just want to get into VR. There's, the New York Times VR app. They're saying that as many people watch the journalism VR things as watch like the BMW VR commercial because it's fun and exciting. So you can always go to brands and ask them if you could do a commercial for them. So even though it's not your own IP, at least you're learning about VR, like what are the camera angles, like all that type of stuff, and learning on someone else's time.
Yeah. All right, I think that's it. Please give these guys a great hand. That was fantastic. Good job.
Good job.